phase, whereas BLG are going to look to scrap and skirmish in the early game with a high focus on that bot side.
Was a slight issue with the overlay there. The champions are all in their expected positions. We're not going to see a Felios mid for Chovy. Sad as it is, we don't get to see something like that come out here.
Check sound.
For Chovy, it's his 5th quarterfinal in 5 years. Can he go further? Can he make it to the finals, to the promised land as a player? Can GEN.G do that as well? Because over the last few years, they've been domestically dominant, but overshadowed by T1 when it comes to international competition.
And for a first seed of the LCK, that's not enough. Right? The expectations are sky high. We'll see if GEN.G today can conquer their demons from outside, actually take the win here in game number 1.
And for BLG, they just want a repeat of last time. They only played once, it was a 3-0, and BLG schooled GEN.G. A lot of it coming through Shun, working his way down towards
Halo bang, halo seluruh.
They've got a composition that if he's in bot a lot, is going to help them out no end.
Welcome semuanya ya. Mari kita mulai pertandingan GEN.G melawan Belenggu.
You guys, if you want to get involved at home, you can make your League of Legends account with Prime Gaming to grab the exclusive Braum W emote. Is a good one. A little bit of a, Ender would be proud.
I get that reference. Yeah.
Like, it's just a Twitch chat.
Yes.
Nice, emang gitu ya, harus nunggu benar-benar mulai. Tadi jaga toko cuy lagi sibuk banget. Dinda entah kemana anjir, keluyuran. Megang mana Kor? Gua menang. Ya jelas mana ya? Gue juga bingung sih.
Yang jelas
kita ngeliat picknya aja guys, karena ada Tamken sekali lebih seru yang kiri, yang kanan udah terlalu basi cuy. Lo dukung mana Pit?
On the lane, but as the game goes on, it offers less value. Chovy's just pretty confident in his ability to go toe-to-toe against Yigao in this mid-lane matchup. We gotta look at where the junglers are starting early. Vision has been invested on the side of BLG, so they will spot Peanut on his red. He started on his Raptors, and he could look for a play towards the bot side of the map. He may very well just path back up towards top and look for a play to set Doran up for success.
Yeah, Peanut actually with a sweep are able to take down the ward. Will still get spotted, so it will still give the information to BLG, but it will deny any further and give Peanut a little bit of resources. Now, at MSI, BLG was able to dismantle both LCK teams with very similar strategies. Very aggressive early trading for Elk and Lon, and then turn that into an early gank from Shun, and from that point on take control. So we'll have to see. I think the early level 1 from Elk looks convincing. They're also obviously expected to take a lead. They should be able to, yeah, I was about to say, get the ward off here. You know the Peanut is there. Be able to clear out the vision though.
Gue 3-3. Emang agak cepet di sini. Lebih duluan ini dari yang asli. Lagi proses kali 2 nih, 3-18.
Early push.
Yeah, I think you're gonna try and get as much done pre-6. Post-6, the ganks become so much harder, even if you are able to overload and maybe get Yigao there over there.
Kok dipercepat Kor? Ya biar di skip cuy.
I really like this from Shun. Continued attention towards the bot side. Pays and the light are pretty full. Do have their summon that's available, but even blowing them would already be a big win.
Tusuk nggak sih? Nice. Oh dibalik flash sama dia ya. Anjir.
This time, 1-for-1 trade in the bottom lane.
The play is worth it though overall for BLG.
Itu flashnya di flash lagi sama dia ya?
Pace does get a return kill, which is kind of the best case scenario for him, but we were just talking about this bot lane dive, and Shun without any hesitation says, what, just because you see me, you think that's going to stop me? They find first blood.
Grand Final kapan? Tanggal 19.
Pace does pick up the kill, but the wave's bouncing away from them. Actually,
kill, cuy.
Really good follow-up on that flash, right? If he doesn't hit the flash, flag and drag, this might actually end up backfiring. But look at
Anjir.
secures the play, because otherwise, on might die, and Elk obviously taking the next turret wouldn't have been able to really continue the play. So credit to the Jarvan there, getting that early pressure in.
See Doran winning out on the top side early on here about a wave of farm ahead.
Garis merahnya ganggu. Garis merah.
how much Bin can catch that. Kind of knows that his jungler's not going to be around top.
Garis merah apa anjing?
See the compositions and you understand that BLG will want to play through bot. Good news for Gen.G was that Shun that picked up the kill rather than Elk, so the pure 2v2 not as powerful yet for BLG.
Itu batas ini guys, batas. Itu karena DC-nya apa? Kalista namanya. 1-1 lah. Voting dong Kur. Oh iya benar juga.
Gen.G at this point in the game, obviously very early, should consider themselves much weaker. Only a few levels, and Kalista and Arthur is a duo that you really don't want to fight
KR.
here in mid lane. Not really going to offer a huge amount of damage. And one of the highlight, they've kind of phased away now, but two very deep wards, one in the lane for BLG, and also just next to the Krug camp in the lane itself, so they can just keep information as to whether or not Peanut is trying any lane ganks. And you can see
kapan Minggu?
is so committed to playing around bots.
One's going to get rooted. He doesn't have flash, remember. Flash forward by Peanut and On pays the price. In the bottom lane, Gen.G back on the board. Pays gets his second of the game. Doran trading.
Wih.
Onto Bin. Bin tries to turn it back around. Doran trying to get the empowered autos off.
Belum ada
their flashes, but it's a trade of ultimates and not much more.
I mean, credit to Gen.G. I thought the BLG's control was good, but those wards that I was trying to highlight did disappear. They didn't have information on where Peanut was. They were pushed too deep into the lane, but they didn't really have much information, and Gen.G made that look easy. They punished On's lack of summoner spells, and now they have the kill lead.
Doran might get caught here.
Ngapain tuh? Anjir. Lah kok ada buah di situ anjir? Emang ada ya?
Forced away. Wave is crashing in, but you can see Peanut already worked his way up through this top side jungle. So if a dive does occur or materialize, Peanut is in the right position at the right time, and the Nutcrack's looking for something as they go forward.
Yeah. Oi kena. Emot dulu Brody. Yang kanan gak kelihatan namanya Kur. Oh iya ya, kenapa ini?
His top to not only cover for a potential dive on Doran, but even find an angle. Bin doesn't have his ultimate available, and they're
itu voting yang menang dapat membership nggak? Dapat ucapan selamat.
Definitely have early game options, and remember that the scaling definitely feels like it's in Gen.G's favor. They're going to have this Jax side lane threat that's only going to get stronger as the game continues. So Felios and Azir, they're
Peanut ini orang lama kah?
difficult to deal with, especially for a champion like Kalista. BLG need to find his advantages in the early game. So we have to question, what's the plan now for Shun? Are you going to look to dive bot once again? Because that's a stacked wave where there's no real opportunities. And with those chakrams, he thins that wave out immediately.
Soalnya di AoV dulu rame yang pakai nick pinat-pinat gitu. XT1. Oh, XT1. Pantas banyak yang pakai.
Cuma setahun yang sama T1
Dia pakai hex flash. Oh, pantas anjir nge-flash terus ya. Kur e-sport lo Indo dulu tim apa? Ada Bigetron. Tapi Bigetron namanya dulu bukan Bigetron kan?
Cuma setahun, yang nggak Bigetron itu setahun doang.
Kan Bigetron itu gabungan dua ini kan ya? Gabungan dua tim. Lagian aneh banget nama timnya aja BG apa anda? What the fuck?
Dulu ada itu satu player
si itu kan siapa namanya? Pemula ya?
Bikin nama timnya dari itu kan.
The second that Chovy started rolling up to cover for a potential dive and make a counter play is Yagao is forced to flash. We immediately saw the pings go down. However, Gen.G trying to contest this hero there. I don't know if Peanut reinforcements are on the way.
1325 136.000 bagus sih, benar tuh harganya.
but the devour already used by Delight now. The hostile takeover popping as well. The shield from Pace, he tries to cleanse away, but he's slowed. Severum's gonna heal him up, but Peter pulled back with a handshake, and BLG win out the skirmish.
Really big win there for BLG, and this is the disrespect.
Mana Rex Regum? Hierarki dulu kayak nggak ada ya? Apa ada ya? Bukan WildRift Dinda.
I mean, massive disrespect from Gen.G. I thought that they were able to escort themselves out with the support coming in for the bot lane. Notice as well, Jigao kind of has control over the mid wave as well, so Chovy can't come to assist. Jun with what felt to me like initially a very aggressive play, isolating himself from the backline, but he actually creates this wall that there's no threat onto Elk. He flashes away to safety, Delight is forced to flash away, and very quickly Gen.G is on the retreat with Elk and on the chase down. It's a bit of a shame that they don't give the kill over to Elk, but aside from that, BLG looking confident in this early game.
Hierarki bandot bang. Belum hierarki bandot ya. Rian Superner mantan tim LOL. Iya, dia dulu ada bikin Gayat Ezreal.
Becomes a lot harder to make sure you're matching the DPS of BLG. Delight here trying to trade towards this dragon would be the second of the game for BLG, and Delight's just being a nuisance. He knows they can't take this away. BLG get their second 11 minutes in with it, about a 600-700 gold lead. The question is, can they continue to accelerate this game? Because Gen.G,
nge-lag bang.
That was BLG or Gen.G, but as soon as I say accelerate, we decide to slow the tempo down just a tad.
Does look like the pauses come out from the side of Gen.G. Of course, we have more information.
Hero support dia jadi jungle. Iya sih, Rel itu jadi populer sekarang di jungle.
Gen.G, no strangers to being proactive in the early game. Like during the regular season, Peanut was someone that was always willing to find ganks, always look for opportunities. I was kind of like coming into this series trying to identify, is he like a top side focused player, is he a bot side focused player? He tends to just kind of go with whatever opportunity he can find. Peanut's got a great awareness on the map of where
Gen.G dulunya itu Samsung, habis itu ganti nama jadi KSV, lalu ganti nama lagi jadi Gen.G. Samsung yang mana? Samsung White, Samsung Blue.
Trying to push that wave underneath the tower. He finds another play. Gen.G able to find these early kills, whereas BLG looking to try and match them. A small 800 gold lead. Question is, will that be enough as we get closer to the mid game?
As you said, but it was Gen.G who decided to called for the pause. There was a peripheral.
Tapi kabarnya sih Wish sih pada joki katanya.
Investigating and obviously keep you informed.
Udah bubar juga kan.
Yang main nicknya beda-beda, orangnya sama aja katanya. Katanya. Aku sih tidak tahu.
Because Gen.G Pace hasn't been completely taken out of the game the way it happened against BLG last time they faced.
Ada yang orang Filipina. Thailand apa ya?
Not even necessarily all up to him, but just in general, if he gets focused on really heavily in laning phase, he doesn't get to show his prowess in late game team fights.
Gimana apa tim Cina pertama yang gugur sudah kalah? Belum. Ini lagi nge-pause nih dia nih.
When it comes to actually ahead even. Thank you, Vedi. And then we also have Doran with a lead.
Minta pause ada sanksi nggak? Enggak lah.
Flip side, BLG have already stacked 2 Drakes and their mid game is
Tuh ada bermasalah tuh kayak mouse
like the next 10-15 minutes. And it is an Ocean Drake, which I think is a pretty decent rule. It's not, you know, it's not infernal. It's not, well, yeah, speaking great for my pick to my heart there. You know what I mean?
Oh really? I went.
Minum dulu cuy.
I went Cloud. I had no choice.
But I was gonna say, aren't you bound to Cloud?
I am bound to the
just by Atlas, really.
Kurang cuy.
That's entirely on him.
Lo kebanyakan minum nanti pengen kencing lo.
If BLG hadn't managed to pick up these 2 Drakes, it would
Kenapa
be
di pause?
Nggak
tahu cuy.
Kind of have to look at, do we fight the 3rd Drake? If we don't, we have to fight every Drake from there on out. Otherwise, we do give over the soul.
Kalau orang Indonesia di kunyit jahe itu dalamnya.
But it's still, you know, 2,000-3,000 gold worth of stats across your team that can absolutely skew fights in your favor, even if your opposition has the scaling advantage compositionally.
I think particularly with Aatrox and Renata, it is such a lethal combo to have the extra sustain, right? Because Aatrox is self-explanatory. As a drain tank, he's always going to feel really happy. He has more healing in his kit. But I think the added bailout value that you can possibly eke out with an Ocean Soul can be really tough to deal with. And I think that Gen.G also, their team fighting has been amazing, but I do think that when they are pushed really heavily early on and they're not able to do the objective setups the way that they like to, we have seen them struggle somewhat in the LCK as well. So we'll see if they're able to retake control. Because the Gen.G with control, as we saw domestically, is almost impossible to deal with. But right now, not really the case yet.
They have also shown us, even at this Worlds, that they can retake control. Like they played Gigabyte, they played GAM, and they played G2, and those were kind of as expected. They won those games convincingly, but against T1, they fell quite far behind.
Bang Yota mana Bang Kur? Biasanya Yota sih sore cuy, kan sambil kerja gitu.
Slowly got bit by bit advantages, small advantages, traded up a couple of times, and were able to start absolutely snowballing the game away from T1. I will say, in my eyes, a lot of that came to Delight being on a
Lama juga pause-nya ya.
with the Rakan here on the Tom Kench. You don't quite have all of those tools, and as we see the ready checks coming out in chat.
Random kalau udah nge-pause ini ada yang lama, ada yang bentar. Kadang waktu itu ada yang sampai setengah jam anjing dari pause doang.
Udah kayak wingdip tuh.
We jump back onto Summoner's Rift.
Ada lower bracket nggak? Nggak ada kayaknya.
This is the World Championship
Nggak kan?
quarterfinal. Yesterday we saw
Lower
NRG
bracket tuh udah nggak ada
versus Weibo, and spoiler alert,
Udah
Weibo
kalah
did win.
pulang.
That means the winner of this series will be going on to face Weibo in the semi-finals. Many consider this the easier side of the bracket if you're Gen.G.
Or even BLG if they manage to win this.
Potentially, yeah.
The semi-final is easier than anything you could face on the other side.
Of course, depending on who you ask, that could be a controversial statement. Of course, we are going to be moving into tomorrow all sorts of incredible series as well as move on to the other side of the bracket. But back into this game, Doran and Bin going for a bit of a back and forth.
A really good trade here from Bin's going to pull Doran back. Grandmaster's might coming out. Now Doran does have flash and leave strike, and so can escape. Has to burn both, though, to get to the security of his tower. And with Shun here, is waiting in the wings. He's been very good at tracking his enemy jungler, being in the right position at the right time, but I don't really know if you want to take this trade. Chovy has TP, as does Yagao.
Oh, Peanut is hiding in the fog, but look at spotted now. I think just making sure that Doran gets the full wave. Teleport's available. It's still a really big window for BLG, as Peanut has to invest amount of time is playing.
Going for Pays. Now he has cleanse, he has the flash, and he has the devour to get out. Delight down to about half HP, but the thick skin keeps him healthy enough. Moonlight Vigil with the crescendum there for Pays, just to force Elkin on further back. But in the end, a trade of ultimates and not much more in the bottom lane.
Gak ada lower bracket soalnya udah ada Swiss stage. Iya benar.
He knows that the jungler is on the top side of the map, so he shouldn't have to worry about any of the
satu kali tembak doang itu pelurunya.
Discrepancies starting to build. The analyst desk did talk about it. When it came to this AD carry matchup, it was slightly more favored towards Pays, but when we think back to MSI, Elk was one of
dukung
the
siapa? Gua
standout
dukung
players of the entire
GEN.G.
tournament. People were putting him in the conversation for best performing AD as Chovy.
Now has flash. But he's not going to be able to get away from who lands the stun immediately. The shockwave only catches onto Chovy, and Yagao is going to get chased down here.
Oh, dia ngasih kill.
Down the soldiers, and Yagao is buried beneath death.
Tiba-tiba hype gitu aja ini penontonnya.
And it's punch and immediate counter punch. Gen.G are able to punish the Orianna, even if flash up Yagao realizes that there's too much damage available, doesn't actually get to survive, but Doran does get punished for his earlier plays. There's no wave, so we'll see if they're able. Pays is trying to bring it in, but I don't think that they're really.
Adanya Alverina siapa Kur mau transaksi nih?
Gen.G decide the better.
Itu tukang cuci piring di sini.
40 seconds of Rift held, 2 minutes before the third Drake for BLG. They fight around.
Ini kayak one siapa? Namanya Kalista. Sistem Swiss ternyata feedbacknya lebih banyak positif kata pro player sama penonton. Iya karena lebih adil gitu. Kan kalau misalnya nggak Swiss kan kadang nemunya malah tim yang jago banget gitu. Tapi kalau Swiss kan dia banyak kesempatannya. Rencana sih di next kayaknya bakal pakai Kanada stage sih. Tiap abis match itu minum sirup maple. Kira Swiss stage itu main di Swiss. Iya main di Swiss deh.
Very quickly swinging in BLG's favor. They now find themselves with a
2.5
gold lead, which as they enter the mid game is exactly where they want to be.
Jawa stage, waduh kalau Jawa stage bahaya. Tiap abis match dicat dulu jadi ireng.
jokingly is able to say, hey, I'm not the star, I don't have a lot going on. But in his play, I think you can see he has a lot of these moments as the contest is going to come through.
Shun can look for this. Counter TP burnt by Yagao. Shun on the front line. Bin's going to dash across the board. Bin down to 1,000. Hostile takeover though is going to do so much work. He's already berserk as the line is forced away, and now Doran's in the midst of BLG, and Bin is looking to send him packing into the recycling. He goes. Come back next time as Bin chases the rest of Gen.G.
Itu darah si apa namanya ini Tamkens itu bisa regen ya? Kayak mana regennya?
Has to burn the flash as the voyage out from Delight is abyssal, and the fight for Gen.G was abysmal.
It's at this point in the game where BLG wants to fight you, and Gen.G, Chovy looks for a flash out of L.
Wah, set banget lur.
Consolation prize as Gen.G falls short in the fight, trying to force this when it feels like BLG at this point in the game should be so much stronger. Questionable play from Gen.G.
Jawasnya bukan suara orang ngecir tapi suara orang ngetok-ngetok sama geledah keramik. Iya, minumnya harus kopi coy, kopi hitam. Cepet banget dia skill 3 aja ininya Aatroxnya. Iya, maksud gue itu Jaxnya baru lompat gitu, dia langsung skill 3 gitu cepet.
Udah 3 naga. Objek dia udah buat semua.
Champion yang gendut itu siapa Kur? Dinda. Namanya Tamkens. Dia bisa makan temen sih, terus bisa teleport juga. Tapi jarak teleportnya pendek sih ya. Aduh. Kalau di WildRift mungkin nanti kalau emang rilis ya mungkin jarak teleportnya dijauhin kayaknya atau apa ya.
Itu yang teleport itu sekarang cuma buat ngasih hero doang. Dulu soalnya untuk ulti sama yang apa yang loncat itu beda. Yang buat teleport ulti, yang buat makan temen tuh skill 2.
Oh sekarang
gara-gara makan temen skill 2 atau OP itu kayak udah kayak zona.
sejak kapan itu dirubah?
Udah lama.
Dulu kayak Rize kan harusnya teleportnya, apa enggak?
Iya, dulu kayak Rize. Bawa satu temen doang tapi. Cuman kan gara-gara itu makan terlalu bagus. Kayak lu punya zona gratis setiap 10 detik. Buat temen gitu.
They've brushed off the mistakes that they made in Swiss, and they're looking confident and poised to take game 1.
And credit to Shun as well, although he has been tracked well.
Membandut kah itu bang? Yang mana Tamkens? Bukan dong, lu jangan rasis gitu loh. Lu jangan main body gaming loh.
Forced Peanut so far behind. Peanut still hasn't finished his jungle item. He's about to get it, but that's why he didn't win the smite on Grump, because his smite does 900 and Shun says 1,200. He is just
Halo Ahmad.
ahead now.
Event Spill Blossom kalau udah selesai skin masih bisa dibeli di shop kan bang, nggak hilang kayak skin Supreme. Masih bisa, tapi bordernya nggak bisa, aksesorisnya nggak bisa dibeli lagi.
Very well. 1,800 gold lead in the top lane for Bin.
Yeah. I was just about to say that goal gap is primarily focused on the top side of the map. You'll notice
itu siapa aja bang yang nobar? Peter Manardi.
And Chovy's been Chovy. 197 CS, almost 200.
Lo bisa pause game juga ternyata, kirain Dota 2 doang. Tapi di turni doang, mau di turni doang. Kalau di rank nggak bisa kayak Dota.
Ya kalau rank custom bisa.
When it comes to team fights,
custom bisa.
has to be favored just because of the power of their composition on these items.
Kalau Dota bisa di spam aja pause-nya.
Udah itu cuma kan per orang kalau cuma itu berapa kali gitu.
Because of the lack of turrets, the outer ring for Gen.G fully gone, it's really hard for them to maintain control of any area. So every time that they walk forward and try to set up any sort of vision,
Peter itu Peter Parker Kakur, benar.
you don't really want to take a fight as Gen.G, so you just have to back off every single time. But that does mean that BLG is going to have a free setup for this soul point
Ben udah
that's
mati,
coming
Jo.
up in a minute and a half. With that, 4-0 Drake also means a very early elder, which I think BLG are going to be very happy about.
Semua universe lagi.
Also just really like the way On's playing these last few
Paman
minutes.
Ben udah mati, ditinggalin pacarnya.
Tempo cycling. What you do is you walk down one side of the map as your support, and you're like, okay, I'm going to place 3 wards on this side of the map. Then you immediately reset and you say, okay, what do I do now? Well, I come up towards the top side of the map. I don't usually do this. I'm sorry, guys. I walk in with my jungler, and then I place more wards on this side of the map. And what it means is the enemy team is always trying to deny vision in their own jungle instead of getting deeper vision in. But also, if Doran is pushing the bot lane and he starts to move up, you can track him on his moves. So you know whether he's investing the TP immediately or whether he's actually trying to run all the way up to a fight that can occur.
Ya.
And Mies, look at the map. Look at the vision toggle here. Really well done by the observers. Like, Gen.G have zero idea. They're basically just walking into this and force the line of Peanut. Relatively safe, but they can still get collapsed on.
Pegang mana,
Gen.G
Bagor?
might be able to hit
Yang
two
kiri.
spikes on Chovy and Pays. We'll see if they feel like that's enough of an
Mereka
angle.
bagusnya cuman kayak
Because
kalau
it does feel like
mobile
if they
pengen
don't
bisa lu
contest for
pukulin terus,
this dragon,
kayak udah sekali
it is
masuk,
going to be really
sekali
hard. When we
masuk,
get from here on,
udahnya dia
Chovy
diem
does
di situ
just
mau
now
nggak
finish
mau
his
lama.
Nasus, Pays his IE as well.
Bot wave is pushed in for
Akhirnya
BLG.
udah
The
nasar
fight
ya,
over the mid wave
dikit
has
lagi
begun.
dapat blue buff.
Gen.G don't really have easy access into this bot river. The vision the medic highlighted earlier in
Enggak Guinso deh.
favor of BLG. You can see the
Ya,
Yagao
udah beda
posturing
matanya.
towards the river.
Udah
The dragon
beda
now
sekarang.
alive.
Masa pergi
Outpost
satu
started
mana
off.
item sekarang.
They
Iya
can't
tuh.
get to this, right? There's no vision. They have to try and make a, either for
Gak
the
usah
play for the fight
blue
or
buff
go for
lah,
Nash,
udah
but
jelek kalinya.
Peanut can try
Ya
and walk
masih
across
oke
it, but
sih
you guys
kalau
do a
lu
really
dasar.
good job of keeping the ball down. Peanut now going to try and chase forward, but the Gowan's in the right position to stop them.
Tahu-tahu
The
dibilang,
Magnus for
"Wah, nggak
Peanut,
kena
he's
fire
nowhere
break."
near them. It's just miles away. They got an EpiPen or
Anjir ini udah mau sol aja cuy, cepet banget anjir. Wing grab apa nih?
BLG secure the ocean, and that
Wait,
was
tadi
a Peanut
game
Worlds
kontrolnya
moment if I've ever
perfect
seen one.
Noah
engage
langsung
goes
dibunuh, Noah
wide.
langsung dibunuh.
Gen.G
Nggak
now
bisa
don't have an easy way
dikontes.
to start the fight. Doran
Gonna get brought back, pops the stopwatch, handshake
Masih
coming out,
diperangin.
Moonlight Vigil
Oh,
does
anjir,
hit the
oh.
Infernum, there's the hostile takeover. Cannabis one for the back line though, and Doran's been locked up, the Shockwave finds him. The Devourer comes out as Chovy starts to retreat, but already has 2 kills to BLG. And Gen.G are found wanting by the unwanted aggression from BLG.
and it's again BLG able to very calmly play out this scenario. They set up full control. They know that Gen.G has to walk in.
Controlnya
Peanut
bagus
has
tuh
to
buat
go for a
engager
desperation
mereka.
play, but
Makanya
with the
tadi
ultimate
langsung
gone, no
no
Magnet
hesitant,
Store,
langsung
no engage,
dimajuin
there
aja
is
lah ya.
nothing that they can do. Then the turn from BLG who are more than
Ulti rel itu yang mana sih?
for a fight.
Yang nusuk itu.
That's Soul,
Yang
and that's
area
Baron.
mut,
we're
area
seeing the
bulutan.
weaknesses of Gen.G's comp where
Oh, yang ada shield itu ya.
how does Gen.G actually start a fight? Not that they really want
Tadi
to in
dia
this
make
position, but
nggak kena
Doran
heal
goes
siapa
in,
aja.
Chovy's forced to back away,
Itu
Peanut
bingung.
is isolated, and
Kalau
then look at this
loncat,
engage
masih
from
skill
Shun. Oh my god, it's fantastic.
Oh,
3 members get locked up. The Devourer will come through after the ultimate to try and keep Chovy alive. Doran falls short, but the wombo combo is strong. Pays and Peanut cannot get involved, and it's just a one-sided stomp from the side of BLG.
And I really agree with you, Vedi. I think the lack of engage for Gen.G is costing them so much, especially since so often it's been Delight on an engaged champion that sets up the fights for Gen.G. We saw it against T1, his Rakan, exemplary, but on a Tom Kench, your entire job is to disengage. Yes, sometimes in lane we see Abyssal Voyages in, we see a fight beginning with it, but here you just don't have that luxury. And Gen.G are struggling because of it, and BLG
Si Garen
once
tapi
again
ngeproknya
seem to
tuh
be
ulti dan
Gen.G's
lu
kryptonite.
yang
And now
bawa
Gen.G,
gitu.
you're at the point in the game where you just gotta hope that someone of BLG overextends, right? That they make a dive that is ill-advised. And I really like the point that you made because about Delight specifically, because Delight on engaged champions has not only transformed Gen.G, but also
hilang segitu darahnya, Cok.
Breon so good when he was on that team. What gave them the ability to just get up
BO5,
every
iya.
now and then. Red Bull Baron power play from
5.0
BLG.
kapan?
Not that
18
great
Januari.
yet, but still, it's pushing them further and further ahead. And if they can get this inner as well, and maybe a few kills,
Januari.
it'll be really hard for Gen.G to find an angle back. Almost 6k gold lead here for
Ini kita
BLG.
sisir
So
aja
this
belum
is
keluar.
where it can get a little shaky for BLG. They've got to get close to this tower, and look at where Chovy's positioning. He's standing just a little bit in front of the tower so that the soldiers can act as poke and as a guard to keep this tower alive, and BLG can't approach. They're very reliant on this empowered cannon minion. Meanwhile, we need to look at mid, because what damage has been able to do against this tower, he's getting a lot more work done. Doran can't do much to hold him off, and BLG at least will unlock a tier 2, but off the back of this Baron, it seems difficult for BLG to really break into the base of Gen.G.
BLG don't really have the range either. Kalista relatively short range. Oriana, I mean, you can put the ball down, but walking into melee range to try and get autos on that tower, walking into auto range doesn't do enough. The shockwave doesn't hit there. Peanut held on to his flash and the engage around Dragon, so he does have that as a tool in his toolkit. It does look like BLG.
Baru 2 Ocean, harus kill 1 Ocean lagi. Udah kelar anjir, ini udah mau Elder.
Push through that bot lane. The wave's still about 5-6 seconds away, so not quite synced. As Gen.G have done a really good job of holding BLG at bay during this bout. A hostile takeover comes out. Hay is able to dodge to the side of it. Berserk puts a light and Chovy. The re-engage can come out. That's one tool invested by BLG. Some have to face all the cataclysm. The shockwave down for about half its CD. But that tower still stands strong. No wave in the mid lane for Bin to push on. The Baron now expires. And all in all, only a couple of towers fall during it for BLG.
Well, Gen.G held the line. Overall, the amount of damage done by BLG wasn't the worst, and it gives them an opportunity to fight at this Elder. The question is, will they be able to finish?
T1 kapan main? Hari Minggu.
On that shockwave, almost off cooldown, 6 more seconds, so Peanut's going to back away. I respect BLG's resilience. They know that the dragon isn't spawning for another minute and a half.
There is also no control ward or anything for Gen.G behind him, right? So they can't go for the teleport flank. So like Chovy and Doran can get back on Nexus, and the persistence is rewarded here for BLG. Also courtesy to the Ocean Soul. In a situation like this, the continuous regen really makes a big difference.
The war of attrition, they're always going to win, right?
100%. And BLG now will be able to get fresh backs in. 3 items for Bin, 3 items for El. Gen.G need a miracle to not lose Elder and the subsequent game here, right? Like, you need either a crazy steal from Peanut. I do think Rel is one of the best champions because of the Q and the extra monster damage. Or maybe Pace can hit his Lord Doms, but I feel like he's still so far off. Does actually finish it as I finish my sentence, but they still have 0 control. And BLG have 50 seconds to set up the objective here.
Well, it was an Elder Dragon that cost BLG game 2 against G2.
Hey.
So you imagine that they're going to learn from those mistakes. The amount of control they have right now, the observers are highlighting all of the vision that BLG have. And Gen.G is slowly being suffocated. They have that 1 control ward in the Dragon Pit.
It's the benefit of Ocean. It's the benefit of Ocean here for Gen.G. Now, Peanut caught out a little bit. Should be able to get his way away from this one. Shun now spots the control ward in the pit. Well done by BLG to make sure they cleared out all of them. Shun can look the wall because Peanut dismounted right now. Remounts, you just go for it. EQ in, flag and drag, Cataclysm as well. The flashes this Peanut. Inferno from the side means that On is down to half HP, but that's so much invested by Gen.G. With not too much gain, they have mid-wave prio.
Gen.G kalah harusnya T1 bisa. Ya, kalau kalian 01 masih aman sih, BO5 soalnya.
Terima kasih Sentang. Andre Gestring baru saja mengirimkan dukungan 1000.
Andre Gestring anjir. Mana anjir? Oh iya, Yago ya. Udah ente ambil bar bar enggak. Masih 20 detik lagi.
Wave is ready. No turret standing there. Doran desperately trying to draw some attention, but it was not enough, and BLG take a resounding victory here in game number 1. It looks like Gen.G
dia udah tahu soalnya kalau Apox yang gue bilang kalau di PC kan kalau jalan lurus tuh itu udah pasti ketarik.
Between these two teams, it seems as BLG come out to an early lead and are able to snowball it away from Gen.G. A few mistakes for Gen.G. Doran as well in the top lane specifically had struggled into Bin after a few good early forays, and BLG never let go of the race. Gen.G respawning, but the Elder still stands on BLG. And it looked like the top lane member Phase pulled back and he's just deleted by the laser.
Anti.
In this quarterfinal.
Mayan dapat shutdown.
Shun's only death to the Nexus at the very end. An incredible game across the board from him in the jungle. From start to finish, he was finding all of BLG's advantages, and in the team fights, he was just impeccable. Huge credit to BLG coming into this series once again as the underdogs, and once again, they're beginning to silence the doubters.
What a performance by BLG in game one. We'll see if Gen.G can strike back. We're going to hand it over to the analysts to break down that shellacking from the LPL seed.
Well, I'm a little bit disoriented, guys. Could you please help me out? I mean, are we in Busan right now?
Kok malah lawak gini Gen.G?
Oh no!
Emang sisa ini doang.
Masih ada Korea, cuman yang paling kuatnya kan hitungannya GEN.G. Kalau internasional tuh selalu.
Yeah, I love the fact that we finally, as soon as they locked in Callisto, we're like, I don't know about this. This has been something that destroys in scrims for obvious reasons, but then when you come to stage, teams play slower. Well, guess what? They didn't play slower, and they forced Gen.G to fight them around mid-game objectives, and that was really the big turning point of the game.
Very similar to MSI. Yeah. All I'm saying is Gen.G were favored. Bin called the 3-0 to the camera before the series even
Terima kasih
started once
senpai.
again.
Light baru saja mengirimkan dukungan 1000. Light dulu GG.
And massive delivery, but not quite where we expected it from. Hello? Yeah. The bottom lane, the Renata pick. He deserves some credit, okay? We slandered him with the rankings a little bit.
You said you like him crazy, so.
I do like him crazy. It is really big props to Shun. Shun was really big star of the show. Jungle credit as always, baby. He was able to get the flash for the first dive. He also went down there to cover Peanut's first move, where Peanut goes in and clears out the ward. He knows they have to stack dragons. It is a Kalista comp. The reason Kalista always gets flamed by people on stage games is because people don't properly snowball off that bottom side. Yeah. And the Renata really gave him the extra team fight presence as well later with the ulti.
Yeah, and I think you can see a lot of it was, hey, look, Peanut was trying to get involved to shut down Shun, make sure they couldn't get involved in that bot side. But when you've got the Renata and the Kalista, it gives you so much control over that bot lane. They're able to set up for great dives off of, Gale having control.
Timnya Dev masih lolos gak? Dev ya yang DRX itu kan pada misa tuh. Udah bubar semua, udah gugur. Mulai dari playernya, pelatihnya, staff-staffnya.
And Shun, he came off the back of that in the early stages, 3 kills, and was set up perfectly then for the team fights with an early gore drinker.
And also the 100% co-participation. So wherever he went, and this is with what I thought was a really good job from Gen.G and Peanut, kind of pathing in their own way and tracking him, right? So like it was a battle of the junglers early, and it was both of them kind of responding to each other. So to see Shun come out with this performance on the J4, know exactly where he has to be, was really cool.
Yeah, Peanut, big props in for the ganks that you're talking about. He was the reason why they got the first kill onto Bin. Actually ganks for Doran, and you're like, wow, Doran steals away the Jax, gets an early kill on the Bin. Maybe he's going to rewrite history. No.
No, Bin was like, sure, you build that false confidence. I got you in the team fights, though. So let's take a look at some of those team fights. We're going to start with the Herald, I believe, if I remember correctly, where really I think BLG broke open this game.
And I think a huge amount of this comes from this insane ultimate from On. The Renata ult right across the backline of Gen.G completely disrupts them, then sets up for Bin and for Shun to get into the mix there. And the entire time, Elk is free firing, Gale has all the space that he needs. It made incredibly difficult.
Rame bang, tapi di luar. Gen.G favorit juara kalah di game 1. Nggak apa-apa, baru game 1 cuy. Penyesuaian dulu, pemanasan.
Several times as well, but when you're looking at these Kalista comps and why sometimes teams fail to execute them isn't only because you don't snowball the bot lane correctly, but it's also using this Kalista in mid-game fights to be like, we are stronger at this point in time. You have to fight us at Herald. You have to fight us at Drake. They were already looking at 3 Drakes at 16 minutes and 47 seconds. Like, BLG played around what this comp had to do really well.
My only addition to that is that looking at it from Gen.G side, I don't think you have to fight them at the Herald.
You don't.
And they walked into a choke point into the Renata ultimate. Is like,
I think
maybe I gave too many wins over here. Might have to change this over to 3-1, maybe.
No? Okay. I mean,
Maurits also said it on cast. It's like that's not something that Gen.G usually does, and I'm starting to find out this year that they often don't do what they usually do, specifically versus BLG.
Depus Kia udah gugur, udah. Di Indo skema game PC-nya itu Dota loh emang kurang. Iya cuy. BLG itu Bilibili kak, ya Bilibili Gaming. Disingkat beleguk. Panas sekali negeri ini. Gue pengen hujan 24 jam. Pengen hujan gitu, tapi kalau hujan ada yang banjir. Gue enggak sih.
Oke, teori gue semoga hujan sampai rumah terbang. Kalau rumah terbang nanti dingin terus.
Semoga hujan sampai Peter terbang.
Being a coach's dream and being a team that can take on these games very structured, and often you think when it gets a little chaotic is where you may start to down, but this wasn't that chaotic.
Gerah banget set dah, iya cuy.
This was BLG having the right time for the
AC bahkan nggak mampu mendinginkan cuaca cuy.
No, they're creating their own win here.
Ini keren juga dance ini, dance fruit. Enak lu mah Padang gunung semua. Gue lagi di ini di Jakarta sekarang, Nobar World. Lagian kalau yang namanya Padang itu di tepi pantai, yang namanya tepi pantai itu panas.
That's super interesting to me, especially with the way the meta has evolved around support counter picks.
It is. Came in late. I wanted to talk about it, but we gotta go to a break, and we'll see immediately how that parlays into the pick and ban for game 2 after this.
Apa nih? Oh yang tadi.
Iya, lu pernah dengar nggak kalau lagi keluar kota gitu kan dari Bandung, kalau tiba ke Bandung.
And Peanut is puffing this game has been
Yang isinya tuh kalau tibakan lu panjang pisan deh. Nah, ini di luarnya namanya kalau tibakan ke Bandung. Kalau namanya yang di Bandung banget. Tapi kalau kita mah kalau tibakan keluar kan. Kalau di Kuro di Padang nih. Nasi di sana nasi doang gitu. Bukan nasi Padang ini.
Ya, kayaknya. Jadi itu coy, itu menjadinya nasi warteg, nanti nggak tahu dah.
Di Riau hujan terus Kur. Nggak apa-apa, kalau di Riau mah Riau juga panas. Once you play. Woi, iklan dulu coy. This will be our biggest adventure. Iya, gue udah ketemu tadi malam sama Volibear.
Gimana apain sih?
Gamenya itu mencari jodoh Nunu.
Adventure gitu.
Iya, Willamnya mau nyari pasangan.
Bringing in a new roommate to save money, is that the plan?
Dia kan the last Yeti alive.
We switched to my plan from Verizon.
Dia sangi, bingung. Makanya dia ketemu sama Volibear, ternyata cowok, nggak jadi aja. Red Bull gives you wings.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Kur lihat bracket, nggak ada bracket. Tang 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 tang.
Gila, aku udah hafal semua iklannya.
Udah hafal berdua.
Enggak. Tiap motor lama iklannya ini terus.
Ini bagian tangannya 4D nih katanya nih. Iwan main Nobar nggak lo Kor? Nobar.
T1 lawan siapa ntar?
Lawan LGD.
Oh,
LGND.
masih harusnya masih lolos.
Kuro nobar sampai hari Minggu. Yes. Kebagian quarter semuanya. Final kayaknya nggak dapet sih. 13.25 di toko abang berapa? 136.600.
Udah sisa Cina Korea semua ini. As usual.
Sengaja itu dimainin dulu NA kemarin biar nggak lama bayar tiket atau nahan hotelnya.
Iya mahal tuh.
Hotel mahal cuy, biar cepet pulang gitu. Cai.
Cuman gara-gara Swiss stage ini jadi makin ketara kelihatan. Makin nggak ada tim Eropa, tim Barat ya.
Kelihatan ke bantainya.
Iya. Ini quarter aja kan cuma ada satu apa NA energi itu juga cuma gara-gara apa kemarinnya Eropa lawan Eropa Eropa lawan NA.
Rasain dulu ya bang, ada yang grup stage entah siapa.
Ada BKT.
Dapat matchmaking Yuki dong.
Kapan ya punya kursi gaming? Mending kursi ini kayak deh, kursi ergo. Kursi gaming mah panas. Kecuali kursi gaming Secret Lab. Secret Lab memiliki pori-pori yang menjaga tubuh tetap dingin, terasa lembut seperti duduk di paha ahri. Apalagi sambil buka TikTok menggunakan paket data dari Verizon. Aduh.
Di sini nggak ada tapi. Di sini nggak ada.
Iya nggak ada tapi. Sambil minum Red Bull. Red Bull gives you wings. Apalagi HP-nya pakai Oppo N3 Flip. Tapi udah nggak ada lagi nih iklan nih gue lihat.
Pas menang selfie pakai Oppo.
KT chose red. Round 2 of Swiss, and I believe, yeah, they won that.
Nah,
So
lagi.
100% win record in the last 41 games.
When choosing red.
So
surely it's uphill for Gen.G here, right? Now?
Only up.
So,
only up from here.
I hope so. I think that we'll know what type of series we get after this game, because I think if it's the 1-1, I
Tuh
think
guys,
the series
Bilibili,
is incredible. Otherwise,
B Station.
I don't
Yang
know
suka
if
nonton
I
anime
trust
di
Gen.G to
Bilibili,
reverse sweep. I know the
dukunglah
message has been
Bleguk.
great, but they have been great when they look good on day, and in that first game we didn't really see that. Now I do think that the first
Sebelahan anjir pendukung Gen.G sama itu G2.
we are going to go full in on late game, and we're going to try and navigate away for the early game. They did not navigate. They like crashed head first into the don't go here sign, and BLG was able to fully take control. So I would expect Gen.G
Minimal Ipong bang, aduh minimal tuh HP sekarang bisa dilipet cuy.
Sounds like a decent idea, right? You get free scaling.
Emang laptop doang yang dilipat.
But we also saw Chovy wasn't really able to have an impact. Yagao got completely unchallenged, which is I think the Yagao comfort zone, you know, like
Ikan kulkas kemarin apa namanya? Itu server anjir Cisco.
and if Chovy, even though I don't think he was the issue in the previous game, isn't able to have a bigger impact, it takes away a lot of what makes Gen.G good in the mid game. Yeah.
Iya, jadi bilang kulkas.
Like an ocean and a Baron, and the enemy team is up 8k gold, then team fighting doesn't really matter.
Yeah, it becomes a little trickier. Gen.G are also very hamstrung by the fact that Doran lost the top lane matchup, so now they have to rely on banning Jax on both sides of the Rift.
Ipon kapan bisa dilipat? Masih lama, 10 tahun lagi. T1 minggu cuy.
Orang kalau kelihatan dia jago main Kalista biasanya di ban terus. Emang.
Oppo lipat apa namanya Core? Oppo N3 Flip kalau nggak salah. N3 Flip.
They kind of got to do it before I got to sound all clever. I was going to say Aphelios could be a priority, but
really clever, actually,
thank you, Medic. Thank you so much. Not that great of a prediction considering they did prioritize it in the last game. But I do wonder whether or not they want to try and take away something like the Renata, or whether or not they want to add something, they want to leave it up. With the intent of counterpicking it for later on.
Wih,
We are going
Maokai.
to see Peanut back on the Maokai. So far at this tournament, he's played.
Tim yang main
Well,
Emilio Apelios yang mana?
he's played Maokai. He's played one game.
Emilio Apelios
Well, actually, no, this will be his first game of Maokai. I apologize.
Wih, bener Rumble
But
ternyata.
Maokai and Peanut,
Pasti di combo
somehow
itu
you can
udah
often
ada jalan
associate
mainnya
with
udah
him as a
lama.
player.
bener.
Domestically, he
Ori
played
juga
Nah, tambah lagi Oriana.
Dia mainin dia kanan dia ngambil.
with the Rumble.
Habis ini
and
Galio nih.
The meta at Worlds.
Yes.
Is it not like this is what
Galio di sini
everyone is
nggak
hoping
bisa.
to get? Rumble plus Oriana.
Paling harusnya
Gen.G
cuma
gave it up
ambil
for
Azir.
Aphelios Maokai,
That they
guys.
did.
That's a big trade that you're willing to make.
And not only that, but one of the biggest weaknesses that
Itu
Aphelios
gigit
struggles
atasnya.
with, even in games where the player piloting is very
Minggir, Kur.
pace falls in that
Apanya
category.
minggir, lu kan bisa nembak tuh.
If you
Yang
get
di
out
ban
range,
apa aja.
like, what are you gonna do? Rumble drops an equalizer. If there's an Oriana ball, you're not gonna be able to actually get into the team fight. I think playing into Jarvan specifically also is tough because the Cataclysm, the fact that you can get stuck very easily. And then even if you like end up
Kalau
winning
dia
the
ban
match,
Azir Hinda harusnya habis. Paling
you're still
ujung-ujungnya
not doing
Talia
anything in the
doang.
fight.
Yep.
Cuman kalau dia mau ngelepas, harusnya dilepas sih.
We've seen plays on it
Mending
3
nge-ban yang
times so
lain.
far here.
True.
At
Nge-ban
MSI,
support
and
lebih
I was so
bagus.
confused that they decided to go for the Aphelios first, but as you said, and well predicted there, Betty, because I think a lot of people
Bang,
would have
gamenya kok
thought
nggak ada
the Zaya was gonna
promosi
come out
judi
instead.
online-nya?
Jinx banned away now
Nggak
by
ada dong.
Gen.G. Yone
Yone yang
removed
Wih,
by
Yone
BLG,
di ban.
trying to get rid of some of those AD threats in the mid lane. Maokai obviously predominantly AP in
Asik.
terms of his damage profile. Ash banned away, so still
600 kali
Zaya
dia
for
nih itu
BLG if they
main
wanna.
AC dia di ban anjing.
They could do Zaya Nautilus, they could do Zaya Alistair, they could do Zaya. They're trying to limit AD mids for Chovy right now. The Akali actually going to be taken away. Things like Jace and Tristana are both available for Gen.G though.
Kayaknya biar bisa main
Harley
ADC
ban, obviously something we saw from
aman.
Chovy against T1, even though he did fall
Soalnya itu pasti
behind.
kan ini tiga
Faker in the laning
mainnya
phase,
tipe
he had
masuk tuh,
such threat on the
bukan
side lane, and
masuk
once
apa,
again, Chovy's going to bring out the
ngebunuh
Azir.
satu.
Yeah, and I really gotta say, I think the ban phase really good because Chovy loves to play his Yone. That's something that is very well known. But the Akali is something that he already showed with, even though the
Pastinya
laning
jadinya
phase is really
Ketlin terus
rough, he
yang
able to
jujur
outskill
satu
the
lagi
Oriana
kata
in
gue
side lane,
BLG.
and she basically doesn't get to play the game. I would personally love the Caitlyn Lux lane if you want to go towards that aggression, but maybe they're afraid of a R5 pick by the light to throw them off.
I mean, maybe. I also just think Zaya's really strong. Like, I understand.
I agree.
You can dominate the lane if you get a good Caitlyn Lux, but maybe something weird comes out from Gen.G. Zaya Renata, you already have great engage.
Bajangan Chovy di lock. Chovy jago main Akali ya.
Renata can peel her as well, and in all honesty, if I played entirely nameplates off, even with nameplates on, damn it, BLG have a composition that should be able just to take over the
Chovy
game.
mainnya tiba-tiba assassin gitu kan.
In theory, yes. Often though, when we get onto the
Saya
Rift Medic,
susah
theory
dong
doesn't always
musuhnya
pan out in
Aphelios
practice.
Emilio.
What we do know is that Shun's Jarvan is something
Cuman
that
itu
Gen.G need to be
yang
afraid
bisa
of in
ngelok
the early game.
Aphelios Emilio juga
When we look
segudang.
at kind of where BLG can play in the early game, they have a lot of options. Expectations are that they would look to play through bot once again early on into the game.
Bertiga bakal main
This top
Senat
matchup is going to be
itu
super
si
interesting.
Rumble,
into
Jarvan sama
Aatrox
Renatanya.
is something that, well, we haven't
Ori
seen a
sama
huge amount of the
sayanya udah
match,
main
like the
main
Shine
sendiri.
Kok nggak tukeran cuy? Oh telat overlay-nya.
kind of finding a lot of success, especially in the late
Iya
game
anjir.
team fights.
Wanginya masih bisa
And I'm curious as to how Doran is going to match up against Bin this time around, because they tried to pitch Bin, it didn't really work. Now he's been given a champion that we know that he's comfortable on.
Bawa Quran anjir.
How are you going to manage that? Are you going to try and invest everything into shutting
Wih, itu style kayak Quran ya.
the potential cost of your bot side?
Coba kita lihat guys, pasti itu Quran nih. Tuh, Quran nggak sih? Iya nggak sih? Tuh. Quran deket masjid kok kayak gitu tuh.
So how are you going to manage that? Are you going to try and invest ahead at the potential cost of your side of the map? The pressure really is on GEN.G to come up with a solution to deal with the aggression as we get to
Alhamdulillah guys ya. Habis Jumatan bener juga sih.
They lost game 1, they elected to be on the red side, and this is what they have conjured for. So
dia habis ke masjid bagus itu nggak ada sempet apa ganti-ganti segala ya.
Exclusive worlds, emotes, and icons. Chronicler, you've been showing me you want to talk for a while as Delight steps up, but On and Yagao should be able to walk away.
Yeah, so what I wanna.
Yang boleh tak update terus di Kurohiko, boleh.
GEN.G picking red side, was this worth it? Do you feel like being on red side gave you what you wanted? And I'm gonna. It's gonna be like,
lawannya bukan tim Korea lagi, mainnya nggak damai.
I don't think that this is really making use of a lot of the powers of red side, right? Being able to get good lane mashup, so that at the very least you're gonna be able to consistently pull lane. Because Ben getting actually costing him in the arena as well, and I'm 100% certain he's giving his thumbs up. You know, Ben going for the ignite here. Do you think that is definitely the right call? Gives you so much more kill threat. So that matchup is very Rumble favored. Then Shun, after a insanely good game, is on Jarvan again.
Semenjak dibantai Cina berkali-kali di Worlds MSI itu mereka Korea jadinya adaptasi itu juga. Enggak sih, semenjak dibantai gitu di MSI Korea mereka belajar buat rusuh ya.
Gitu zaman APC itu
ya, APC terus spike APC terus spike di flex 3 lane
and I think back to game 1 and what were the issues with GEN.G's composition? Well, in terms of early game, I didn't really think that there were many issues. Peanut was going toe-to-toe, he was finding a couple of advantages, but they did fall short in the top lane 1 versus 1. Okay, that's fine, and they were struggling due to the pressure that happened on the bot side of the map. When we into the mid-game, their engage was a problem. They only had Peanut's Rel to actually start fights for them, and the problem with the Felios Azir is it's hard for them to really find opportunities by themselves. So coming into this game, I was thinking in the same line of like, well, do they now have different things? And the reality is that, okay, they have an Aatrox flank, which you could argue is a little bit more threatening than that of a Jax. But the Maokai ultimate is something that, while offering zone control, I'm not entirely sure if it's necessarily that stronger of an engage. So I'm still concerned with GEN.G's ability to actually find fights as we approach the mid-game. As you see BLG once again have priority top, they have priority bot, while mid remains relatively even.
Bete banget ya Oriana laning. Bang Lemon kapan mainnya? Itu yang lagi main pakai Kagura.
From Delight, that shield coming out, keeping Pays topped up around 300 health. The heal early here as they look for the chase. Elk and On both have their flashes. Elk already invested a ghost flash forward, twisted advance, knocked back onto On. And GEN.G played to this tune in game 1. The bailout coming out and On will be
Wajir.
And now Delight is next on the menu and Elk can turn it around. Double buff for him. It's gonna be two and a great flash for
Wah anjir. Itu damage apa? Kok meledak tadi? Kena aftershock kah?
Is terrifying. Wow, what a play from On. The fact that they just said focus Peanut, and then he brought him back into range of Elk to get that execution. If nothing else, they were going to get a 1-for-1. They turned it into 2-1. Now BLG look for the dive.
Knock up on door and he tries to flash away, but the chase is there and the ignite.
Mantap, war terus bang, mantep ini bang.
Ini mau kayak udah kayak gini udah pusing dia, farming nggak bisa soalnya.
The short span of 4 minutes, Bin's ahead. We have Pays. Yeah, he got a kill, but he's facing Elk, who got out of the gangway health here. Picked up 2 kills. And everything is on fire for GEN.G. Only 4.5 minutes in, they're 2k gold down. And even with Peanut investing the resources, the bot lane gang backfires. And on top side, he's unable to save Doran.
At MSI, it was all about Elk and Bin. It was all about these two coming up clutch. And we're going to watch back. Keep your eyes on for the most part. He's going to put an early flash. The moment that they see that, Peanut commits the flash as well. But look what they do. The ignite and the damage gets dropped onto Peanut. Then the bailout goes on to On, keeping him alive long enough to assist Elk in getting that kill. Then the flash committed from Elk. Like does the smart thing in trying to flash away. But a nice snipe from the Q means that Elk walks away with a double. And the light goes out for On.
And that is what this BLG bot lane can do to you. I think at MSI we questioned whether Elk would have a few happy moments, known for them a little bit over-eager at times to find a good play. Since then he has been so consistent. He's been such an integral part of the 15-1 record that BLG maintained through the regular season. Shun here smites away. On is looking for a little bit more. They can harass.
Mati lagi dong mereka. Mati lagi dong.
Aduh.
Udah ini mah udah. OTW final lawan Cina ini mah. Hidup.
Wouldn't have revived him, but BLG are just outplaying Gen.G.
And it's the same mistake that Gen.G made last time, but this time it backfires even more. They go all in, trying to contest. Chovy isn't level 6 yet, needs to finish his back, then teleport towards the bot side turret just to try and be a part of that play. And now Elk is free in 0, and the Drake goes over to BLG.
Now, what is Gen.G doing right now? We saw it in the previous game. They tried to fight the second Herald, and they ended up falling. They're trying to fight this dragon rather than potentially looking for a cross map. You talked about how this is something that they have often struggled with, but expectations were so high. I thought this Gen.G is different. But the pressure, it feels like that it's beginning to mount for Gen.G.
And this would be the third time in a row that this team under-delivers, right? They've been the #1 seed from the LCK for 3 years. I think finals last year, or semi-finals rather, it's understandable. DRX, their run was insane. They lost to the eventual world champion, and even though I think they struggled with a lot of the same issues, that one, that's one thing. Then BLG smashing them 3-0 after being the mega underdogs at MSI.
Yang scalingnya juga tinggal dikurung Jarvan.
And felt backbreaking, but if they would go down in the same way the third time in a row, it would be a disaster for this Gen.G, who domestically again have been the most consistent team in the LCK over the last 2 years. Even though they didn't win Spring in 2022, it was them fighting against T1, and right now we're seeing nothing. BLG are just outplaying them on every front in the early game here.
And although BLG had a few hiccups in the playoffs, he continued to impress. There's the equalizer down as Doran walks out with the World Ender, but those wings carry him back to the safety of his tower. For Gen.G as well, like, you're in Korea, man. You're in Busan, in front of your home crowd. And you are struggling. The weight of expectation grows ever stronger. As the light force low, Ignite ticking on him, but he'll be able to walk away. Shun has been spotted on this ward, though. Peanut's trying to answer, still only level 5. Shun knows it. Spotting him out, but all he really wants to do is make sure Elkanon can continue to push in. A Kraken Slayer was finished at 6.5 minutes in this game for the Xayah. And there's another plate falling to BLG. FaZe is fine, but probably doesn't feel it in the game right now.
I mean, the damage is already done, right? Because you have a composition that I'd argue in scaling and ease of execution favors BLG. Very straightforward to play. Obviously, you can jostle a little bit, rather. There are a lot of elements on Gen.G, the Azir and the Aphelios, and I think the Milio helps a little bit. But like, if the enemy is sitting on a Kraken Slayer while FaZe is sitting on Berserker Greaves and have done Cole, that's not going to be enough. The amount of blade load going over is immense, and Gen.G look even more lost in this game than they were in the last one.
My concern for Gen.G is, if FaZe doesn't have Flash, how does he survive a fight? You know, like,
that's no Tom Kench to eat him.
He doesn't.
In game 1, the whole idea behind the Tom Kench and the Java trade was that you could take FaZe away to safety, but this time around, it's going to be a different story. Of course, Gen.G already find themselves at a massive deficit, 3k goal down, and huge credit to BLG.
Bukan ketiduran, barusan merem dikit,
So
nggak
many
ngaruh.
question marks surrounding them. They fell short to LNG in the LPL playoffs. Their tournament run has not been even remotely clean, right? They they struggled against the European teams. Fnatic, they had a difficult early game. They had to find a big team fight to come back into that game. And then against G2, they looked very convincing for the large part outside of losing game 2.
Tas kena.
Now going for a bit of a trade. Nice trade.
Tinggal simpen. Wah, udah yakin tuh dia bakal skill 1 flash. Oh, nice banget. Wah, wah ngeri banget cuy.
Bin just refuses to fall. The man in the top lane, touted as one of, if not the best top laner in the world.
Makan gaji buta dari Riot ini tidak dibayar adik-adik.
6-1 in kills.
Capek cuy, tadi malam gue live. Pagi-pagi diajakin main sama Moja. Abis main ngurusin toko. Bikin konten Spirit Blossom. Abis bikin konten jaga toko. Jaga toko, makan bentar langsung live. Aduh, capek cuy. Abis ini nanti main lagi, kita main Nunu.
Bin starts off with the ignite very early on, is able to flash out of door and trying to set up for Peanut, and then Peanut door like we're already all in, we gotta try and make this work, but Shun with perfect timing, able to counter the play.
ADC juga bedanya 1.500.
The crazy thing is, Bin still needs to feel worries.
Udah gak bisa main, gak bisa landing ya.
Ih, anjir kill 3. Oh ya, tadi dia kan dapat 2 di awal tadi. Toko apa Kor? Toko top up. Halo Yongko, terima kasih telah menjadi membership selama 3 bulan.
With a little bit of exaggeration, any game we have
anjir gitu banget tuh teleport deh.
comes up towards the top lane. Chovy's gonna knock Bin back, and finally Gen.G are finding something proactive. Bin is gonna try and get his way away here. Will fall down, equalize on the way to make sure it's cleared out. Gen.G find a small glimpse of hope.
Full clear.
It's just not enough, right? And for me, the really telling thing is that when you look at this game, who are the players on Gen.G who feel like are carrying weight? It's the veterans, right? It's Peanut, who has the longest career out of any of these players. Doran is still really struggling against Bin. Chovy, I think, in his case, is playing on the zero. It's hard to really get anything going.
Halo Ifrit, terima kasih telah menjadi membership selama 11 bulan Ifrit.
And El's gonna get 8 plates at least. He's in the top lane. Shun is here with the Rift Herald as well. If they want to invest it, they could of course use it mid. You've got a minute and a half before the plates fall off. Chovy's going to try and tickle Shun.
Ini yang kalah langsung out kak. Yep.
Chovy, Peanut, and Delight trying to defend the tower. Dorman on his way up as well. Gao joins the fray. Another plate falls as Elk gets his 7th of the game. The Rift Herald now down. Elk got the tower recently enough. With his Rift Herald charge coming in, he'll be splitting that gold with his jungler. On got a piece as well. 1.5k lead now just on the AD carry.
Dan kalau yang sekarang ofensifnya tuh dapat lulu tai.
Right now for BLG, they're gonna have to throw for Gen.G to win this game. Like, you can talk about the scaling as much as you want, but I feel like Gen.G's comp this game has the same problems that it has last game because its foundation is revolving around this. And in theory, the range gives you a big advantage. But in practice, how do you get to actually leverage that range?
Yang perlu di note draft beleguk 100% counter draft Gen.G.
I mean, sure, but even then, like, I'm just sitting there thinking to myself, Rumble Ultimate is really good at separating the front line from the back line. It's also got incredible range itself. Jarvan Ultimate, EQ ult combined with the Rumble ult. You can also put an Orianna ball on top. There's a reason at Worlds this trio has been so terrifying, and Gen.G have just let them have it. And the craziest thing about it is it's not even that side of the map that built this early game lead. It's the bot lane 2 versus 2, the Xayah that's been the most terrifying. Now Chovy is in danger.
Kecepatan cuy.
Itu apa? Yang itu tuh kayak gambling. Kadang kalau timing lu pas, ya hasilnya malah berhenti di tembok. Pas Inggris gitu. Iya. Dari kemarin digituin. Kontra Jarvan gitu tuh dari kemarin banyak yang digituin.
Ultimately got it. Still a big win for BLG.
Yeah, I think Chovy there, if he gets tagged by the harpoon, was afraid that the slow plus ignite and rumble will be enough to finish him off.
Iya,
It would have. Oh yeah,
Jarvan
he has a
ulti
night
ketabrak di
harvester and
tembok
sword
kayak
bamboos.
dari kemarin gitu mulu. Ya
To be
gara-gara
respected
Jarvannya
on the
ngalangin
rumble
sih
here.
kayaknya. Kan Jarvan
And yeah,
badannya
for Gen.G, like you're now
Harusnya
looking
gara-gara kena badan
at
Jarvan dia berat.
Gara-gara kena badannya Jarvan jadinya iya berhenti di tembok gitu.
For me on a personal level,
Kemarin
not the
banyak
best,
yang
but you
digituin
gotta
soalnya.
respect what BLG have been able to do, winning every single lane.
In that MasterCard lane economy snapshot, 600 gold lead in the top lane, great. 1,000 in the jungle, 200 in the mid lane, 1.6k in the bot lane, 1.4k in the support for everything else. Obviously, there is
Jauh banget anjir.
pretty priceless game so far for BLG, hasn't it? Has
Tapi kena juga nggak mati
as well.
You upset me?
Bisa di horse.
Fun.
Ya, at least nge-flash kalau kena.
It's a struggle for Gen.G, and
Tetap gak
the
mati
problem
sih, ada
is
skill
they dug their own grave
si
here,
Renata.
and that's why I am not too.
Bisa sebenarnya.
I don't feel too sorry for them. I'll be honest. When you pick a Felios Maokai first on red side and you give up Rumble, Job, and
Kalau udah di
Oriana and
skill 2
Zaya
Renata tinggal
somehow,
dua-duanya di Sengit, soalnya udah
you
mati.
expect the game to go like this?
Gue nggak ikut nobar bang. Ya tadi itu cuy kerja. Jadi kalau sempat datang gitu.
Pace loves Zaya.
Wah gak dapat last
Really
ini.
good on the champion. Yeah. It's not like it's a situation where you have some players sometimes who don't really like the Zaya, who don't want to prioritize. That doesn't apply. And it really makes me wonder, as mentioned, Gen.G, we haven't seen a lot of them. They only played 4 games, right? And after that, they didn't play for, like, a week and a half. And right now, I feel like their mega range is...
What? What on earth? Peanut and Doran have been possessed in these last 2 games.
Ngapain dia barusan?
Storm engage in the river and Doran.
Nge-flash nggak jelas ya?
Nge-flash udah aja ulti keluar cabut.
But he just flashes in. Maybe he thought he could catch.
Udah pusing malahnya
They did have a ward in there, but now that's the 3rd Drake of the game over to BLG, and
Maaf Lek.
it is looking.
Kepencet bang, kayaknya sih kepencet ya.
Perplexed. I am. Like it has to have been what you were saying. He must have been like
Pencet juga, cuman dia mau
timing
mencet
the summon
apa,
spells and
anjir?
he just didn't press enter and I don't know man, that is a huge blunder. Herald now being dropped mid lane, that's going to unlock this tower.
Hey, I'm a glass half full kind of guy.
Oh yeah?
Wouldn't it really matter? It's fine. That's not what.
you're gonna
That's
do it
not
in
the
any
problem
game,
in this
this is the
game.
game you
Yeah,
do it.
this game is a throwaway anyway. It's fine, Doran. Don't let it get to you, man.
You know Gen.G's history better than I do, and I'll give you the benefit of the doubt of even using like before the name change, like all that. When have Gen.G reverse swept? Have they?
I don't think, because I know there's a very
Beda 6k. Iya.
I think it's like only in knockouts it's like 3 or 4.
But also just like domestically, Gen.G, do they even reverse
udah
sweep a lot
ditawarin menit
domestically?
5
They don't
pada
usually
pakai
need to
hijau
because they just
doang.
win domestically. This team is so good, and that's why it's so surprising to see them play like this.
I wouldn't say surprising. I would say frustrating. I don't think it's surprising because we've seen it happen before at MSI. But that's me. I have a bit of a personal stake. And they go.
Do find engage onto Shun. He has the flash, goes in with the focus, and now there's the TP. Also take over from On as well. He's going to catch 2. The equalizer down, and Chovy is burning in the river lava underneath the speed of Doran. Probably regretting that lack of flash now as Yagao catches him with the shockwave. The EQ combo from Shun sends him to an early
Ya
grave.
kasihan mah tadi dia nge-flash
The
kelihatan
Church of
dua orang
Chovy
lagi
is in
kan.
session. You can hear it silent here. God they're praying to doesn't seem to be listening right now.
BLG are going to use this numbers advantage to put pressure onto the mid tier 2. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to take this one, but pressure on the top side as well. This will give them full vision control. The good news for Gen.G is there really isn't anything on the map for BLG to take.
That's what we've gotten to. Yeah, there's no objective
We've
on
cast
the map.
enough EU teams versus LPL and LCK teams. We know where to go in this moment.
That's the bright side, buddy. There's not that much that they can really do off the back of that, but let's look. So Jun gets spotted thanks to the sapling, and so Gen.G see this as an opportunity to find a pick. Great ultimate onto 2, followed up by that Renata ultimate. God, so much zone control. You wouldn't think of the river as a choke point, but to Renata it definitely seems like it. And BLG, they find 2 quick kills.
I just want to reiterate, that was without their 3 and 0 AD carry.
Yeah.
Elk was not there.
Elk is suntanning on the beach in Busan right now,
Living
and
his
he's
best
just
life,
waiting
man.
for the phone call where they were like, hey, you ready
we
to
need
end
you,
the game?
Valentine.
And he'd be like, all right.
Hey, can you please make it over? He's like, but I'm having a nice time.
Yeah,
It's the last days of fall. Busan is
200
beautiful.
CS, he's Chovy and Chovy right now.
Di lo ada buyback kah? Gak ada.
we do so because this game feels pretty much donezo. Gen.G obviously can still fight back. They do have tools at their disposal. If they can get to 2-3 items, if BLG make mistakes,
3-0, kayaknya bakal 3-0 lagi sih.
Onto them, but BLG just haven't been making too many mistakes through these games. There's the Nature's Grass as Gen.G look for something. Bamming up in 10 seconds. If you find a fight here, maybe you can turn it into more. The hostile takeover being popped. Chovy dodges away from the shockwave as Peanuts in the back of the pit. Doran trying to get onto help, but yet untouched. And Doran, the warm hugs are not enough to keep him alive.
Anjir saya, bangke. Skill 3, anjir hilang. Anjir. Ini sih udah gap banget, cok. Kena bulu skill ulti aja mati aja.
About to take Baron and a resounding 2-0 lead in this series. Surely from here on out, within a minute, the Infernal Souls rolling.
The call comes through. The boys say, Elk, we need you. And without a moment's hesitation, he shows up for the squad. Look at this. They initially go onto on. The ultimate is good. The zoning shockwave from Yagao. While it does miss, it keeps phasing Chovy out of the fight. And then Doran tries to engage isolated. Elk starts off there, but he says, I'm not done quite yet. Flashes in, knows that Gen.G is on the retreat, and with his ultimate, finishes off the bot lane of Gen.G. Fantastic performance from him. 6-0-0 on the Xayah. He has a 700 bounty to his name. But I don't think anyone from Gen.G will be claiming that anytime soon.
10,500 gold, now the lead for BLG. 21 minutes into the game. The Infernal Soul spawning in 20 seconds. Maybe Gen.G can find one last bastion of defense around it, but
bolanya udah ke pressure parah. Iya. Iya, gara blunder tadi itu anjir. Dapat 2 dia.
And I really do feel like that we're seeing the return of the regular season BLG. It's been a bit of an up and down.
Jadi snowball parah.
Since their playoffs, but this team, when they get a lead, they look like one of, if not the best team in the world. They are just so ruthless with how aggressive they are off the back of these early game advantages.
Infernal Soul lagi kan makin meledak. Oh, ya,
waduh, miss tuh bang.
Kalau kena mati itu anjir. Wah, samanya.
Anjing. Skill 2-nya aja begitu anjing.
Udah nggak takut. Apalagi
dia tadi juga mungkin kaget sama damage. Anjing ternyata sakit cok. Gaskun lah katanya. Kok dibiarin pulang sama Oriananya? Nggak ngerti makro nih Oriana cuy. Seenggaknya mereka bisa nahan ini dulu. Anjing. Tengin dulu nggak sih bang? Kenapa nggak ditengin sama si Zuan ini?
Lagi itu di knockback sama si Mokai dipisahin.
Ngetengin itunya turretnya tadi.
Ya tadi pas si Rumble-nya si Jarvannya mau masuk ke turret, dia di knockback sama Mokai.
Only the cannon minions surviving here, but BLG makes the push a little bit harder. It looks like they will finally disengage.
BLG have done the damage that they need to. The gold lead, nearly 13k now. Not that it really matters at this point. And this is just a slaughter. What is there really to break down? Yagao generating pressure on the top side of the map. Jun engages onto Doran. He gets executed. Hayes is forced to flash away on the right-hand side of the fight. And while Bin does drop, On goes for a bit of a cheeky flash play. The knock-up on a Chovy means that he loses his life as well. BLG just systematically dismantling Gen.G.
And you can see from some of these fights, if it was a more even battleground, Gen.G would have a chance TP away. Doran will escape. No CC there, unable to get the
Hey! He makes it out!
I gotta take the wins. See these small advantages. That's a very Westerner approach.
I mean, yeah, as you earlier said, like what do you say?
Bang, gimana nih bang? Bisa suran gak sih bang? Next game bang.
Gen.G, as mentioned, picked red side. What did they have to show for it? Basically nothing. Except
Item 4 aja bisa boleh nggak bang ini?
Faced with a 2-0 Zaya, like 4 minutes into the game, and BLG are about to set up for a extremely strong position in this best of 5.
I wonder if Gen.G will switch over to the blue side once again.
You gotta
imagine. They do have side selection for the final game. Maybe bring a different rabbit out of the hat than this. The draft, not the easiest for them to execute. Now, the mid lane inhibitor tower, the target for BLG. No Baron for them, though, makes the siege a little bit harder. Super Minions pushing in bot wave, but second will join its comrade as Dorwin goes across to push that back out. Will take him a little bit of time, but it looks like BLG satisfied with what they've got for now. Just want to deny the jungle, deny this red, deny everything from Gen.G.
So it looks like the BLG are just going to wait for the Baron. They're so strong at this point that they can probably 2 or 3 man it. So you can just have Bin sit in the jungle and try and zone away Gen.G. Maybe have On work with him as well, while the other 3 members of BLG just secure the objective. You can see that Shun not even choosing the base, still has his control ward available. Full vision denial on the top side of the map. Gen.G just, they don't see anything. It is completely dark on this top side. Chovy's too scared to even last hit, because he, like, there's no way Shun's still in the jungle, right? Right? Nope, he's still there, and he will be spotted now. He wants to try and protect this vision. The bot wave pushing in as well, thanks to the super minions. No TP available for Doran, means that Chovy's going to be forced to go and answer it. Blue buff being picked up by YGY, who's now level 16 as well. Gen.G need a miracle steal, and even then they need another one.
I mean, look at the item discrepancies, right? Chovy doesn't even have a mythic. Hayes is sitting on like 2.5, whereas Elk is approaching 4. Shun, obviously, monstrously strong, has the Shojin finish as well. Gen.G, it's a 13k gold deficit here. You're fighting against Infernal Soul. Even with a steal, I don't think
BO
it's
berapa? BO 5.
Even if it's a steal, you get the fight that you look for, but Peanut decides against flashing in, trying to smite the Baron. Super Minions pushing in the bottom lane. Reset starting to happen from YGY. He can TP into these supers. Baron built them up quickly, instead TPs to the mid lane to join his team, because he knows Chovy has to answer the minions battering down the base. Shun goes forward with the flag and drag, and that's another inhibitor.
Minion di TB sama 1 minion doang anjir.
And happily taken by BLG. Time is running out for Gen.G, at least in this game. Maybe in Worlds, if they can't find a way to fight back against BLG in Game 3.
BLG were underdogs at MSI. They're underdogs here.
Next game sudah boleh kasih win aja sih.
They stand strong, and they're looking to go to match point against Gen.G.
It has been destruction, demolition. The most one-sided series we have seen in a while here at Worlds. Peanut has to flash away. The Cataclysm in will end Chovy's day, and now Doran and the rest of Gen.G can only stand and watch on the fountain, but even there they are not safe.
Selamat menikmati YGY game adik-adik. Ngeri kali Bang Beleguk.
2-0. Game number 1, it felt was at least in the early game a little bit even.
Gue pengen bikin jaket kayak Gen.G ini, keren jaketnya cok.
Very nicely
Varsity-nya.
In this one though, every single lane stopped.
They really did. As we head to break and match point for BLG, let's check out some behind-the-scenes footage of our daily teasers thanks to the Oppo Cam.
Gak usah dilihat replay bang, gak usah, makin sakit hati bang. Next aja.
Lo kan itu rehat dulu, timnya bentar bang katanya. Ada waktu buat bahas.
Nah ini mah yang kemarin. Aduh banyak.
Gue pencet skip iklan. Ayo iklan apa dulu nih? Oppo nih. Kalau enggak iklan laptop ada nggak sih hari ini? Red Bulls dulu nih.
Masih bisa Red Bull dulu kalau udah gini-gini. Enggak juga sih.
Red Bulls bayarannya mahal coy. Kalau Nunu kayaknya enggak cuy. Oh, National Geographic kayak ini.
Rakio dulu ya.
Oh, ini keren nih musiknya. Keren kayaknya tempatnya anjir buat duduk gitu. Tapi lantai agak kurang bagus sih. Nah, ini nih tempat nonton kayak gini ada nggak sih di Indonesia? Nggak ada ya? Tuh Cinema Center Centum City. Jas, ini nobar kita nih. Pick itu Kur, biji lu pick. Pick me. Adventure Busan. Nah, ini Cisco nih, Ini yang kulkas nih. Mana tadi yang nyari ini kan kulkas, guys? Ada WRL di sini nih. Jangan salah. Nah, tuh WRL tuh icons tuh. Itu yang ungu sendiri di tengah.
Oh iya.
Aman-aman dipecah. Kemarin Kria pakai bar GG loh. Ih cuy, gua nggak nobar pas itu.
Tim nomor satunya LPL siapa?
Ini Gen.G.
LPL.
LPL mah dia DG. Tapi yang 1-2 di BLG emang ada
Peraturan.
Yeah, I think I have a much better plan. We switched to my
Dua-duanya
plan from
sama-sama
Verizon.
kuatnya tuh kayak on par gitu.
Get my plan starting at just $25 when you bring your own phones. Plus, save when you add perks like the Disney bundle. It's your Verizon. How do we keep
Siapa lagi?
Iklan Odo.
Warnanya kuning-kuning gini.
Oh iya Odo. Odo.
Skor 0-2.
Mau 3.
3 lagi sini kayaknya cuy.
Berarti besok tuh jadi Jilon KT. Ya itu juga udah pasti menang GBG sih, nggak mungkin. Kayaknya ada nggak mungkin yang menang KT.
Bisa bang mati lampu itu.
Kalau mati lampu
Caster
kan
pulang cepat kayak ini.
ya.
Yoi.
Satu tempat.
Dimatiin itu PC GEN.G itu. Mampus lagi enggak?
Kayaknya ganti host ntar.
Kalau minum Red Bull bisa carry tim Kur. Bisa. Kasihan fans Gen.G yang pada datang. Gak apa-apa lah. Pulang bareng sih soalnya. Full bar. Just tip cuy. Info skor itu skornya no. Ini selesai bangkrut persiapan main Song of Nunu kah? Tidur dulu baru jam 8 mungkin baru main Song of Nunu. Kemarin pada bilang udah mau tamat katanya anjir. Padahal gue gameplay gue baru 5 jam anjir, masa 5 jaman doang.
Banyak side quest-nya kaki. Yang
ada side quest dia.
Oh iya. Nggak tahu juga, tapi emang rata-rata beberapa Riot Games kayak pertama kita sih yang
enggaknya 10 jam lah gitu.
Lu bakal lihat ini live Kuro yang kemarin Nunu ini. Kayak ini Cok, main SpongeBob.
ya lebih ke apa ya? Gue tuh lupa namanya.
Mainnya WR, nontonnya LOL PC, benar.
Terus item LOL PC-nya dipakai di WR aja, pusing.
Aduh iya.
Rooted up, Shun is on his way. The equalizer down and Dorman's burning. Bin trying to turn it around and Dorman will fall first and Peter's buried next to his brother as BLG strike. Dorman trying to get onto Elk but out yet untouched. And Dorman, the warm hugs are not enough to keep it
Lihat tuh, nah yang ini tadi nih.
Sup.
Mulut kebuka tuh kak.
Itu kebuka tuh antara kecewa atau anjir lah. Apa enggak?
Wih lagi berdoa anjir.
Itu yang cewek.
Ya Allah. Easy banget cuy katanya.
I'm stunned a little bit as well, I have to say,
Itu
with
bandot
how
kah?
the series has went, and particularly kind of Gen.G moving on to the red side and then giving us their worst game of the tournament.
Sejokes.
Now they chose blue side, and where do we go?
Kok ada baju Gen.G tuh? Lagi ritual.
Big surprising thing here as we like again
Mentah-mentah.
is definitely the Rumble pick for Bin. Not because you're like, this is not a strong pick. These are actually 3 amazing picks to get for BLG. It's just, Dagda and I looked at each other, we're like, Bin doesn't play Rumble. He's never played Rumble. Like, okay, let's see how good this is going to end up.
And we saw like Hysterics tweet out like, this has never been played before at all by Bin. And the fact as well, I got a quick hit from one of the Chinese fans that reached out to me to say, look, there was an interview by Bin as well on the Chinese side that was like, I hate Rumble. I don't want to play it. I don't want to play against it. I want nothing to do with this champion. And now he's bringing it out in the quarterfinals of Worlds to catch everyone by surprise.
I have some really bad news for Bin. Not only was this pick super strong, but he played it well.
Yeah.
So,
Jadi dia nggak main Rumble.
I always feel like, if players haven't played a champion, it doesn't mean they can't play it. They invest some time into it. And here, you pointed out, it's so perfect. They see
Tiba-tiba main Rumble.
he's not moving at all. That is an easy hot pot.
Terus mainnya juga bagus.
Plus Oriana, plus Rumble. They just blew out of the water.
It was horrible for Gen.G. Time is running out for them, and every second counts thanks to the reliable Cisco network. BLG's bot lane survives with a sliver of HP to give Elk a huge lead in the early game.
Nah ini tadi nih ya.
So sick to see Peanut actually done some really clever pathing to make his way back down to this bot side. But then you see on the second Peanut goes on to flashes forward. He gets the bailout as well. And from that, Elk is able to step back into position where he's able to catch the light with the fingers on the pullback as well to snipe him down. This was such a sick play from BLG, and every second mattered in that moment.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I was going to say, like, I think, Kobe, you said it best at the top of the day where you were like, it's going to be Elk and it's going to be Bin. And here we saw Elk and On just making a straight-up outplay in a 2v3. And that definitely set the tone for this game.
It certainly did. And what do you do when your bottom lane makes outplays and then the top side of the map also makes outplays with top and jungle? I believe.
Setelah beli wildcard di klinik Kurohiko langsung WS main WildRift. Alhamdulillah.
As you saw, the stats did not die.
Gen.G mau top up.
And you're gonna get a lot more repeats for Bin.
Biar win Gen.G.
Good first Rumble game ever.
Yeah, I also think like this comes right after that bot lane outplay, right? So then you have
Tas.
this coming up.
Ini yang
The
di flash
big
tadi.
thing for BLG as well is that they have been so consistently ahead in all of their lanes in terms of turret plays and overall pressure, and they've been playing so well around these like mid-game team fighting teams.
And Yagao has not been a liability whatsoever for this team in the mid lane. There has been no.
What the fuck?
So it's so
Aduh bang, yang kanan mukanya anjing banget tuh.
It's the Yagao factor, you know. You don't really think about him, but he always does a great job. But here in the
Pas pindah ke muka aslinya kayak kampret banget.
you were the only analyst that had the right prediction, and thus you are the smartest person on this desk.
I mean, I did have BLG winning, but I think I actually should change it. It should be 6-0, 3-0 MSI,
Right. Control yourself over here.
3-0 at Worlds.
We didn't get any of that, but
Tadi 4 dragon juga kan ya?
in any case, you changed your prediction. You already were correct, but now you're maybe even more correct or very wrong.
I mean, you gotta trust Bin.
Itu jungle yang
He called it 3-0 both times. BLG win.
Are they gonna get overzealous? Gen.G have selected the blue side, so they're going back. This could be the LCK first seed getting knocked out by BLG again. Emily, what do you think?
I think actually they need to take away the Jarvan
Hidis.
from Shun. I think Shun has had like, and this is no slight to Peanut, who we talked about.
Kok
Like,
gelasnya nggak ada sponsornya, Cok? Mentang-mentang
really
kalah aja.
It didn't work out because of an outplay. He had a really good early game in game 1. I do think that Shun has also performed exceptionally on this J4 pick. It gives BLG everything they want for him to play around his lanes, especially because the compositions they've been playing rely on them to snowball early and then
Iya udah rame orang, Cok. Kasian,
So yeah, I
Cok.
would try honestly to take him off of that.
Alienware Monster. Mungkin karena sponsornya Monster kali ya, nggak boleh ini cuy. Minumnya Red Bull.
Manhandled Doran. There's been absolutely nothing that Doran's been able to fight back against. Even when he gets the pressure coming through from Peanut, it is still going Bin's way, and he hasn't even got picks like the Jacks that we were as worried about. Even if you try to go back to something like an Orin, he's got things like Gwen. It feels like this matchup is just so one-sided.
I mean, time to start turning off some monitors up there or something, maybe to get a little edge.
Maybe if that's the only way to go for Gen.G, I think it's pretty desperate times. We're going to get into the draft. I'm going to kick it over to the casters. Mao, do you still believe?
Of course I believe.
Di bench
There's
saya.
be some adjustments, both in draft and in play.
Mending habisin aja ADC-nya sih, saran gue bang.
Gen.G
Kalau nggak jungle-nya.
Was that convincing? Was that
That was incredibly convincing.
Ambil
As
ini
convincing as
kesatu.
when we, support EU teams
Ambil
versus
Jarvan
LPL.
doang.
up until the point where I started to
Kalau
second guess
dikasih
myself,
jalan
it was
lagi
good.
kayaknya
Thank you.
udah
Rumble ban
naik.
hit from BLG.
Itu avatar lo tenggelam apa gimana ya? Ini mode pala doang.
First pick, right?
It has to be.
I think so. You would think so.
I think
Rakan permaben iya anjir.
for a third time in a row. I think that he's just too
Di
effective
late,
on the pick.
rakannya ngeri ya.
All right,
Okay, instead.
they don't agree.
Request hero aja.
Bear in mind that Oriana also.
Okay.
At first I was like, oh, Chovy's giving away Oriana. Like, he doesn't need it. Now I'm starting to question if he actually plays the champ. Because, like, the fact that they haven't prioritized
Kasih satu lah buat Gen.G. Jangan.
is very surprising. Because unsurprised, like, you should just get Jarvan and Oriana, right?
I wouldn't mind it. I really
Cuman itu tadi pasti mikir dia mau combo ADC sama sesuatu
see
itu.
what Gen.G end up with here, because I do agree. I think that it, especially after the games
Kalista
that
bagus sih
Shun
kalau udah
has
kayak
had
gini.
in this series thus far,
Oh,
plus how
dulu,
good that
mereka
1-2
priori.
of Oriana and Jarvan has been.
Kata DC
I don't think you can just give that away.
banyak.
And I don't think
Emang boleh? Emang boleh? Woi, udah pede nih cuy, easy win.
It's a Hail Mary.
Itu Jovi-nya ngomong sini
Obviously,
Yone
Chovy's
gue
Yone
menangin.
is a thing of legend, but I still feel like we haven't really seen him put out the performances that he's been able to domestically. Well, and it's now or never. They are down 0-2. He's playing a champion that
Santai. Copot nanti Rahang.
I think also the games just haven't been about
Chovi's
been getting the Gareth Flash a couple of times. We've seen
teased me with a few
it hasn't been about mid at all. It's been top and bot that have dictated the pace of these games. Locked in alongside the Orianna and the Jump, BLG, Yone, Aatrox, and Maokai the first phase for Gen.G. So now we move on to AD carry bans. Zeri taken away by BLG. There's the Aphelios. Zaya already banned.
Aphelios.
Do we see a Jinx ban? Do we see an Ashe ban? Do we see it falling all the way down to the Caitlyn or even the Draven if you want to be a little bit spicy? Maybe actually even a Ziggs for Paige. You have a very AD heavy topside. I know it's not something he too commonly played, but the Ziggs could work well depending on what AD
For fun di penghabisan.
BLG do a bit of a shotgun composition where they just kind of want to go in, and with the Draven ban, definitely does suggest that they're looking perhaps for something a little bit weaker during the laning phase. The Kalista now taken away from Gen.G as well, so what direction will Elk look to go for? Oh! Caitlyn. Alright, fair enough. Well, it doesn't necessarily have to be the Lux, of course. It could be a variety of things. But yeah, the Caitlyn, the fact that it exists now puts pressure on your support pick because of the flexibility that Caitlyn has.
I wonder if the Light can support this one. I feel like it's all or nothing, but you're already in a very dire situation. And as good as I think the Light, a lot of his engaged champs are, the Rakan isn't available. Maybe you can go for the Kai'Sa but doesn't really inspire a lot of confidence compared to any of the, literally if you don't get the early all-in, like your laning phase is going to be an absolute hell.
Really struggles in the lane if you start to be rest down. Braum as well. Oh, they thought it was going to be a Lux, but Braum into Naught is an absolute delight for On, not for Delight. In fact, it will be despair for Delight against On, who will very much be on in this game, not turned off by picking the Braum into the Nautilus in this final draft. Game 3 and we have our drafts. Gentlemen, what do we think?
Braum kemarin mati guys di Nunu. Song of Nunu. Dia diserang Lissandra terus dia jatuh ke jurang. Nggak tahu udah kemana.
Then you have again the combo of the Orianna and the Jarvan. Shun has had an incredible series thus far. I think the only upside is that, you know, I think the Braum is better into Nautilus, but 2v2 is a little bit less impressive than Lux, so that's something, but if that's what you're looking at, things are not good, and I think Gen.G needs
overlay-nya pemalas anjing, tuker weh.
if they want to have a shot in this one.
I don't love Yone into Renekton. Not like that. Obviously, they're not actually playing against each other in the matchup. I mean, like, when it comes into the team fights later on, I think Renekton is just so obnoxious for Yone to play.
Kayaknya itu masih nyariin dulu overlay.
I will say that like Gen.G have changed it up. Their team fighting, I feel like that independently, like their players now have a lot more agency to do things. They're not reliant on a good engage from Peanut. They also just have more engage options because Delight is on a melee
Pasti nggak mati, champion punya plot armor.
I'm optimistic that Gen.G can just do more because they have more tools to do more.
Anda belum tahu Braum itu plot armornya setebal badannya. Emang apa plot armornya?
Kan di lore belum mati. Plot armornya itu kali.
You guys can collect your League of Legends account with Prime Gaming to grab the exclusive Braum W emote.
To grab eksklusif Braum emote.
Champions of Spring go to MSI, counted as one of the favorites. End up losing to BLG 3-0 in what was a shock defeat at the time. Champions of Summer go to Worlds as one of the two favorites. End up losing to BLG in a shock defeat once again. I think, although some people did have BLG as possible winners of this tournament, I don't think of this series. Sorry, I don't think many people had them as probable winners of this series.
I think you'd be far-reached, far-stretched, one of those phrases. To find someone that would predict.
No respect, cuy.
Coming into this series, especially when you just kind of look at the games of Worlds, Gen.G was undefeated.
3-0 mulu ya dari kemarin, Kur.
Iya. One of the favorites coming into the tournament, and then they just demonstrated that at every stage of the tournament. Whereas BLG had some very up and down performances, even in some of their wins. They looked very chaotic and messy, and against T1, they got absolutely smashed in both games. It shouldn't come as a surprise that BLG were doubted. Their performance in this series has been incredible. And huge credit to Bin. His flexibility in the top lane, he was targeted, he brought out the Rumble in last game, and, you know, to me it looked like that He was every other Rumble main we've ever seen. He had a very clean performance. And Jun now getting his hands on the Jarvan once more. Let's see what he can do with it. Full clear on the top side once again. Don't be surprised, though, to see him immediately path towards bot.
Yeah, has done it in game number 1 as well, right? Just clear your entire top side, then path straight towards the bottom half of the map. It's Chovy taking a turret shot. There you go. Winning the mental war, emoting. And I'm pretty sure in the last game as well, because of the event at the beginning of the year, every player on the green side they got their own emote, right? I'm pretty sure Yagao was flashing Chovy's own emote head in the last game, which that's got a sting, right? You're
which,
up
considering
2-0.
mid has had like very little impact in this series, ballsy play, I respect it.
A lane that has had a lot of impact is bot lane. Elk and on getting the push early on here. Talked a little bit about how it's basically impossible for Nautilus to play effectively into the Braum.
Oh, is that looking bot lane for a dive at level 3?
What a surprise! He might even just be looking to catch out Hina, who will spot him as he comes through with the flag and drag, knocks him back. The sapling doing a
Ini
bit of work as well.
udah ngasal aja ini anjir, kemana-mana.
So he's creating an interesting dynamic.
Udah ngerasa jungle dia.
Divided between what he should do, move to assist the jungle, or
Balik
stay
lagi kan.
And now Shun is just reapplying that pressure, knowing that Yagao has the health advantage in mid. On has now made his way across. And it's just Shun playing around the pressure that he has. Chovy's likely going to be forced to TP. No smite coming out from Peanut means that he's going to lose his red buff.
And Pays and Delight couldn't move as quickly. Like, Delight can because he can lose a little bit of that XP as the wave crashes in, but Pays really wants to be there for the gold, for the experience, and there was a massive wave underneath his tower.
It's good usage as well of the weakness of the Yone, right? Like the first 6 levels are just not going to be fun. Chovy's trying to counter trade as much as he can.
Apakah kalau DK tidak lolos berarti lagu buat finalnya diganti Paranoia? Enggak dong anjir. Diganti lagu stun.
Looking at like Jarvan and Braum, whose early game is obviously extremely dominant. There isn't really an opportunity for Gen.G to find any counterplay back there, and BLG generating some early leads yet again.
Not too monumental as of yet. Can sometimes feel like the flow of a single game kind of follows the flow of the series, but so far Gen.G are in an okay position, a CS lead for Chovy in fact in the mid lane.
Yeah, props to Chovy, doing well. He's going to buy a bunch of daggers. Always makes me laugh seeing those pickups.
It's General Grievous, man. He's got his lightsabers, he's ready for a fight. They're all blue, so he's been killing the good side.
How many is it? 6?
I don't know.
He's getting close.
I think General Grievous's collection just expands.
Yeah,
Depends what you count as canon as well, really.
Sure, yeah. I don't want to get into that. I'm not too well read up on that.
Nor am I.
Why would you engage the conversation?
Because I was hoping the conversation would end after I made the joke.
Scaling. Wis, 3 tuh item attack speed itu.
That's your prerogative. But maybe we talk about the quarterfinal that's happening in front of our eyes.
No, we can stick on that topic. Continue, Mao, it's fine.
I mean, like, Star Trek.
Very little action is happening in this early game. Jun wasn't able to find any
Maju
early
dikit
game.
disenggol bola.
And Gen.G's happy because they don't find themselves at a massive goal deficit, only 5 minutes in. So what are your thoughts on Star Trek?
No. Actually, I have a serious point to make. I want to talk about Peanut because even though this series he's been abysmal, one of his biggest strengths. I mean, he has been.
I mean, that's fair. His biggest ruthless. I respect it.
His biggest strengths domestically has been dealing with early pressure really well, and it's been something that he's always been very vocal about. And it is the mental resiliency of Gen.G within individual games domestically that make it all the more jarring to see how this series have gone thus far, right? Because I think game number 1, you know, that it's a tough loss, but you made a couple of big mistakes. You should be able to kind of just adapt from that as Shun is moving towards the bot lane, but not going to risk anything. So that looking to start the Drake with double prio, should be able to.
And BLG have been playing really well around their bot lane prio in terms of early objective stacking. It's a 22-minute soul, I believe, in game 2.
They have actually gotten every single dragon.
Oh, not a single dragon.
Dragon lagi, dilepas lagi aja bang, santai mah.
I don't know what the dragon takes for MSI, but I wouldn't be surprised if...
Like, if you want to play bot lane to dragon, having the bot lane that always gets the push helps you out a huge amount as we see the dragon secured for BLG. Shun getting that one. You can see Peanut on the top side of the map. Finn did develop a little bit of a lead, but always been able to bring that back. It's still a 14 CS lead for the BLG top laner. And the struggles that we saw at MSI continue.
I mean, overall, this early game has been very tame compared to what we've been seeing so far in this series. Chovy, again, doing very well in terms of farm. Bot lane as well, Pays doing a very good job. Flash.
Oh, the anti-synergies all over the place! Oh, Gen.G were just not on the same page. They weren't even reading from the same hymnal. That was diabolical.
It was awful.
And these are the type of moments that, particularly in game 3, when you're down 0 and 2, can make the big difference.
Replay nggak sih, Bang?
Not even remotely on the same page there.
Yagao even hit them with the emote, the yawning Teemo, you know. And that's the most disrespectful, because Yagao didn't even do anything.
He got to flash because they missed it.
Yeah, it was just Gen.G.
Ini efek mental Bumunda 2-0
At first
gitu.
it was a bit of a meme, you know, that they get to quarters or semis, then they, you know, they choke, they falter. And then last year happened where they lost to DRX, and you can rationalize, well, DRX is having the tournament of their life. But now, like, it's going to be very difficult for Gen.G to shake this perception around them, because it doesn't matter how they perform domestically when you're the LCK first seed. The expectations that fall on your shoulders are astronomical. They are not meeting or living up to those expectations.
And the weight of those expectations when you are
Ngetain mobile carry kan jadinya lockdown
when you are
keluar.
expected to beat the second seed from the LPL, when you are the favorites coming in, only extenuate those circumstances as the Nature's Grasp comes out. Smoke secured by Peanut as they look to the engage world end. And Chovy with a great base seal locks up 2.
Wih, nice banget tuh anjir. Wombo.
For Gen.G and signs of life here in Busan.
There you go, doesn't have flash because of the earlier play. We'll see if Peanut can extend, but you
Jing hilang.
Peanut goes Timber, ace and all onto light. Fisher going wide, but flash into the field over Peacemaker is enough for BLG in the bottom lane.
The trap placement from Elk was crazy there. There was no effort to light to go. Bit more chip damage coming down onto Pays, but BLG are the ones to overstep, but it's still BLG the walk away with a kill advantage thanks to the bot lane 2v2. Gen.G, as you said, Medic, showing some signs of life, finding a good skirmish around the Herald, and they secured the objective, so definitely still ways for them to find leads in this early game.
And you go. Punishing the overextension from Peanut really beautifully there, right? Has his ultimate still available, and even without the flash, a lot was invested. And the reason why this works out for him is because both Doran and Chovy basically throw everything at the Renekton and Jarvan there. We've seen a lot of engages on Aatrox not really work out. This is another example. They're able to take down the Renekton. The fact that Shun survives, actually a really big win for BLG. But here, Peanut, like, you don't have the health.
I don't think he was expecting that damage. I mean, he had the passive, right? So he thought W into Q maybe. But look at that trap placement there from Elk. Like, where does the light go? He's like, I'm trapped, I'm stuck. Gets ulted on, and then the flash, the ignite wasn't even. I mean,
yeah, they used a lot more than they needed to get.
But hey, they made it work.
Itu trap tadi anjir. Mati dong.
Charge onto Elk. He still has
Oops.
Where's he gonna dash to?
Gila. Tuh, Bang. Jangan 2-1 dong, Bang. Ada yang mau tidur nih, Bang. Betulan nih.
Look at the faces of the Gen.G fans. Cautious optimism for now. They will equalize the kills, and Pays getting a crucial one will help close the goal gap between him and Elk. He needs those plates, and he's going to get some gold off the back of that. So a much-needed play there for Gen.G. Delight finds his opportunity.
Soul down, pull back with a shockwave, but he can dash away. The base seal blocked and Chovy will fall every time Gen.G get on the board. BLG answer.
And Chovy got a bunch of help, wasn't able to take down Yagao. Yagao gets one gank, says thank you very much, is able to pick up the counter kill. Credit again to
answer.
And Chovy got a bunch of help, wasn't able to take down Yagao. Yagao gets one gank, says thank you very much, is able to pick up the counter kill. Credit again to Shun, right? Blocking. Yeah, that turns out then makes a lot better. We do see, as mentioned, the fact that Pays at least is playing in this game helps a little bit, but the Gen.G can get another play going here, as the Drake has been started to expect for BLG to retake the series.
Possibilities.
Hashtag emang efek
There's the Glacier Fisher. Nature's Guards used, they all line up good. Onto the back line as the TP's now invested from either side. Chobi trying to come in from the top side of the fight, but Doran's already dead.
Itu langsung hilang, Cok. Sedikit lagi.
But only 100 HP left now on the Gen.G AD carry.
And Gen.G is a team that usually is so on the same page, but there they weren't. Chovy
Yo, bisa yo BLG. BLG.
Immaculately punished by BLG, were able to pick up the kills and surely pick up the dragon as well.
I mean, that response from Bin, we saw him do this so much in the G2 series, the rate at which he's able to react to a TP to make these cross maps happen. The moment he sees that Doran TP come through, he joins the rest of his team, and Yagao having that priority in mid, forcing, I mean, getting that kill onto Chovy, delayed his involvement, and Gen.G again going for a fight that they think they can win, but the numbers aren't in their favor. You can see the TP, Yagao's already here, Chovy's catching this mid wave, and Gen.G's saying, well, if we TP in, Bin's forced to stay underneath this tower, but he just abandons the wave top lane. He doesn't care, he wants to be in the fight.
It's also Delight going in when no one else on the team is ready, right? So he's going in, there's no actual follow-up on the damage. Everyone just stands behind Grom. BLG, again, denied the dragon. Still nothing when it comes to those for Gen.G in this series.
BLG playing really well around cooldowns as well. No ultimate for Pays, no ultimate for Delight in that fight because they had been used to catch out Elk, and now Pays, no summoners as well for the next 4 minutes or so. BLG, 1,000 gold ahead. Chovy trying to do everything he can to get ahead on this Yone, but already Leandri's complete for Yagao. Doran trying to keep Bin at bay. He's doing an okay job of it, but the rest of the team crumbling a little bit around him. I mean, the whole team's just crumbled throughout this series. Doran has exemplified that. No team games 1-2, no TPs, as you say. Delight trying to step forward. They can hold. They had the killer instinct at the depth charge, but Delight.
Oh my god.
Yagao's on his way as well.
These Caitlyn picks at this tournament have been incredibly oppressive. We did see NRG try to answer it yesterday with the Ezreal Karma to, honestly, in the laning phase, great effect, but the level of harassment that this champion can provide is so difficult to deal with, and Gen.G have felt the pressure. 2K is the goal lead now for BLG, and with 2 dragons up, Chronicler, you already talked about it. Gen.G haven't even been able to taste a dragon this series, as BLG have just controlled that objective with this early game dominance that their bot lane 2v2 consistently finds.
And right now we see Gen.G making a position. I feel like something that I want to highlight as well. To me, I feel like Gen.G haven't truly won a single skirmish, right? It's always been a 1-for-1 or a 1-for-2, or they get the objective but they lose on the cross map. And it's something that they usually were very consistent in. Would be the case here as BLG would give up the Herald.
I think part of it is exemplified here. If BLG had been doing that Rift Herald, Gen.G would have run into them, trying to take the fight. We don't think we can win the fight of the Rift Herald, so we'll let you have that. We'll go down towards the bottom side. Yagao is pushing in. We'll gain control of your bottom side jungle, maybe even take a tier 2 off this, because you have to go the long way round to get down here. And if Chovy then overstepped into his own jungle, he'd be caught out. So they lose the red buff, they lose their bot side jungle, and yes, Gen.G got the Rift Herald, but BLG didn't give them any more than they needed to in that situation.
BLG just controlling the map very well right now, taking their time, using their pressure. Yagao has the TP bot lane. Doran in a position to go for a fight, but been respecting it, knowing that his side is the weak side. Pina going to interrupt some bases here, just to be a little bit more annoying. But overall, BLG continue to look good here in this early game, and we talk about the pressure, it only continues to mount, but I am more optimistic that Gen.G have a few more options in this mid game.
Yeah, it feels a lot more like game number 1 as opposed to game number 2. Game number 2, obviously, not a lot to be done. I also want to highlight the one upside of that play towards bot side, where BLG got the dragon, is that it actually equalized the top half of the map, right? So Bin gets his team ahead, but it does mean that Dora now does have an item lead. We'll see if he's able to use that, though. We remember in game number 1 on the Jax, he got an early kill as well. That didn't really translate to a whole lot. And I think this dragon in a minute is going to give us a really good indication of whether this series is going to continue. Because Gen.G, they have the power, the backline dive. Will they actually be able to execute? We haven't really seen it thus far this series. And all the sums on BLG are available as well. So the CC chain needs to be immaculate. And then, you know, thinking back to that mid lane play, I'm a I'm a little worried.
We'll see. Maybe things have rectified themselves over the last few minutes. 30 seconds.
Kuro tidur kah? Enggak.
A cloud soul here for us, fitting for Gen.G, a comfort zone perhaps. Maybe they can fight back on their home turf. BLG have vision.
Udah menit 17 nih bang, boleh gas-gas dulu nggak sih? Geng-geng dulu gitu. Halo Jeno, terima kasih game membershipnya Jeno.
Powerful, but not as much as an infernal or a hextech or an ocean or a mountain. Basically, it's more powerful than a Kentech Soul, and not much more. I think it's
really underestimating Cloud.
Really?
I just want to highlight Pays interrupting Jun's back there. He wanted to get a cheeky base off before the dragon started, but not going to result in a huge amount.
Bang, kenapa baru dikeluarin bang heraldnya bang? Biar kontes dragon bang. Aduh, tapi platingnya udah hilang nih bang.
Yeah, TP's actually going to come out from bin to answer.
Herald kedua emang udah hilang.
Alright, here we go. Third dragon of the game. It's Gen.G.
Bang, ingat di game ini heraldnya 2 kali ya.
I think BLG are actually just going to give this one up.
Yep, they just decide top lane tower is more important. Bin make sure they don't lose the turret off it as well. So it's a trade for a tower trade across the map. Also vision control.
Syukuran gak sih harus ada musik mas itu tuh master kata nih. Neneng.
Not too much of it.
Dragon pertama GEN.G hari ini.
How much they got because obviously we see the Oriana there, but there's the TP. Nature's Glass coming out as collapse onto Peanut was a possibility, but in the end doesn't bear fruition.
Small win there for Gen.G on specifically the teleport, but yeah, BLG still going to be happy with the trade. Giving up a single Drake. TP coming in. They want to hold onto this turret.
Chovy has TP as
Oke.
no wards behind him to get to.
Gak sanggup ke defend anjir.
Trap lineup.
Itu trap capnya udah begitu gimana cara
Dipala
lagi, nggak boleh lewat bos.
Garis Wush, nice.
Bisa gitu.
No, ini skornya bakal 1-2, no.
And they notice that Yagao and Shun are just kind of lackadaisically walking through the river. Great awareness though from Yagao. You'll notice that he takes a step back. He's actually hesitant and so might be in the brush. Unfortunately, the hook connects on the Shun, which is all Delight needs to then connect the ultimate. Pays with the quick follow-up means that Gen.G get themselves another kill.
Yeah, see there as well. Even though Kaisa has dropped someone in priority with Zaya being a lot better in a mirror matchup, and then also new answers in the form of Senna and Kanj have come through. These type of moments, particularly once you hit the second level of killer instinct, are so good. Every one of Gen.G actually has set up for Pays. In these type of scenarios, we can target 1 or 2 individual members. I wouldn't be surprised though if BLG gonna remain tight for most of the remainder of this game to not give Gen.G an opening to try and pick up individual targets.
That is where Delight shines though, when he has a little bit more agency under his belt.
Mereka selain di PC itu item nambah attack speed kan? Iya kan?
Ada nambah attack speed.
Critical juga enggak?
Sama damage ya, critical.
Kayak TP, so probably not. But I was looking at those trap placements. Maybe they're trying to bait something here.
Dari resepnya sih mirip-mirip kayak
keep your eyes on Yagao. He's pushed out bot wave, now starting to move. Chovy does have the TP, so maybe BLG could just try and get the TP out of Chovy. Then when you set up for the next dragon, both TPs for Yagao and Bin will be available. Alright, looks like that they're not going to risk it. They're just going to...
Si Peter masih.
Does have the flash.
Gua kemarin gabut main rank PC, sekarang udah makan PC.
Di low PC. Anjir.
Yeah, so just in general, gonna be hesitant, right, to engage on the Brawn as Trophy. Gonna use self bar to make sure he gets his turret. Wouldn't be the first time that teams have tried a hard engage, and I think it was a lack of vision as well. So Gen.G not taking any risks, and it's a good call.
Ayo Gen.G, majuin Gen.G.
Kurang
nih Gen.G nih.
Is a little bit closer. Gen.G have been able to find a big lead, break open the game, and take control.
Gen.G have done a great job of slowing down the game though, getting it into a position where there are 2 items on.
Si satu Korea aja diginiin sama si 2 PL.
Has 2 Doran building up towards his second as well.
Anjir.
They are matched obviously by BLG on the other side, but compared to game 2 at least, much stronger performance from Gen.G. BLG do still have the power of Elk and Yagao in these team fights. Shun has been so wily in finding his engages as well.
Ada temen gue nggak tidur nih satu.
He's always got a new Yone build, and now it's I remember the
Aku pengen
Evan
tidur.
Yeah, it was also the guy who played Sunfire.
Yeah, Sunfire.
Yeah,
no,
the man loves his
So now he's going Stride Breaker. I mean, all right. It gives him a little bit more durability, helps him stick to a target.
Yeah.
Maybe that's what he's concerned about. Champion like Caitlyn with her range and with the E. Maybe wants to make sure that he can close that gap. And once he does, Elk can't escape. Regardless, we'll see what Chovy can do. He's doing a great job on a side lane. 230 CS to his name. And getting close to level 15 means that the longer this game goes, the more options Gen.G are going to have.
He's desperately trying to get to his young, not going to be the case. Peanut not able to take that shot. And BLG have a first move and control of the river as we go towards the dragon.
Gen.G don't have to contest this.
They don't.
But every time we've said that so far this series, they have then contested
they've committed 2 TPs to mid lane now.
There we are, Chovy and Doran join the fray. Stopwatch completed on Chovy. I think a fight is brewing. Bin locked up for the moment. He'll be able to dash away. Chovy pulled back by the Soul Unbound. Gen.G don't really have the vision control as of yet. They're going to try and garner it now, but there's wards behind them as well. The dragon started would be the second for
Situ masih main kah? Udah nggak ada lagi kan situ? Udah rumpet sih. Aduh bang, menangin bang. Aduh Atrox, aduh. Oh, udah DG-nya dapet cuy. Anjir bagus banget cok. Anjing Oriananya nggak bisa apa-apa. Anjir Atrox cok dibalikin lagi Pit. Anjir. Wah digendong anjir.
It's 4 dead on either side. The dragon goes in favor of Gen.G. Door looking for one more.
Lah. Kenapa nggak kabur aja tuh bang?
Find an even fight and find the objective.
And key thing here,
mending nahanin turret mid tuh tadi.
positioning of pace. Bin takes a lot of upfront damage, but that's what he wants to do. Doesn't go down. Then Chovy here gets caught by Yagao's ultimate, and as a result, it feels like Gen.G is losing the
fight. Look at the flash here from Elk. Great response from Peanut and the follow-up, but Shonen on with the flash response to immediately lock down Hayes and try and protect Elk. So you've got 2 fights going on. Doran killing the backline of BLG, while Peanut and Delight do what they can to kill Elk, but they just don't have the damage. He's just barely surviving, and it ends up being a battle between Doran and Elk to equalize the fight 4-for-4.
If Elk doesn't hit that flash, like that's a fight win for Gen.G. His reflexes, and sure, look at how much damage he was able to put out as a result.
Oh my word!
But also. That's a big moment for Doran. Doran is a momentum player, and he hadn't really had a great moment in the series thus far. That fight gonna make him a menace in any upcoming skirmish.
I mean, the biggest thing as well, as you talked about it, Chronicler, Chovy was basically irrelevant in that fight. They basically won it 4v5. Admittedly, Bin was taken out very quickly, and now that he's got the Starax, it's going to give him a lot more survivability. But let's quickly look at all these summoner spells. Everybody's flash is down. Ultimate to back up. Chovy does, of course, have the flash. But as BLG threaten the Baron, a lot of these summoners being down means that these fights are going to be that much more lethal. And here we go. BLG begin it.
Started up. Will got spotted. But I don't know if Gen.G can walk up. The zoning of the traps and the ball.
Doran's so far away.
Doran is a mile away, but BLG disengage it. The Baron's still aggro down to 7,000. BLG get what they want out of the fight, or perhaps just don't want to fight any further. Baron resets out, getting mid lane prio. That's going to be matched by Pays, who works his way down there. Vision still in favor of BLG, denied by them. Gen.G, darkness surrounds them. And a dark end to the season if they lose out here. They have started to fight back in this series, but they have to fight back for 3 whole games. Hayes now getting the red buff, has the Nash's Tooth, Ginsu, Stormmaid to complete. As Chovy looks for a little bit more, he can always dash back with that Soul Unbound. Hayes and Elk meeting up in the mid lane, the ace in the hole, part of the power of Caitlyn. It's their ability to chip out the enemy AD carry at will with that ultimate.
3-1 sih kalau gini, kayaknya sih iya 1-3 kayaknya.
So his W's will hurt a little bit more, but it mainly means that you can bust down any tank in a second as long as you're able to get off your full plasma stacks. Doran also going for Randuin's here, specifically to try and keep the pressure on Elk. And I think now the game turns into, can either Doran or Chovy somehow find a flank, versus is BLG's zone control enough to just have a straight front to back? I mean, because with the Braum in particular, if you don't get past him somehow, it becomes really hard to play out.
Yeah, there's so many variables, like things that can swing the game. Chovy getting a good ultimate onto Elk, Yagao landing a clutch ultimate to potentially force a summoner or displace someone. Doran is this huge threat that BLG's backline now has to be concerned about, but Elk is someone that if you can't touch him, he's just going to win you the fight. He's nearly finished his 4th item.
I'd actually really like...
Well, I swear I saw him building the Last Whisper, and now it seems that he switched over to the stopwatch. I guess he wants a little bit more defensive. Maybe I missaw, but I swear that he had more damage a second ago, and he's decided, you know what, I actually want a little bit more utility, a little bit more defense. So he does have that stopwatch available. Flash about to come up, all those summoners about to come up, so it looks like we're going to have another crazy fight.
Dibalikin ini Kur. Ya, kita lihat aja ya.
Makes sense as well. This game feels like the next team fight is going to decide it all.
Iya, Yoni tuh skin Ocean. Emang mirip kayak Crystal Rose, tapi Crystal Rose belum ada di PC. Crystal Rose Yoni.
Teleports are coming in. Might have a game deciding fight here, Medic.
It's just Doran making sure that they can get mid-prio. The Dragon about to spawn in 10 seconds as well would only be the 3rd for either of these teams.
Herstel bakal keluaran di WR ya tanggal 17.
Might be the last one you have for a moment. Korean fans on the edge of their seats. They paid for the whole thing, but they only need the edge of it. Is Chovy starting up the Dragon here? He can pull it out. Now seen by BLG. Looking to collapse in. Doran pushing out mid. They don't know where to light, and Pays are on stepping forward. Elk takes a chunk. The Dragon resets. BLG set up the snap trap line, and Gen.G have to work their way down through the bottom side to make sure they can get in here in time. Delight has the flash, though. They just need vision cleared out by Shun. The Dragon down to 4,000 as Gen.G look to push forward, push BLG off. Infernal change. There's a Nature's Grasp as well. The Dragon secured. It's Shun that gets it. Do we see a fight afterwards? Chovy dashing in, dashing back, and deciding.
Bisa ini. Bisa ini, Bang Jarpan.
To the Baron, but Gen.G didn't invest anything apart from the Maokai ultimate to play around that Dragon. BLG, though, are looking for the big purple worm.
There's a big cooldown. At the very least, I think BLG want to try and force Chovy's TP, force a response here. And in the best case scenario, they pick up the Baron.
The Baron has been begun. There's the TP from Chovy. Delight looking for vision in the pit, puts a control ward in. Doran going forward with the World Ender. And on the back of the wings of the World Ender.
Aduh, kejadiannya kayak gitu lagi. Anjir! Duh, Aatroxnya enak banget, Cuk. Emang sih.
It is the flank that they've been looking for. It feels like the entire series. Finally, Gen.G get the jump on BLG, who tried to bite up a little bit more than they can chew.
Tidak jadi tidur kita, cuy.
At the very least, Gen.G gonna walk away with a Baron here.
Well played fight from Gen.G. Elk didn't even get to use his flash. The collapse was fantastic. And Gen.G are not down and out just yet. The early game looked quite dire. But Doran's Aatrox at Dragon. And look at him again here on the front line, soaking up so much of the damage, but then Chovy finds the flank.
And it's this combo on Yagao that already takes him down to so low, so everything needs to be invested to try and keep this man alive, meaning Chovy is able to absorb so many cooldowns. Pace can move in with impunity. They're not even able to take down Doran.
And even Shun holding everyone in the Cataclysm.
It actually backfired.
It really did, because the Fate Sealed comes across. And what a moment it was for Gen.G. Perhaps the turning of the tides in the series, at least in this game. Now a 5,000 gold lead for them. 4 items on Kai'Sa, 3 items on Chovy. Although his scoreline reads 0-2-5, he has been instrumental in these fights, as has Doran, as has Pays. And everyone from Gen.G that has been struggling has begun to step up.
Much needed wind in the sails of Gen.G. This has been a difficult series for them so far, but now you can see their confidence very clearly at the top. The siege will now begin. Tier 2 going to drop in the bot lane. They've kept Chovy in mid. About to crest level 18 for the Yone. And the traps trying to slow them down from Elk in the mid lane. These cannon minions doing Slow but steady work.
Belum bisa sama lagi, gak ada yang bisa mukul turret lagi.
Apa?
Now, particularly with Hayes
Gak ada yang
having
bisa mukul turret
finished
lagi lu lihat.
his death cap as well, his
Cuma
phone
doa,
actually going to be
minumnya
relevant
pecahin tower.
here. BLG
Sok anjing.
try and dodge those W's.
Ada dua
You
game
see though
begini
that Gen.G
mulu
obviously
anjing.
very short range. It's 4 melees and Kaisa, so actually reliably taking down these turrets does take a long time. They're really reliant. So that was what, like a Q from Din and then Elk getting a crit off?
That was the headshot.
Yeah.
It might have just been a normal headshot. That'd be a lot to sacrifice for a muffin.
I mean, that's a really big win, right? For BLG, they're able to stifle the Rebel Baron power play. Still big win for Gen.G when it comes to gold, but not breaking open the base means that BLG should be able to contest for some future objectives.
And the fact that BLG got the smite on the Drake means they are the ones that step closer to Soul as well. That will be our next objective in a minute, 20 seconds. The Red Bull Baron power play, 3K for Gen.G. Still powerful, of course, as you say, and getting you towards those full builds on your carries, so impactful. But everything that BLG had before the Baron fight still remains. They still have a Caitlyn with 4 items. They still have the range that they need. They still have your Gao's shockwaves, which have been on point. Gen.G still fighting an uphill battle in the series. This game, though, maybe slowly swinging towards them.
I feel like BLG still have this Doran problem that they have to get around. For the first time in this series, Doran is having a much greater impact than what we've been seeing from Bin. And he's just a juggernaut in the side lane. Look at that, 4 items fully completed. YGY still chipping away at his HP bar, but I don't know if that type of damage is going to be enough.
It's also really hard to contest in anyone on anyone in the side lane because of pace with level 3 ultimate, right? Like, as soon as the Kaisa joins, you're going to be gone in a second. So for BLG, they're just going to have to keep getting shoved in. But as you already pointed out, the benefit is that they don't actually have to care about the upcoming dragon, so we'll come down to the fight for
But
this
they could
Baron.
fight it, Chronicler.
Well, and I've often said, like, why would you? But then it's BLG, and then they do, and then they win. So I'm willing to be proven wrong there. But
I don't think they will. I think you're
I
right.
don't think
I
in
think
this
you're
one
fine.
we're
I think
good.
you're chilling.
Does mean, though, we get another full-on 5v5. What I assume will be a
Tapi
red
masih
Baron.
lama.
With the amount of control that
Baron,
Gen.G have,
2
maybe
menit,
BLG are just saying
nunggu
that they
fight
can't fight
Baron,
around
guys.
Baron, and they'll just
Gabut.
kind of have to do a base defense type of play. I don't know, we'll have to wait and see if they can actually gain some control back over the map. You can see they've littered a few wards towards the top side. They do have that top wave pushing, but Doran's already gone to catch that and is pushing that one out. Mid is pushing out in favor of Gen.G as well. What are we going to see completed?
You can see Delight doing what we talked about on doing in game 1 as well, that tempo cycling. Put vision around the dragon down towards the bottom side. Now, while BLG are clearing that, he steps forward into this top side. A couple of pings come out. It's okay, I'll ward this bush by the Razor Beaks. I'll ward just behind the red buff as well. And then BLG have to invest their time coming up here and clearing it out. And that means On now has 1 control. They have no other wards, they have no other Oracle's alterations, only the one sitting on Bin. And Gen.G can take their time, step back forward with 3 wards and 4 control wards and regain all of this vision.
Gen.G doing a good job in terms of their control, nice patient play, but in positions like this, when Gen.G have the lead, they are a terrifying team to play against. They're really good at suffocating you out. Level 18 now, secured for Pays. And the Baron, 30 seconds. Quick reset gonna come through from Doran. He's going to get rid of that control ward and look to get a bit more defensive atomization. And BLG, they have no access. So this is what I was saying. It's a really difficult one where I don't know if they can actually fight the Baron because they literally don't have a way to get close to it.
The benefit for them is even if Gen.G do get the Baron, it's still a short-range composition. So BLG can just try and hold on, maybe look for an engage when the inhibitor towers are being pushed, because Gen.G will want to try and push 2 waves, but now we see Shun stepping a little bit too far forward, locked up with just the hook, no ultimates burnt from Gen.G.
Ini Gen.G kalau bikin mistake langsung game over. Sabar dulu cuy.
Able to keep the rest of BLG away, and Delight and Doran teaming up to make sure that BLG are on the back foot as Chovy goes forward.
Atrox ini nih, matiin Atrox please. Matiin Atrox please, nice. Cok. Ya nggak bisa masuk ya.
BLG can look for more. How much further can they chase? Not much is the answer. Gen.G sacrificed their top laner, but secure the ban.
Gonna be a win for Gen.G, but BLG are gonna try and look for a
Turret atasnya anjir. Mau di ini nama Yone-nya. Gak ada yang pulang anjing. Weh makro pantek.
The very least, BLG should be able to get themselves some.
Tapi nggak apa sih kalau dapat juga mid nih. Tapi kayak enggak sih. Tapi bisa sih orang kayak sama ini doang ya. Oh iya dapat, nggak apa-apa sih.
I think that this is their best opportunity to actually fight. They have a numbers advantage. An inhibitor will be secured. An exchange of inhibitors.
Ah Yone-nya dapat inhib sih, nggak ketahan sama Renek.
I think it's kind of the best case scenario for BLG.
I think that's really smart from Chovy, actually. He could have come back and tried to defend, but you probably give up the inhibitor anyway because you're one player short. To like looking for something. Gen.G just forced them away. The inhibitor for inhibitor trade is
Red Bulls give you wings.
The next 2 minutes they have to deal with those super minions and Gen.G.
Langsung pulang.
Dari tadi gitu, Cuk.
Yeah, we're getting to a point where the goal difference doesn't really matter anymore. Carries on both sides are pretty much full builds. Of course, Bin is going to be pretty far behind Doran, but as long as this Caitlyn and Orianna
Bukan build letal loh itu anjir, gua kira letal barusan.
So Gen.G needs to be really careful here.
Gitu, ke yang tipis, ultinya sakit.
Well, their position overall is good. The fact that they traded inhibitors, the fact that they lost Doran.
Nah kalau yang dia bikin letal, Kaisanya mati langsung di ulti Caitlyn.
Back out onto the map and start to reclaim that vision control, trying to leverage the 1 minute and a bit of Baron that they have left.
The basic attack-nya jadi kurang.
Gak bisa bunuh Atrox sama Nautilus. Gak ada gunanya.
Chovy and Paze allowing them to play very aggressive. Shun is looking for an angle here. QSS for Chovy as well on the other side. Elk and Shun both sitting on a
aku mau pulang.
Like the flank worked out though.
Mikhail's available for on as well. Some CC does land on one of his.
Wis, udah bikin pagar anjing.
Obviously Yone very strong in this position, but also he has the Baron and Doran does not, so Doran joins up with the team. Actually to apply Baron buff to 2 waves without losing any of the potency.
And BLG, they're not giving any quarter, not letting Gen.G just get these turrets for free. Looks like the only thing Gen.G is going to be getting outside of the inhibitor that Chovy got towards top is a free.
Ini buff Baron lama bedah.
They are zooming. That's going to be 4 draves. But I don't know much. I don't know how much the speed is going to help with how much this game has slowed down.
I think it might help you with the flanks or with the Maokai. Maokai pops a Nature's Grasp, the World Ender comes out, gives you access to that backline a little bit quicker. We'll see how impactful it is as Peanut starts it up. A 7,000 gold lead.
Anjir, yang di samping tower juga, Cok.
Emang gitu, udah gak ada yang bisa lewat, harus muter.
It might just be a soul into a Baron, into an Elder. It's always a possibility when you're struggling to siege this much.
Elder itu.
That seed of concern
belum
is
berusul ya.
growing for Gen.G. Everything looks good, but a single fight could determine the whole game.
Aduh, no.
Because you lock them up here, you then have the
Aduh, kenapa Orianna mukulnya deket banget, Bang. Sekaliin aja di mulut Atrox itu berdiri anjing.
Like that. I guess they're trying to play the game of attrition. Those towers are very low, but they can't quite secure them. I think against this composition, you kind of, well, in my head I was thinking maybe you want to play through 3 lanes, try and divide BLG up more, and then when you have a single member up top, then you collapse from both bot and top into mid, use your numbers to then siege the tower, but when they have super minions top, that's kind of already doing the same job, and it's still not enough. The towers are getting very, very low, but I think you're right, Medic. I think we're looking at another Baron, which just gives BLG another opportunity. And again, that small seed, for all intents and purposes, Gen.G, this should be their game. But that goal difference, you look at the items, it really doesn't matter, you know?
Kayak mana?
Well, knows that his job is more poke than attack speed in these next fights. Will, of course, do a lot of work, that extra penetration helping him out. But, you've been in this position before, Chronicle. You've watched Gen.G in long games a few times in the
Generally, they do well, but they also haven't beat BLG all year. So,
Jadi kangen
I
Dragon angin
don't
anjing
know.
lebih
Generally, Gen.G, I
enak
think
tuh.
moments like in that mid lane, they would be a little bit
Jalan
quicker on the draw with what we've seen from them when they're in a position like this. I think you can sense the pressure that these players are under as the first seed of the LCK, right? They are down 0-2. Even if they win here, which BLG are making them work very hard for,
Ini fight terakhir nih.
itself isn't enough, right? You're still going to be
the extra mental pressure of forcing them to go through this. Yeah, it's a very valid point.
And huge
Rada
credit to
takut
BLG.
anjir.
They made G2 sweat in game 2, even though G2 were able to pick up that win. Here
Ya
they are
bang, ini
making
taruhan
Gen.G
duit
sweat,
berapa banyak?
even though Gen.G have had the lead
Gimana nggak
for the last
tahu?
15 minutes or so.
so.
Part of it obviously is compositions. We talked about the range disadvantage for Gen.G, their struggle at getting towards those inhibitor towers, but you have to give credit to the LPL 2C.
Anjir lah.
So consistently able to find.
Ayo gas bang, let's go. Oriana, let's go Oriana. Pastikan ult. Oh, oke, nggak jadi. Skill udah selesai. Udah kayak gitu doang nih. Nunggu cooldown lagi. Lah terus lu kenapain itu? Aduh Renek, please Renek don't do stupid. Aduh di zoning sama ultinya cok. Aduh.
Gen.G finally finds something, a pick onto
Renek Pante, kenapa kau bodoh?
It does not matter. We're trying.
Anjir kenceng banget shock, suruh kelar. No.
Needed to break this game open somehow, and finding that pick on the bin was exactly the play they were looking for.
And now then G gonna come in with a fresh back, trying to get the most out of this Red Bull Baron power play. Pace has straight up sold his boots.
Final Nobar nggak tahu juga cuy. Kayaknya enggak.
We'll see if that's gonna be enough.
Likes to feel the dirt between his toes.
Bang Kuro lihat item Kaisannya Bang Kuro, ada item baru.
I enjoy it. Yeah.
Chovy at full
Itu
build as
Kaisanya
well.
bikin item baru,
He
fight
decides to
stuff.
sell
Di wingnya
his
belum
shoes.
ada.
Wih, bener juga tuh.
Scimitar. Doran's still a little bit short, just has
Oriananya
the
juga.
Aegis of the Legion. On the other side, Elk sold his boots as well. Both the AD carries going bare feet.
Yeah, we're full late game.
And you're actually starting to see, Vedi, as you were mentioning, Gen.G trying to play for all three lanes, identifying that it is really hard to push through this BLG if you're only playing two legs, so the wave clear of Elk and Yagao being something that even with Baron, they don't seem to be able to really chew through.
Baron buru lah habis anjing, lama amat.
Chovy can sit top and then use the Baron and power.
Ayo, clear tipis-tipis, clear tipis-tipis.
Assuming he can take that inhibitor down, which then should draw than just a single member from BLG away. And there you go, they've unlocked the bottom tower. As long as
Aduh,
they
si
can play
Summit
away
nih.
from the Caitlyn, then Gen.G can slowly chip away. You can see now BLG being divided. The Yone in the top lane.
Chovy the target for now, but the cannon minions doing enough work on those
Udah
inhibitors.
ketahan anjir.
In the bottom lane will fall.
Nah itu dia. Oh let's go, Oriana datang. Mana Oriana? Let's go. Ya Atrox ya. Jing gimana lihat ada Atrox ya cok.
Pecah dia lumayan.
To keep their AD carry alive.
And that's a really big moment. That is Flash and GA gone here for Pace. He sells it immediately. We'll see what he picks up. Looks like he's going back to boots. Chovy, not done though, wants to pick up this inhibitor. And Gen.G, they get away with two inhibs and the life of
We're
their
going to
AD
see. I was just
carry.
about to say, I looked back at the replay. Look at this.
Anjing perih banget cok.
Biasa sekali dong.
Gila.
Insane damage from Elk.
And then the last part of On's ultimate
Kena
actually
headshot
clips
sekali
him,
dari Kevin
gets
aja.
the knock up.
Aduh mati dong ini Dajjal nih. Aduh, enggak ding. Oh nice.
BLG were pushing forward to try and fight for the Elder, but Gen.G
Kaisanya. Rukat. Kaisanya free hit.
is trying to get away, but there's one there.
Alah biji kuda.
He's diving forward.
Tidak 03.
Shun tries to get away and will escape to live another day, but the Nexus the target in the eyes of Gen.G as they are looking to fight back in this series.
Renekton udah boleh berhenti sih merenek ya. Next. Jangan renek lagi bang.
A crazy game. It boiled down to some late game team fights. Doran coming up clutch around the Dragon. The flank that they found around the Baron. BLG made them work for it, but Gen.G stay alive in this series.
And Gen.G, this is where the real battle starts. Unable to use the red side previously, but I'm pretty sure they're going to be back on it in the next game.
We'll see if BLG send them back over there. We're going to hand it over to our analyst to break down Game 3. We've got a series on our hands.
We definitely do, and it took 5 games, if you count in MSI, for Gen.G to find any sort of answer versus BLG, but they finally did it, and one has to think that being in Korea, in front of a full house of fans that do not want to see their first LCK seed fail, that probably helped a little bit. But quantify it for us, Emily. What was different about this Gen.G finally?
I mean, I think the early
Ini kalau misalnya nanti dua-dua face-nya tepat Kurohiko bisa satu, yakin gua.
Right? In a lot of these games, we've talked about how well their bot side has performed. I thought Elk and On still performed really well. They got the push on Caitlyn. They set
Yuni ngapa makin late makin pedih ya KDA minus padaan. Ya kan Yuni champion late game.
Contributing in fights, and he wasn't set super far behind early, like he was
Hero
in
late
games.
game,
And that
guys,
ended up coming
namanya.
up huge in that Drake fight. And then the other thing is that they were actually able to get 2 Drakes and stop this BLG Drake stacking, because until this game they hadn't gotten any.
Yeah, but I like that you talk about Doran, and of course it was our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz at the top of the day, Doran versus Bin, and it took a while, but this Aatrox performance and in general that Drake fight were very, very instrumental for Gen.G.
Yeah, I mean, once you end up with the Aatrox having that Gore drink of the Starks coming through, he's absolutely massive, and you'll see it here, right? Bin goes in,
Malam live nggak?
survivability,
Insyaallah.
and while that
Kalau nggak
backside of the fight is
ngantuk.
actually looking great for BLG. Elk is barely surviving. He's managing to get the shots off that he needs after having that flash away. This is then where Doran starts to come alive. Everyone kind of forgot about him in this fight, as he's just chasing down BLG members left, right, and center, getting Yagao, manages to flash forward here just to pick off Elk at the back, and then Shun has to run for the hills to try and escape this massive Aatrox.
I will say Elk just still played that really well.
Yes, he
Elk
did.
was trying his damnedest.
It was so scary, indeed. Here he goes. Yeah, Kobe, I mean, Bin was a big part of your prediction, I think, right? So
I think he still is. He still is.
I know.
I still have confidence in
Maghrib,
BLG.
Bang.
Now I can revert to my original 3-2
sorry, it was
prediction.
6-0 or nothing. That's how that
Kobe's
works.
flip-flopping like
Doran,
crazy
though,
over here.
he still made some mistakes, but it was so much better when they absolutely needed him the most to be another carry threat. And I think one of the fights that illustrated it the best, even though the Dragon fight was where they got some money back and they started to get that momentum back into it, the Baron that BLG start themselves and then Chovy TPs in and Doran gets this flank is really the thing that kind of cracked it open. So if we can pull this up, nice. Okay, so here we go. Doran's right there. There's your Aatrox with all the extra money. And then this ward over here, Chovy's going to be able to teleport in onto as BLG are all trapped inside the Baron that they themselves started out. And you see immediately, they go straight for Yagao. Chovy's going to be able to go right over the wall. They pincer him with
Di sini udah subuh kor. Di mana lu anjing?
are still pulling off Baron. You think Peanut and Delight are so far away. How are they even going to be able to join? But because they take out that Orianna instantly. Oh, Telestrator disappeared from my screen.
It's okay. So did BLG.
Yep, and there you go. It got a little scrappy, but they got their target.
And I think what was really cool was, as Kobe was just highlighting, Chovy
Bakul besok
delayed
ngedet
his
yuk.
engage
What
as
the
a
hell?
follow-up, right? He knew that Yagao was going to pull back the ball. He's going to go for this panic ultimate, throw out all of his damage before he went down. And Chovy just paused for just half a second so he could then clean sweep after the Yagao ult had gone through. Meant that he had a ton of health then for the rest of the fight. It was such a cleanly orchestrated engage from Gen.G and one that just completely swept BLG out of the water.
Yeah, and we were watching this game, and in the beginning there was this kind of oopsie, right? When they went for the mid gank and it just didn't work out. And that's when you start to think, oh no, not this on top of everything. So I actually think we do have to commend Gen.G a lot for the resilience. Of course, we're going to talk about the side selection in a bit as well, because you're most likely not going to end up on that side again. But this is a first step that you have to make.
Yeah, I'm pointing out this is Chovy's 15th win. This does not include Asian Games and Kespa Cup, but this is his all-time
Udah mau
record
selesai
on
belum?
Yone.
Skornya
He wasn't the star
1-2
of this
butuh
competition.
nyari poin
I
3.
did like how Gen.G were able to use him.
Next ban Yone. Enggak sih, enggak bakal di ban
Now,
kayak
what are we
Yone.
looking at in terms of how this series has developed? Because, you know, even though you say with the side selection, probably they'll end up on red side again, in terms of
Iwan lolos
mentality,
quarter
it felt
kah?
like this ball
Lolos.
that was rolling for BLG, it wasn't going to stop. Now it has.
Yeah, it's been slowed down a little bit because you know, Chovy just slams down this Yone. He's like, I'm going to play a playmaking champion. I'm going to make the action myself. You know, I'm going to group up these team fights. I don't have the confidence that they're going to be able to reproduce that versus BLG for the rest of the series, though. So I think BLG is going to pick up right back where they left off.
I think as well, if this had been Gen.G being able to like immediately
Mending ban Atrox sih kayaknya sih.
them a huge momentum swing, but I could kind of see like Elk, these pop shots that were taken every so often, putting the hurt onto Pays. I think there was a little bit there where I was like, hang on, BLG are still fighting back. So for Gen.G, you have to muster that a lot again to try and bring this one forward.
You said it, Game 3 was actually the longest game at Worlds so far.
Wow.
Definitely the longest game of the quarterfinals so far, but as we take a look at this next game where BLG has elected to go on the blue side, a couple of things we noticed was how the Drake priority for BLG was much higher than it usually is, and that had actually been such a key factor to their success until this point in time.
Yeah, I believe they were 10th overall in LPL Summer at about like 50%,
Game berapa nih udah?
almost.
1,
And then
2.
in this game, like we said, this was the first time that Gen.G were actually able to get Drakes, and BLG got the first 2. So in terms of their blue side draft, I am still looking for them to pick something that has a lot of heavy prio and go back to something that really spikes hard in the mid game, especially if they're going to keep Shun on this J4.
It's funny how the meta has always come back to bot lane priority. You know, MSI, everyone's like, okay, we're going to be done with all these enchanters and range supports, and then so much focus is put on it here. I also think, you know, stuff like the Braum counter pick that we saw into the Nautilus as well, you know, it doesn't have to just be the range supports, but using that support counter pick has definitely been pretty big.
Yeah, we'll see if it evolves, because we talked so much about the Light versus On, and On who had the upper hand in the beginning, but then we haven't seen kind of a classic Delight champion yet in terms of making the play himself. Maybe that's something we get to. I don't know. I have so many
Mau
questions,
PC kemana bang? Paling dia
mau
live nggak sih? Nggak live kan?
I meant, where's the Rakan or something, you know?
Yeah,
you know
yeah, they keep banning it.
Exactly.
That's like BLG's first
ban, because they know where the danger is. I really want 2 more games like this, because we had so much fun watching this one for Gen.G. They are still not out of the woods. We'll be right back.
Bot lane as well, Pays doing a very good job. Flash.
Delight here for the flat. No! Oh, the anti-synergy, it's all over the place. Oh,
Anjir bagus banget sih.
not on the same page. They weren't even reading from the same hymnal. Chovy going in with the solo down, pull back with the shockwave, but he can dash away. The face seal blocked though with the cataclysm.
Wih.
Every time. Shun forces Pays away. Shun will take down Pays, and Elk still standing like he's ever been for BLG. Elk still survives, but Doran finally comes to life.
Finally comes to life. Dong teng. Cut. Utopia Soul. Pemula Tamkens itu yang kemarin kalah 0-3 kemarin yang main Tamkens.
Unlock extra loot with the Worlds Event Pass. Every Event Pass purchase will add to the prize pool for Worlds 2023. There's a lot to celebrate at this time of year.
Huh? What is this?
Cara champion mid yang bagus bang. Zoe, Oriana, Ziggs. Ntar juga yang juara JDG. Ya JDG sih yang banyak yang orang ini bilang pada kuat sekarang. Tidur sana mumpung belum mulai. Tidurnya 5 menit tuh anjir. I'm alive. Anda meremehkan kekuatan microsleep. Rencana microsleep malah jadi big sleep, mega sleep. Minggu ini masih ada watch party kah, Kor? Masih ada Sabtu sampai Minggu. Minggu T1. I'm alive.
Welcome back to Worlds 2023, where Gen.G have just struck back in their series versus BLG. This quarterfinal now 2-1 in favor of the LPL second seed.
This team came very close to reverse sweeping T1 and MSI. This team, I think it's fair to say, is pretty momentum based. Absolutely. So now that they've got the wind in their sails, now that they can feel a little bit more.
Pakai headsetnya paling ntar udah mulai ada media share. Lu nggak nonton hari pertama Puring. Ada nggak di sini yang nonton live Nobar gua hari pertama, guys? Ada yang terjadi.
At the very least, I hope they do more of it than they did in game number 2. Right, game number 2, we saw none of the.
Berapa nomor keluar malam ini, Kur? 1-3.
I wouldn't be surprised if they end up adding the.
Wih, beneran di ban anjir Yoninya, Cok. Oh fuck.
Even though it was his career first to have a really good performance on it, and the combo is strong, as the Yone from Chovy will get banned away, and I'm sure he's going to be looking towards something else that can have a big
impact. Justru gua nonton lu bilang kalau mau bangun lu pakai bass Lightyear, mana ada anjir. Gue bilang gitu. Pas gue tidur itu singin gue udah dikirimin bass Lightyear, udah dikasih suara setan, udah dikasih suara bangunan, orang mukul-mukul, bangun-bangun sakit kepala anjing. 3-2 biar Kuro nggak tidur, jangan Cuk. Aku mau bermain Nunu nanti malam. Jarpan lagi, Jarpan. Rumble nih. Gak ada bass Lightyear, Cuk. Bukannya ada ya?
You are going to get run over. In the last game, they got away with it through some great team fighting in the mid game, but it was still a very, very close affair. We'll see if Peanut can recuperate from some of the mistakes he's made this series on this Vi. And yeah, it's 100% going to be a Chovy pick on R3 here.
The Nico, I think Nico is also pretty good into the Akali as well.
Nico free.
Itu bener.
Aduh, bukannya Kasante ini ya ke counter sama Rumble.
Ari might be better when paired up with a Vi into this matchup. I'm not saying that it's an easy one, but I can tell you right now it's easier than playing Akali into Nico because that's just a really miserable experience.
It feels like you're not going to have any fun in the laning phase, and then even after that, are you actually
going to
stick on towards that back? He's doing it. Akali locked for Chovy, and we give credit to Gen.G for being
Akali coy, picknya sih menarik-menarik ya tadi Yone. Sekarang Akalinya di pick.
Another comfortable pick for him in the Akali. Will it be enough to keep Gen.G in this series? Ketlin banned away. Probably going to see a slew of AD carries removed here. The Nautilus removed by BLG. Rakan has been off the menu alongside that Renata for basically the whole series.
A few things I think BLG have learned in this series is number one, take delight off of engaged supports. And number two, try and take that agency away from Chovy. And while I do think that Nico into Akali can be good in the early laning phase, later on, the moment that Nico uses her E, there's nothing she can do to stop an Akali. So in a side lane, this champion is going to become a massive threat. I think that synergistically, when I look at what Gen.G have for themselves, I don't love everything that they've put together, but Rumble Vi I still think can be an effective combo when it comes to locking down an AD carry. And Gen.G are removing those
Kaisa nggak di-ban ya? Ban aja nggak sih bang, Kaisanya bang?
The Aphelios removed away from Elk as well. The question is, will it go to his tried and true Jinx? Or what else could we potentially see from Elk?
Yeah, I was about to say, I think they're 100% looking to go for the Kaisa, so I'm really happy.
Kok usah nunggu-nunggu terakhir gitu ngebannya bang? Langsung aja.
Would be a lane-focused pickup for Paze in the Light, which is not where they have excelled. Obviously, Paze's predecessor, Ruler, was notorious for getting Kalista banned even when it wasn't meta, just because his dominance in lane on the champion was absolutely monumental. We're going to see the R5 counter pick like BLG used. Gen.G's going to try again, this time with a Kalista.
It's only Paze's 6th Kalista game across the course of his career. Obviously has been a relatively short career, only a couple of years so far. BLG can look for aggression to match aggression in the bottom lane. Tristana for Elk would be very powerful.
I like the Ashe more.
Ashe Braum is actually hellish to play into if you're Kalista.
There's two things attached. There's Ashe into Kalista is good. Ashe into Akali Rumble, not so good. So for now, they're going to lock in the Tahm Kench. The question is, what are they going to do? You can see the discussion from the coaching staff. What are they thinking about? What AD carry? They wanted a little bit more time. Will they go for something like the Zeri or the Jinx? Elk's Jinx?
Getting excited.
Jinx, Tahm Kench. Nggak Senna.
The Ashe now hovered for BLG, and looks like that is going to be locked in.
Yeah, BLG trying to get the best of both worlds, where you get the Ashe into Kalista matchup, which obviously you're going to be very.
Nggak ada global ban picknya. Global ban pick di mana yang ada pick di MSI? Di mana sih?
Akali and Vi feels amazing. I do think though that this should be a counter pick for the Light, which would make the lane.
Itu tuh kayak ada di match apa gitu katanya. Ada nggak sih guys global ban picknya? Cuman di worldnya nggak ada sih.
I'm a bit more disappointed in it, but he's still an incredibly good round.
Still from Ral can be pretty effective against the Tahm Kench. But all right.
Di LDL apa?
The closest thing we saw to a composition like this was when they played into T1. A lot more early game focused. They fell short in the early game, but then actually came back in the later game team fights. I don't think it's
itu kodok champion apa kur support itu.
I think that it's important that they get Doran through the laning phase, and I also think that it's important that they find some advantages in the bot lane 2v2. Ashe Tahm can be super obnoxious to play against.
MDL versi LPL.
This is where I think a champion like Akali Vi can really
Tahun depan global ban pick info dari mana tuh?
It's also with the Nico and Ashe.
Real kah?
I think BLG do have the ability to try, and even if one of those two gets taken out, you still have the Jarvan, which early game is a big threat. I do think both teams are going to feel a little bit worried if this goes to late. I think Ashe does have a lot of power, especially compared to the Kalista, but then the other parts, right, particularly the Akali, I think in a side lane is going to be... There's no answer for anyone on BLG, but I do think Gen.G's early game, not traditionally where they excel, and you have a mid lane that's going to lose a lot of prio in the first 6 levels, and a bot lane that needs to get at, so even more so than ever, it's going to come down to the jungle, I think. Peanut and Shun, who gets to have the biggest impact here?
The crowd woken from their slumber by Gen.G picking up a game in this series. I will also say, we've seen a lot of tech of the Akali-Nico matchup. If you are Akali and you hit Nico with an ability, if Nico is a minion when you hit her, you don't get your passive. You don't get to run in and out and get the extra auto attack. She's classed as a minion. APA brought that up on his Twitter.
Apa tuh skin akal ini? AC. Kayak Wind Ranger anjir.
I played a lot of Akali, and I think I played it into.
Oh, Wind Ranger ini macho.
I've never once experienced that interaction. That's pretty funny.
The other side of the interaction is, if Nico hits you with a spell and she's a minion, you don't get your Doran shield or your second wind regeneration because she's a minion. And so it can be a very tricky lane for the Akali to play.
Couple of notes here. We already see the level 1 being very nicely utilized by BLG as they go in really aggressively here, knowing that GEN.G doesn't really get to contest. So that means Peanut's going to be set behind very early on. We also have Doran, who didn't go for Ignite. We see that mostly into the Cassante. Bin also not up to get to the Aftershock, which is common tech you see into the Rumble, so you can at least win the short trades. Not going to be the case here. And going for TP, his impact on the map should be greater.
Terima kasih senpai. Baru saja mengirimkan.
Oh iya ya, itu si Nico ya, kaget gue tadi aja sampai bingung gue. Nah, oh iya, putri imun ayah itu maksudnya apa sih?
See if he realized, well, he does know he needs to vertically jungle because there was that ward on the Gromp. Could of course look up towards the top lane, try and put Bin behind if a Rumble can start taking over. Can be dominant. For the moment, though, just on his Krugs, clearing out that top side. Chovy with a ward as well to spot Shun if he does decide to path across towards his blue. Looks like instead he's just going to play around that bottom lane.
Yeah, this matchup is really fun if your name is Akali. She'll do what she can with Doran Shield and Fleet Footwork.
Kesate champion nyantai nggak Kor? Champion bangke itu Kesante. Wih, beri cuk.
That slows Kallista's attack speed, not only her movement speed in the lane. That's why Ashe so good into the Kallista.
Oh, look at the pivot here. Pina realizes that his bot lane is at the risk of getting dove. Decides the better of it. Yeah, Shun adjusting his pathing. I think he got spotted on the ward as well.
His back. The Peanut is going to go for the blue.
So Peanut is on a ward. I think Shun, as you say, was spotted on the ward by the Razor Beaks, but Hayes is Delight. You need one more minion.
Kesel anjir, bingung.
You need something, get that level 2. There we go. Delight has it. So does Pace. Shun looking for this. A lot of minions going to be lost to the tower. TP in.
Gak jadi batal, bubar. Bubar.
Delight look for the engage flash away from On. Shun can go in.
Oh, di cancel.
Flash away from Pace. The flash doesn't follow, but Pace
nice.
Dead.
Gadget mati dong.
On is not enough. On not tanking the tower. Abyssal voyage forward. The dodge from Delight. He still has.
Gitu doang anjir.
Elk now tanking the tower. Shun and On haven't hit.
Ya oke lah.
And so in the end, it's a play, it's a kill, it's everything BLG wanted.
Still going to be
video IT Ivan Gunawan yang mandi laut, terus ada komentar yang bilang hati-hati putri kecil ayah. Oh, gara-gara itu.
Pivoting away from trying to maybe punish Peanut in the pure 1v1, instead going towards that bot lane, and now you have Elk, who is sitting at a 15 CS lead and a kill into a Kallista.
It's a bit of a disaster in the bot lane 2 versus 2. The split back from the jungle, the slow stacking wave into the dive, just something we've seen from Shun time and time again, and something that they execute to perfection. Medic, you highlighted it. The TP gets interrupted here from the Rumble. Great positioning from Doran initially to be like, okay, I'm here to assist, and then the TP comes through and BLG's like, alright, that's fine. Bin interrupts it. The comm is very clear. And then they go, oh, that wave is still big enough that we can commit to the.
Kalau lidahnya itu buat apa fungsinya, Pet? Buat nge-slow kan? Yang ada mark dari Tamkens itu.
Kalau misalkan musuhnya kan itu di musuhnya ada stacknya tuh. Kalau ada 3.
Oh, baru bisa dimakan ya?
Lalu kalau ada 3 skill 1 itu stun musuhnya.
Oke, tapi dia menggemakan musuh nggak bisa?
Makan musuh juga bisa pas udah stat 3.
BLG have them right where they want them.
Tapi dia doang yang bisa ngasih stack ya, nggak bisa dibantu temennya. Anjir, AC di wing grip nggak sempet. Ojeng, kaget nggak lu, bangke. Topnya menang sih ini. Bang, satu kali lagi bang. Anjir, oh.
Look at the
frustration
on the fans' face. Elation as they get a big kill in the bot lane, and then disappointment as Bin wins out in the 1v1 top. The gold still remains even. Gen.G will secure
Gen.G first dragon cuy.
of game 4. They're definitely not
Curi nggak sih?
but they needed to make something happen.
3-1 nggak sih Jarpan? Ya Jarpan takut. Tapi nggak apa sih, dapat ADC sih mantap sih. Cuan sih. Nah satu lagi nih, ya ada bomnya. Nggak nyampe ya sama itunya bomnya. Nggak dipukul.
And it's the aggression of BLG again. As Gen.G think, hey, after that bot lane play, we can go for Dragon, right? No, BLG is not gonna let you have that one without contesting. And even though they're not able to get the light as
Itu dia template kesantai yang tidak dimengerti.
as the Kalista now 0-2 should be able to pick up most of this wave, but it is the contest here with the priority roam from Yagao, plus his health advantage being really big.
I mean, Paze just gets completely isolated, doesn't he, as well? The
Kalista
fact
udah
that
akan
Peanuts
main
kind of
tuh.
zoned away thanks on using that Tom Kench to just get in between the jungle and
Aduh,
Delight
plusnya
means
sudah
that, something
kebuang.
that the AD carry can do.
Agak telat.
Them losing a kill in exchange for the Dragon. 1k gold now, the advantage for BLG. Not the end of the world completely for Gen.G. And I want to just draw your attention to the mid lane. We talked about how this can be a very difficult laning phase, but Chovy's doing a fantastic job finding really good trading windows and building a pretty healthy CS lead. And we talked about late game team fights in a side lane. The moment that E is used on Nico, it's very easy for Akali to do whatever she wants in the 1v1. And then this Cassante is going to be a nullifier, but I don't think anyone's going to be able to stop this Akali as we get later into the game.
Yeah, you're really looking at On just trying his best to eat up whoever Chovy is going to target, but we've seen Chovy be able to, even in team fights, be able to output a lot of AoE damage. The big thing here for me as well is that with how the game early has gone, the Kalista plan has not been going very well, and from this point on, it is really hard to come back outside of like if you get completely untouched in an early skirmish. So it will come down, I think, to Chovy specifically. And this is a player who I think has maybe the worst reputation when it comes to international performances on this team, which is crazy to me. And I do think after this tournament, it'll be more Doran and Peanut focused.
Oke, let's go bang.
We do have a possible fight here.
You can see the move from Paze and Delight first from the bottom lane. They push
Dibiarin aja kayak
on their way up here to join. BLG posturing around the Rift Herald. Bin and Shun up towards that top bush. Looks like they might give up the Herald, but then look for something afterwards. The Scryer's Bloom will spot them out. Pings come out. And Gen.G using the priority they have in the mid lane to make sure that Peanut can secure the second neutral objective for the LCK first seed.
So, I mean, this is, in terms of objectives, I would say the best we've seen from Gen.G so far this series. First Dragon,
Settingan ini cuy.
first Herald. These are things that you should be getting when you're playing with a Kalista. You usually want to use her first item.
Enak banget kalau minionnya ini. Ya, ketangkap dong itu. Aduh. Up, lempar. Ois, ngeri.
Nah, lu bayangin Tom Kench dulu bisa makannya 10 detik sekali.
Gila banget.
But instead, they get the ultimate, they get the ignite, and Elk gets out.
And Delight also not ticking over to 6 if he'd had the Magnet Sword.
Kekuatan sungut lele bener cuy.
The Tom Kench, if nothing else, to burn the flash from the Tom. But it wasn't quite enough. Props to Paze and Delight though. They saw a window, they went for it. 0-2 on
Tom Kench kemarin skill issue real sih.
But they're demonstrating how powerful she can still be in the early game.
Especially when you have some CC that you can just chuck into the mix in the form of Delight.
Kayak zip, iya kayak zip.
Voyage forward here by On as they try and clear out vision. Dragon up in a minute's time, 56 seconds on the Infernal Drake. And Gen.G will want to fight around it. Didn't get too many sums out of BLG, only the heal burnt for Elk, his flash coming back off cooldown. On, I believe, will have the Devour back up for this next fight. But still, cease and desist available for Peanut. Delight now ticking over to 6. All summoners available for Paze. And Chovy doing Chovy things, 108 CS, building up towards that first item. Gen.G will be looking at this
Ya suku nggak ada yang pakai ya? Nggak ada anjir.
find it. Chovy pushing forward.
And it's kind of a must-win for them here with the Kalista composition. Chovy
able to dodge away, seen by Oracle's alteration, but only takes a bit of chip damage. Rift Hold still available to Gen.G, but with the push in the mid lane, Yagao and Shun can now help On and Elk gain vision control.
And it looks like Gen.G not looking to actually contest this.
Ups. Ups, anjir nggak kena. Wah, anjir. Gokil.
Actually, I think Yagao would have hit the root if he didn't flash there. So then Bin could have changed his CC. It would have been enough. That should still be the Drake going over. Doran picks at least up a little bit of gold, but I think BLG is going to take that trade anytime as they're teleporting in.
Oke, mari kita war dik-adik. War nggak sih dik-adik? Gak mau lagi deh cuy, nggak ganas lagi cuy, nggak galak lagi cuy. Udah main santai, main rapi aja.
They do have the Herald, alright.
TP. Bin realizes the plan.
Now they have to
He's
dive.
alone. But Shun is on his way. Like, can you kill Bin? At this point, you
We're
have
about to find out, man.
Anjing, the fuck? What the fuck kesante? Ente bang. Udah lah bang ya. Wih, woi. Wah masih ada itu sih. Anjir kalau selamat sih tadi agak bangke ya. Anjir langsung teleport ke atas. Terkejar anjir duitnya sama Kalista.
And also put a lot of gold into Pays. This player had been put down by the early attention from Shun, plus the 2v2 from Alk and On. And
Halo Dakugak.
Gen.G finally able to get themselves to a gold lead here.
So I was skeptical of the TP, but credit to Gen.G, they were able to make it work very nicely. Overall, yes, they did lose the dragon, but the amount of gold that they were able to invest in the bot side of the map, it seemed like a promising idea, the TP from Bin, but I think he immediately realized after the TP, hang on, I've completely isolated myself from the rest of the team. I think it was Shun that tried to make his way down bot lane to offer that assistance, but it was too late, and Gen.G committed 4 members to find that kill. So 3-2 is the kill score. Gen.G now have a 1k gold lead. And this early game overall is very even, but I think that when you kind of look at the context of the series, Gen.G's confidence is at an all-time high. You feel as though the momentum from BLG has just slowed down, considering for the first 3 games, they were just like, it felt like that they were unstoppable in terms of their early game fighting.
And a lot of that comes through allowing Chovy freedom on the map, as he will have later on, but also allowing Pays and Delight a bit more freedom in the bottom lane. This game has been a bit more tricky.
Look, Steve's still there. He's doing his best.
Yeah.
I think he might get taken down here, but hopefully he hangs out around for a little bit longer. Hey, still good to go. So what I want to highlight as well is that Chovy hasn't actually been involved in any of these plays. And he is at a 160 CS at 14 minutes as a Kali. Once he actually starts joining these skirmishes, we'll see how BLG finds a way to deal with it. I do think that the BLG wombo combo between Kasante, J4, and Nico is something that we haven't seen the opportunity to use. True. And it's something that Gen.G really needs to respect.
It's just, there's something about Akali in this comp that just looks really good to me. I feel
it's a
like
gut feeling.
Well, I think it's the nameplate just above it, to be honest.
I mean, I'm a big Akali fan. I play her a lot, and there are like definitely good games and bad games depending on the comp that you're playing against. And you're definitely right. In the hands of Chovy, I just look at what you're playing into, the carries, and like aside from Tom Kench, we might see it right here.
Just looking for Elk, maybe trying to get the Devour down.
Mana dia?
Does have the flash, doesn't have the flash in fact to get away. And trying to crystal out into the Magnet Storm. Chovy extending forward for the Devour, still available for BLG here as Pays tries to get on towards the back line, but Delight now pulled out with the face.
Anjir, nggak dapet cok. Bisa nggak sih, mati nggak sih? Satu lagi. Oh nice, baru dikejar cok.
I mean, that may be the biggest caster curse I've done in recent history.
Dapat bonting. Oke, masih ada flash.
He has the time to flash and escape. The Drake's still 50 seconds from spawning. We're fighting over a blue buff.
The Kali will be back alive and has TP soon.
Yeah, we'll see though, because that was a really heavy investment. If they get Drake, I think BLG call worth, but otherwise, like that is, what, 4 flashes?
True.
In the end, just to kill Chovy, who didn't have his flash available, does end up going down. But I think it depends on who actually gets the setup for this dragon here. Ocean Drake, particularly with how much sideline action I expect, going to be really big here.
And Yagao didn't complete the Rocket Bell. He went back to base, didn't have enough money, and now the TP has been used. So I thought that Chovy was actually going to look for a kill here, but decides, you know what, it's not worth it. He looks at the position on the map and realizes this isn't a good fight for me. Good ultimate from Elk. And then Delight is kind of forced to fight here to keep his mid laner alive. Pays gets zoned out of the fight, nice, thanks to a nice route from Yagao. And then Gen.G are immediately forced to retreat. You're going to see him land a good ultimate here, and he's going to get that shutdown as well. So 400 gold goes over to Shun. And with the Herald being secured, perhaps that's an opportunity for Gen.G to cross map and trade for the Dragon.
Would be their second of the game. Their Dragon stalling a little bit after managing to pick up the first one. But they do still have 1,000 gold lead here, even if the kill scoreline is a little bit misleading. Lead for Peanut and for Chovy. Not as great as they would like this portion of the game.
And this is something that Gen.G was known for in the LCK as well.
Dia udah mulai gabut, padahal tadi di awal enak main.
Particularly with the opportunity for
Sekarang jadi
BLG to just move
gabut.
and just throw down a Herald, try and push down. They can do that. They can also look for a contest.
BLG have given up the ghost on this one. You can see Yagao walking forward. Nah, I'm just going to clear the wave.
Not feeling it.
Just taking the red as well. And I think a lot of it comes down to what you mentioned, Chronicler, which is they invested a lot. Yes, you have Pop Blossom. Yes, you have the Cataclysm, but you don't have Flash on any of your bot side of the map, or your jungle, or your mid. So if you look for more, Gen.G can collapse on you. Magnet Storm back up. There's the Rift Herald in the mid lane, as only Pays is there to try and dissuade BLG, so it will be at least 1 tower. Maybe 2 if they wanted to go in with the charge, but it looks like instead they will retreat and work their way towards the top side. No vision here for Gen.G. It's control war deep behind, and BLG's blue. Can Chovy survive what could be a 5-man dive?
Oke, Chovy lagi gak sih? Nice!
As the arrow hits, he might be just
Shit.
caught out.
Akhirnya anjing diazab, cuk. Gila, ulti AC, knock up Nico, skill Nico. Mamam anjing. Sia gue beleguk sia. Dibikin kena mental, habis ini dia nggak mau lagi pakai Akali.
And that is also Chovy investing his flash, right? In the previous play, didn't have it. So it's going to be a very favorable trade here for BLG.
Ya, masih 50-50, bawah juga dapat turretnya.
It's not the end of the world, but still a big win. They might be looking to try and catch some stragglers here.
Tapi Akali gitu-gitu masih ini loh aja. Golnya sama aja.
Available, and it'll just be Gen.G trying to make the best of a rough situation.
Peanut spotted an award as he jumped into the Baron pit. I mean,
waduh.
Shun maybe would have stayed around, locked up for a second, and another, but even with the ignite, Shun
bukan jarpan letal nih.
Drinker his way away as Delight back over the wall there by Peanut. Not sure that was the intention, but it was the conclusion of the play.
I don't love this invade from Gen.G. Now just taunting.
Okay. Peanut tried to smite as the patience ran out.
Bentar, itu smite-nya nggak nge-kill tadi ya?
Iya sih, belum buffnya kan nambah lagi
Aduh, setur. Langsung kecewa gitu, langsung terdiam aja.
Gold pretty much dead even now. It's kind of been a back and forth of a 1K shift.
Katanya Baron mau dihapus, kabarnya gimana tuh? Iya, mau ditukar Lord.
He doesn't like it.
Lagi tuh.
Chovy looking for it. Yagao still has flash. Chovy able to dash away.
And something I want to highlight is the fact that so many of these players from BLG have been set up by Elk. And we've seen a lot of Elk like team fight carry in this tournament. His Tristana, his Jinx, right? But
sulit aja, Nico skillnya kayak begitu.
From a very stylistic point of view, where so much more of the value comes
from modal ulti habis itu cabut dia nya.
Ability to consistently hit arrows, and thus far, I feel like Elk has done a really good job of consistently finding these arrows towards the side.
Kalian aja ganti map. Gue di mana dengar kabar kalau di LoL mau ganti map katanya. Apa dibohongin gua sama viewer?
As the tempo and the pace of the game slows down a little bit, I have to feel we're just waiting for the next Drake to spawn would be third of the game for Gen.G. They'd wish that was four. Obviously, BLG getting that earlier Drake slowed down their game a lot. For BLG, still only one game away from making it to quarterfinals, from joining Weibo. First time we've ever had 4 LPL teams in the quarterfinals, and maybe, if things go the way the top side of the bracket could be going, maybe the first time we've ever had all LPL semi-finals as well. I think people will look at that bottom side of the bracket and think, well, JDG probably. And then
Gak ada lower bracket ya, nggak ada karena kemarin udah switch stage.
The era of LPL dominance returning after a brief delay last year at Worlds. Peanut stepping forward here.
Woi.
Comes in from BLG.
Oh nice, mati jungle-nya. Ya Nico gitu-gitu lah ya. Ulti kena 1 aja udah cukup lah. Kalinya cok. Dimakan langsung anjir. Pas dia ngeluarin itu yang champion kena stun juga, Pit. Pas dia ngeluarin temen dari mulutnya terus kena champion musuh itu ada stunnya. Tapi temen bisa pengen keluar sendiri nggak sih? Apa harus dikeluarin?
Bisa. Pilihannya antara si kodoknya yang ngebuang atau temennya klik kanan dia keluar mau kemana gitu.
Oh kayak jalan gitu doang ya. Yes. Let's go. Udah hilang ngantuk tapi G.
That pick from Peanut is exactly the window that they were looking for. Without a second of hesitation, they start the Baron.
Udah boleh berhenti main Akali sih bang, di rank aja bang. Di-lock abis-abisan anjir. Ini ulti Rumble juga numpang pagar doang. Gak ada yang kena. Nah di sini tadi nih. Oh iya, Nico itu dia baru ngerut kalau belakang itu kena dinding ya? Apa bukan Nico ya? Itu mah bar ya? Nico yang penting kena aja ya. Tapi bisa kena 2 kan Nico ya?
Kalau ada 5 satu garis kenal 5-5-nya itu.
Satu garis apa bisa nyamping?
Satu garis doang.
Oh satu garis doang. Berarti kayak Lux ya? Cuman bisa sampai ini ke belakang. Range-nya bisa nambah nggak, Pit? Enggak ya?
Enggak, cuma lebih cepat doang.
Tas kena 2, mati. Kena tuh dia. Siapa yang kena Akali ya?
BLG don't want to overinvest towards the top side of the map on the cross map. Bin is able to still push, but the Red Bull Baron power play is going to lose.
Ya, bisa ya. Ya, dapat lah tower tengah ini dulu 1 ya kan. Bawah dapat 1, lumayan. Wah, anjir bagus betul ultinya. Wah, dibokong sama Lain, mati AC-nya. No, rata AC ini mah cu. Sini cu. Anjing di smite. Nah. Cari dinding. Masih ada ulti kan? Nah, itu dia dinding yang dicari-cari. Kabur dulu nggak sih? Lu kalau sempet ya enggak cuy. No.
Gen.G get those death timers on a bit of an uneven keel. Still only 1,000 gold in it, but look at this.
Ngantuknya pas main Nunu nanti nih aja.
And there is a reason why Gen.G fans were saying, why is the light not on engage? It's moments like this. He was able to do it on Breon. He's able to do it on Gen.G. And it is a really important moment because, as you're saying, with the Red Bull Baron power play in favor of BLG, they were pushing. It starts with the pick towards the mid or towards the top side of the map on Yagao, but then they're able to actually take down, and you can see the tense coaching room there for Gen.G. They know what's at stake here.
I mean, Peanut completely redeemed the misplay that he made earlier, nullified the Baron. And now both objectives, 2.5 minutes until they're back out onto the map. more time for both
Anjir,
sides
langsung
to
drop,
farm,
cok.
more time for items to be completed. But again, I draw my eyes towards the mid lane and I look at these items now being finished for
Aduh,
Chovy.
AC.
Level 15.
Awas, ada kali di kiri AC. Mati lu kena proto. Anjir. Gak kena. Kena. Anjir, masih ada stasis. Wah, ente nih. Oh, masih selamat semua, coy.
And there is no objective up, but GEN.G.
Wah, ini kayak Gen.G menang anjing.
They should be able to at the very least get themselves a turret here.
Waduh, pura-pura kalah ternyata Gen.G tadi, guys.
Saving Elk.
The momentum has clearly swung. What felt like a doomed game state for GEN.G after losing that Baron, after losing another dragon. It's just everything for GEN.G. Look at this play. Elk isolated. They cannot protect him. He's forced to flash over the wall. The arrow goes wide. The support is dead. And then look, Shun gets close to Elk, which means that Chovy sees that as a window. The stopwatch is good, and then he falls away from Yagao. He's isolated by his team. Now Chovy in danger.
By himself down in the bottom lane, but he's going to get out the hymnal, take a pure BLG.
Iya, nggak bisa, cok. Kencang banget dah kali. Pakai apa sih?
Turn it back around. Chovy able to dash away. Pina trying to get across the wall. He dodges from the Intofu's not quite enough range. But Bin, the dragon up in a minute. Enough time for GEN.G to reset. Chovy almost scored out.
And there's that threat from BLG. A single misstep and GEN.G can still get taken down in this game. Peanut forced to flash there, won't have that available. Will be able to get onto the back line just as easy.
Lu crazy ya, lu main 7 night gak lu crazy ya?
Off cooldown just about now, meaning that if BLG anything
info score dong, itu ada di atas, cuy.
It is just soul points for either team, so wouldn't be surprised if with the lack of control, BLG is going to say thank you to that one. Baron also up, so we might even see them try and play towards
yang
that.
7K idol.
I mean, so much of the credit needs to be given to Delight. You guys were talking about him earlier. We're going to be keeping our eyes on him as the game continues. He made that mid lane game-saving play. Let's see if he can find another. Shun looking for a fight.
Bang Kuro, halo.
Delight goes in. Trying to keep Elk alive. The pop blossom goes out just in time from Yagao.
Oh, nice tuh. Akalinya masih full darah, itu gimana ceritanya, anjing? Itu gimana ceritanya, pancir? Alah, 3-2 gamenya, Pan. No. Gua mau tidur. Kok gue main kali nggak kayak gitu ya, darah masuk mau dalam asap kayak mau lagi pakai stasis kayak tetap habis darah haji.
Was an incredible engage. He finds 3 members, and how does Elk even get to play the game?
He doesn't. And to meet this Rumble, I don't even feel like Doran is.
Niko segede itu kena kagak aja.
But the Rumble has just made it so hard consistently. But as you already pointed out, the big enabler of all of this, it's Delight. This man, I think his Enchanter play is fine, but these moments are what is winning GEN.G this game. And you see, even with Yagao trying to go for the ultimate, GEN.G plays very respectful. Bin actually, with some heroics, made that look close. Gets multiple multi-man knockups, but it just isn't enough because Paze and Chovy are unmatched.
Yeah, I mean, it's the combination of Rumble forcing all of those things out early. Means that the Akali then has free reign on the backline, and there's nothing to stop Chovy from just assassinating Elk. And then while all of that is happening, Paze is untouched. So he's just freely dishing out this damage. 5 kills for him now. 2-1-11 for Doran. A 6k goal lead for GEN.G. They're looking to bring us to a game 5. The momentum has very clearly swung in their favor, and they will not slow down. They want to return to the World Semi-Final. They lost to DRX at the semis last year. They lost to BLG at MSI. And they want to prove that they can make the reverse sweep a reality.
Just the inhibitor line between them.
Di sini boleh pakai rel jungle sih kayaknya untuk belegu.
Biggest prize of all of that nexus. The arrow onto Doran, but Delight is in the
arrow.
way. If BLG overstep, there's the equalizer already. Doran getting chunked out, and Doran is done so.
Yang jadi masalah
Jovi pushing
bukan
in the
di
mid lane. Delight can
jungle
re-engage. No flash for him to disengage this.
Tadi Jarvan
Shun
konsisten,
misses the
cuma
flag and
ya
drag across the wall. The
sisanya
stun from Delight. Jovi starting to
si
collapse. There's
Yago,
the base call out.
jadi
Lah, kok hilang? Oh iya, dilempar Kalista ya.
Instead to make sure their mid lane is still healthy. The inhibitor tower already down. TP now from Bin as he tries to make sure Jovi can't get another tower out of this push.
Pretty big window there for BLG. They're able not window. Just want to clarify.
I mean,
they're
both of them.
Dikat nih.
They're also able to take a lot of the wind out of the sails of these Baron power plays, which it has been something where Gen.G actually have been super consistent domestically. Like when they get Baron, it's done, right? So picks like this on Doran, even with a stopwatch available, I might add, are really, really big and mean. The BLG, even though they are down, they are not out. That wombo combo still exists. It just is more about, can they regain map control? Because I feel like that's been really kind of the advantage that Gen.G have had ever since that catch that they got here on mid. They just haven't really ever been able to get like Yagao with a big flank into the enemy backline.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these fights have actually been started by Gen.G.
Yeah.
Finding these opportunities, Delight being the initiator, and in an ideal world, you as BLG want to be the one starting off the fights. But Gen.G, oh, Yagao. No, that's not the real one.
You can always tell if it's not the real one because it's just doing a helicopter motion somewhere randomly. It's like, should you really be doing that? I want to give credit to Delight as well for his itemization here. Abyssal Mask, second item, really strong when you have a Rumble and a Kali, and when you're diving into the backline, that magic resist shred, so powerful in situations like this. You may see the game slow down for the next couple of minutes because it's 2.5 on Soul for Gen.G and 2.5 on Baron for BLG or Gen.G, whoever decides to fight around it.
We're also starting at the point where there's a lot of defensive itemization available, right? So Bin was able to pick up a Renduance, already had a Stoneblade second. Then we have GA for both junglers here, and then double stopwatch on the side of Yagao and Elk, and then Doran and Chovy also with Zhonya's in the pocket. Pace just sporting a regular one. And for BLG, the item breakpoints could have been worse. I think only mid lane is where it really feels backbreaking. Outside of that, they have been able to stay on pretty decent item parity.
Well, the tension mounts. The darkness is full of terrors.
Ocean again. It's so spooky.
Spooky.
I would say the Gen.G are the slightly spookier thing here, but that's fair. BLG have the...
Ocean's really deep, man. We haven't explored like 90% of that.
Ocean
Could be anything down
it's
there.
a dangerous place. BLG will actually make their way up towards the Baron side of the map. A minute and a half until that spawns. I guess with their mid-prio, they can kind of take as much space as they want. The wave clear... I mean, the wave clear and siege from Gen.G isn't the strongest. They really need another great fight to end this game.
Kur turu, enggak. Song of Nunu jam berapa? Enggak tahu dah main Nunu enggak kita hari ini ya.
Is on a ward. Chovy and Peanut were eyeing him up, but decide that tasty morsel can be left for later.
Lembur jadinya kalau main Nunu.
Not quite sure where the rest.
Ini kelar, ini sih bau-baunya bakal menang Gen.G nih. Terus kelar ini game jam 6 kayak 4.50 gitu. Terus mulainya jam 7. Terus kelarnya jam 8. Kapan mulai Nununya anjing? Jam 9. Jam 9. Kalau Beleguk menang kita main Nunu nanti, guys.
And feels like the last stand here for BLG to ward off a Silver Scrapes.
One last time.
Delight is the player to watch for Gen.G. And if Yagao can find a flank, that'll be the difference maker. Chronicle was talking about it earlier.
Oh, here he goes in. The Devour immediately. Delight tanky enough, but Chovy is being dealt with.
Aduh, udah ketangkep kayak gitu. Aduh, Niko. Anjir, udah kelar.
Fightnya bagus banget, Rumble ulti kena semua itu tuh.
Tempatnya itu loh.
He's 17 and he's flashing over a wall.
Bye.
With his back against
Kena pukul skill 3 sekali lagi. Wes, enggak bener anjing. Aduh, nggak bisa bang. Anjir. Settingan ini. Ini settingan ini. Ini settingan.
But now 2-2, silver scrapes about to grace us again.
And it feels like the Gen.G have found the formula. It feels like the BLG are the ones now pressured to go back to the drawing board.
What a series it has been so far. We're going to go to a short break, but don't you dare go anywhere.
Kok ada musik sedih gini?
Enggak, ini tradisi dari dulu. Jadi kalau misalkan udah sampai ke best of 5 ada lagu ini selalu aja.
Gak usah pura-pura lihat HP, Bang. Kayak AG aja mukanya. Bandot. Want to play. Nah, situ tadi tuh. Tidak, Song of Nunu tiba-tiba menghilang. Bisa nggak sih langsung start aja cuy, biar soalnya player itu sekarang lagi panas, jadi langsung di start aja Bang Riot ya. Nggak perlu ada istirahat, nggak perlu ada baca-baca dulu dari caster, langsung gas sih.
Tapi Bang, itu tim kanan lagi bahas strategi dulu, rungkat Bang.
Nggak apa-apa sih, itu modal pijit dikit aja lah, pijit dikit. Kencing Bang, nggak apa-apa, bentar kencing mah 2 menit.
Nah ini pas 2 menit.
Cepet ini mereka kencingnya, minumnya dikit guys. Bang izin sholat maghrib. Jangan lupa sholat maghrib kepada adik-adik semuanya ya. Doakan Kurohiko top up sukses, supaya nanti gue bisa ngasih diskon 90% maksimal 200 perak. Info skor itu ada tulisannya G. Skornya 23 no di bawah no. Tenenet. Ternyata logo 23 prediksi skor, pantesan script ini bener. Nggak jualan step wallet juga Kur. Winter sale nih ada, silakan langsung DM aja. Lanjut stream turni WR lah Kur. Nggak punya akses ya cuy. Nanti kita di copyright. Nanti kita di strike.
The wave clear. Oh,
Agnestorm flash engaged the equalizer down as well in the TP. Gen.G have pulled the trigger and they're looking to burst out Elk. Jovi dashing around and Elk will fall. It's hunting season. Yagao is gone and BLG might be too. Elk trying to do everything he can, but Elk has been mounted on a wall. Delight survives. BLG die. Hey Gen.G do it all.
168 days ago, Gen.G suffered one of the most crushing losses they ever had at the hands of BLG in London at MSI. If you asked us 2 hours ago, we thought the exact same thing was going to happen here.
It was about to be a 6-0.
It was.
Now it might be a 5-2 though.
It might be.
Now it might be a
Wow, thanks for
Bang
deflating.
gak usah live soal dulu, tidur aja malam ini. Besok enggak anjing. Besok jadi 8 jam. Besok juga ada nobar lagi anjir.
All the way to a game 5. I'm just happy that we got here.
Yeah, I mean, I expected this to be like way heavily Gen.G favored. So the fact that they were able to come out, BLG were able to come out.
Ini gara-gara jaketnya ditaruh di sini nih, gara-gara mama caster analisnya ini biji lah.
Or the casters talked about how this draft is them doing something different, right? And again, we're
Di jampi-jampi ya ini jaketnya.
the carry that you always have to watch out for.
Curang banget.
I was like, this guy was robbed for LCK first All-Pro, right? Like, we see him on these engaged supports.
Besok fast match.
Way more comfortable, and he's starting these fights for Gen.G and just being a pivotal member.
Yeah, this time on Rel, and he had the engaged time and time again. And is that just what it comes down to then? Of course, Delight being able to push that envelope and Chovy with the agency?
Yeah, it's not just one of these pieces, it's all of these pieces working in concert. The engages are huge though, because he's engaging on both parts. He gets the Tom Kench and the Ashe simultaneously. And
Tidur sono Kur.
by the time Elk gets eaten, he's
Jangan, gak boleh tidur.
25% HP with a bunch of spears in his back as well. So they both just get ripped out. And it has been electric in this stadium. I know a giant stadium full of people that agree with you. All these Gen.G fans have been popping off.
BLG menang, cukur botak dong Kur. Siap. Nanti kita cukur botak ya. Tapi nggak bisa gue kasih lihat karena VTuber guys. VTubernya juga nggak bisa dibotakin anjir. Bayar berjuta gue anjir. Apa? Nah iya tuh pakai filter TikTok.
Engages did was force On essentially out of the fight, right? Because Elk cannot play the game unless On is there to essentially devour, save him, and then Gen.G still with this
Bing dari Indonesia guys, Bing.
get on to Elk, and he just couldn't play the game.
Dia main rush
We
guys.
also saw the rumble damage coming out of Doran, who, you know, didn't have a great laning phase. I thought he wasn't really able to push Bin out, and Bin was still looking pretty good in the mid to late game fights. But yeah,
Mahal juga ya kalau ngelubah avatar VTube walaupun rambut doang. Yes.
It's perfect.
Yes.
Replay there, them combining for like the first tier of the engage. Then Chovy's in for the second tier, and Pays gets the free.
Baru kenal Kurohiko, kenapa tidak hitam bang? Mau yang hitam.
In the early stages of the game, they went for some incredible dives that really shut down any of the plays that BLG were going to be able to make.
Mau yang ini.
BLG who started things off well, and myself and Emily looked at each other as this game had started, going, "Hey, if you fall behind in the early stages here, you have no damage on BLG." And these initial plays look great, but it was how Gen.G then responded in the upcoming plays that really started to turn things around.
yeah, we'll see, I believe, a play on the opposite side where Pina is actually responding, and Gen.G, yeah, right here. Well, this is where, yeah, they actually
Yang kalah pulang Kur. Iya.
not sure about that, but then they were able to get this kill onto Bin. It's really important for me to mention, like, both junglers in the series. I know Chronicler was kind of ragging on Pina. I actually thought Pina
Botakin Dinda bang, yang setuju ketik 1 anjir.
from the fact that they started vertical jungling from BLG. They were like, we are going for this dive. We do not want you to get this Kalista ahead. It was actually pretty successful. So then credit to Gen.G for being able to get back in the mid game.
And also his decision making around objectives like the Rift Herald. One of the things that I think kind of went under the radar was as Riptar was initially started up, Peanut did start the first one at 8 minutes, but he looked bot and realized, hang on a second, because we played so heavily around bot lane as BLG, Elk has no level 6.
Jangan anjir.
The ultimate, we can actually go for this objective having the ultimate advantage, and it's those tiny little plays that are.
Itu kalau mau botak bagian rambut bisa di side seharusnya, tapi nggak tahu sih model Kuro base-nya botak atau enggak. Base-nya mungkin bukan botak cuy. Emang sih rambutnya itu bisa di hide gitu, tapi kepalanya itu mungkin bisa aja sama KD bukan dibikin botak gitu, tapi dibikin kayak ngasal lah. Dan kalaupun dibikin bulat harus tetap dibikinin di kepalanya tuh biar apa namanya agak ada 3D-nya gitu di kepalanya.
Still, I did put 3-2 originally before we started changing. I got a little full of myself there with the BLG hype, you know. The first two games.
Now gonna do like 3-2, or what is he gonna do? No, he's not doing it.
This last game, though, there were so many back and forth moments, and that's why it has turned into such an exciting series.
Oh, what a great shot!
Yeah,
that's so good, amazing. There's a couple of things we can talk about going into the next game. It's BLG selecting the blue side. Once again, I think Gen.G has found a lot of solutions, though, on that red side. And one thing maybe we perhaps do not want to see again is...
Kapan debut Core? Akhir bulan atau awal bulan depan? Akhir bulan ini atau awal bulan depan? Swiss hype gitu bermuncul.
Was just a complete wipeout, and I think it's more also vocal towards Chovy, how well he has been playing on these melee champions, getting control on the Yone, popping off on the Akali.
Jadi ingat ini, Ses.
Even when Yagao's on comfort, it's still a problem. I think it's trying to keep this Chovy in check. That's the problem.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm looking at it with wrong-colored glasses, but in fact, before that mid lane super engaged with the Rumble ult, things were a bit touch and go. No, it's not like BLG was blown out in the entirety of this game, or am I remembering incorrectly?
But you can see on their faces the mentality.
Tahun depan aja Core tanggung. Masih proses membuat berbagai macam pernak-perniknya cuy. Menang siapa nih Core? Kayaknya menang Gen.G sih. Gen.G lagi pede banget nih. BLG dia lagi agak-agak kena mental dikit nih. Kalau Gen.G dia lagi pede-pedenya nih.
To see this kind of like unexpected mental resiliency from this Gen.G team is like, I don't know, it's really great.
It's so impressive to be a team that wins a world championship. You know, Gen.G plays at 85%, at 90% the whole year, but we haven't seen them squeeze before, and that's why they have fell in those final
baru datang Kor habis pulang kerja, tidak apa-apa.
They are on the brink of completing the reverse sweep.
Tahun baru aja Kor beda-bedain semua orang. Tapi orang rayaan yang lain anjir, nggak ada yang datang nanti. Reverse sweep, anjay, reverse sweep.
When you look at Chovy in the mid lane, he's been uncontested there. Peanut stepping up massively. And when we look at that bot lane, that has been where the battle lines have been drawn. Both sides need to find that success. And I think it's for BLG getting carries back in the top lane, getting comfort for Yagao, getting rid of the Akali and the Oni, and then having some damage bot lane. This Ashe is not going to cut us.
Oh, this has been so exciting, and we are not done yet. One final game in this series. And Medic, I hope you have some energy left.
One more time into the breach, one more time onto Summoner's Rift for both these teams. They have battled their lives out, battled like their lives depended on it. And after game 2, I think we all thought it was going to be a quick one. BLG absolutely stomped there, but Gen.G showing the resiliency to fight back in front of their home crowd here in Busan.
I mean, the sixth man of the crowd has to affect BLG to some capacity.
Bang, lu debutnya bareng 5.0 aja bang, biar makin heboh. 5.0 apa? Oh, patch 5.0 aja.
The momentum swing. Let's see what they've got prepared for us as we get
closer. Itu di Huya 30 juta. Kalau di aplikasi Cina agak meragukan sih total view. Wih, lagi berdoa nih. Shit, wah anjir. Gak ada kasih tahu kah sama temen, weh muka lu kelihatan cowok katanya.
Well, let's get into draft then, shall we? What is the plan? Things we know for Gen.G. They need Delight on an engage.
Teng 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 teng.
And how he approaches the mid to late game. Whereas BLG, I think it's really important that they get Elk on something that can have carry potential. And Bin, he's been a little quiet these last 2 games. So let's see how their game plan will shift.
Silas, Rakan, and Aatrox banned away by BLG. Zaya and Renata removed by Gen.G. It's going to be a Jax as the final ban from Gen.G.
Yeah, I was about to say it's got to be Rumble, right? You gotta lock it in right from the get-go. In his second game ever, but he looks perfectly capable in the first one.
Do they take the Jarvan away? Is the question, or do they not care about it?
First pick Rumble anjir.
They do based on what they've shown thus far.
Yeah, they've been giving GEN the Jarvan every game.
Bang, lu siapanya Kurohige?
Is
Nggak kenal cuy sama Kurohige.
It's going to be very unpleasant to play into.
It's going to be Jarvan, Rumble, Orianna.
Yes.
Remember that.
Wih, benar.
Do they just do Via Kali again? I think they're just going to do Via Kali again. They're saying, all right, take your Jarvan, take your Ori. We don't care. We're going to play Via Kali into it.
Wow, kita mengerti banget tuh bahasanya.
The pressure is on. Gen.G using the most of their time to really think about what they want to do after this. The Vi is locked in, and you would imagine that, oh, is that a Jarvan Orianna? What a surprise. And you have to imagine the Akali.
Jarvan lagi, Orianna lagi.
Chovy had such a good performance on it in game 4, winning the laning phase, which very surprising. Into the Nico matchup here, the Orianna.
Would love to say that we're really smart with these predictions. Unfortunately, I feel like they are very predictable. Now I imagine Caitlyn Aphelios, and then on BLG side, it's probably going to be Nautilus Rel. They really didn't like the fact that Delight had so many high-impact plays on the Rel last game.
What I'm looking towards as well is what is Gen.G actually going to pick for AD carry? Because I feel like the Kaisa into what BLG already have is going to be extremely hard to play out, even though it does synergize well with the rest of the team.
I mean, the question is, like, Gen.G's just going to do Kalista again, right?
You'd imagine they would.
Really struggled in laning phase.
Oh iya, Akali lagi ya.
Because, like, they're going to sit there and say, do you really want to do Ashtam Kanch again? And they're going to, I don't know. The Aphelios is gone. Now the question is, to BLG ban away the Rel? Because maybe they sit there and go, if you didn't have Rel, that Kalista would have been even worse. So they ban away the Rel.
Wih, Salo Raya, terima kasih telah memperpanjang membership.
BLG say, we don't want to deal with the fact that you could play Kalista, so we're just going to ban that away, and then that opens up the
One trick Jarvan. Iya, Jarvan terus.
Has to come up with a different plan.
Wouldn't hate the Tristana from Elk. It is going to be the Kalista, as you pointed out. So the strongest pick on paper right now would be Kaisa. It works well with the rest of the comp. It is going to get locked in. Counter pick again for Delight. His Rel and his Alistar both still available.
I think they might do Trist. I think you're right. When I look at this, you need an AD carry with Zeri or Trist. It's one of those two. You need something with mobility that can peel for itself. In an ideal world, they're thinking like Zeri Rel, maybe Tristana Rel. Okay, so
Wish is meta yang kemarin nih.
Excited for a second there. I don't love Bard Kaisa. I do like that.
I think Rel works well again.
I think they need it. I think they need a 4.
Sun CBJ cuman bisa Jarvan, bener cuy.
In game 4.
Oke, kita lihat nih pick menarik, apakah ini
a scaling option still
adalah senjata rahasia dari Beleguk Gaming.
Should at least be able to contest more in lane. I do think Senna has a pretty good time into the Kaisa specific. That was the same, honestly, for Ashe last time. We saw that the laning phase didn't end up mattering that much. That to me the big difference maker is that
Japan di WildRift masih bagus nggak buat jungle? Masih bisa di build tank, bisa di build lethal, tapi yang lagi rame sih lethal.
If Bin gets fed, I think this game becomes almost unplayable very quickly for Gen.G. I also think the Light in the last game, as good as he was,
ini udah banyak simpel yang bagus di WildRift.
plays.
Bisa pakai Evelyn, pakai Lee Sin, pakai Evai, pakai Twitch,
The reverse sweep. Level 1 though for BLG.
Haji.
Between J4, Senna and Kanch. going to be a very scary thing. Wouldn't be surprised if they go for an invade again.
It's crucial to remember the last game, even though Gen.G won, Shock said it on the desk, it wasn't one-sided. BLG were dominating the early game.
Ngambil kena lepas doang aja.
Excuse me, it was Delight's pick in the mid lane that turned the game around. This series could go either way. Obviously, one of these teams will be moving on towards the semi-final.
Apa?
Will it be an LPL matchup, or will it be the first seed of the LCK to represent them here in Korea?
Oh, ada blacklist ini WR.
Ada. Si yang dulu pernah di Indo siapa sih, Hide ya?
Oh iya.
Itu kan join situ. Tadi pagi gue landing lawan dia tuh lagi streaming.
was doing anything a little bit sneaky, he can reset, go down towards the bottom side. Peanut once again starting on his top side camps. He's now using the ball to spot out any late invades that could come out.
Pantisco top up kapan bang? Udah nggak ada lagi kayaknya cuy.
On the western front between these two teams early on.
Masih belum tentu cuy. Padahal yang promo dulu tuh mantap cuy. Untungnya gede. Yang nggak promo malah kecil banget untungnya.
We'll just have to accept that he is going to get tracked. And BLG, no invade in this crucial game number 5.
You know, when your tournament life is on the line, the random thought that I had is, imagine you're Shun and you just played 5 games of Java. What a team player. He's obviously had an incredible series on the champion. I think that he has really been the reason why BLG have found so much success in the early game. I was optimistic that this series was going to be about the junglers. And while I think that BLG's early game presence has really shown up thanks to Shun, I think that Peanut has been a little quiet outside of what we've seen in perhaps game 1. Delight.
Oh, ignited early here. Use that piercing darkness to heal himself up a little bit. Delight just trying to trade health bars early on. Only Elk's 6th ever game on the center. 40% win rate on it. It's harassing Pays and Delight early in the lane.
Benar punya 2 farm kah? Iya, kayak Minotaur.
Level 1 is so incredibly impressive, but it allows Pays and the Lights actually get control of the wave early.
Tapi kalau yang
We
Mino
won't be
jadi
seeing
gede,
Shun
apa ini?
towards the bot side this time around. Maybe looking
Gak tau
for
deh, gue gak pernah main Mino.
onto Peanut here. We did see Yagao actually able to place a ward early on.
Yeah, has a much higher health bar as well if he does move early. You can see Chovy has been
Oops.
chunked out.
Anjas.
So Peanut got the big one, but Shun got, I think, all the small ones.
Shun is going to be forcing Peanut up towards the top side. Doran does have Mega 9, can move across. Ignite on Bin though. The advantage in terms of summoners. He will fight that.
I mean, the problem Peanut has is he doesn't have prio anywhere. Doran's being zoned away, and look, Chovy can't do anything. Look at the bullying that Yagao was putting on the mid right now. Chovy is so low. Doran also in a bit of an awkward position. Our observers highlighting how awkward this is for Gen.G in the early game, and Shun is looking.
Doran underneath the tower. EQ flashes over. Doran able to flash away.
Oops, mati.
Down and he will fall first blood to BLG.
Oke, mantap ini Belguk udah mulai serius. Mulai serius lagi nih.
Blood for BLG in the face of Peanut. Shun finds it for Bin.
And that's the kill going to Bin. Yep. As mentioned, the Rumble, I think, has been such a big impact, or has had such a big impact in this series. And it is the early invade from Shun using the prio on both lanes. Doran taking so much poke. Peanut can't walk up.
Tanggal 2 bulan ini TFT rilis katanya. Iya.
Especially with red buff.
Does he actually get the knock-up
No,
hit?
I think he flashes over him. Yeah.
Yeah, he does.
Even then, and then Doran doesn't actually get.
Gagal ya skill 3 flash ya.
I don't know if it would have mattered though.
Maybe not.
Still being able to do the damage. Mini
Gaya doh tuh anjir telat.
Squishy. This is exactly the start BLG are looking for.
You can see Elkanon getting the push down towards this bottom side as well. Peanut working his way down here. Did manage to get his red buff eventually. Might just look for a tri-bush gank. No wards here for BLG.
Some's available.
They have to be skeptical though. Ping coming down from Shun. He's heading towards the Krugs. Level 4 now here. Elk drops a ward.
But Delight can just go in. get on with the stun. There's the crash down. Going to try and keep Peanut at bay. Gets him with the last embrace and the Abyssal Voyage from On. Means that he will live to fight another day.
So, wow. I was going to say the problem now is Peanut spent a decent amount of time and Shun has just come back out onto the map. Look, he's got a phage in his inventory. Peanut hasn't had an opportunity to spend any of his gold yet. But overall, looks like not too much is going to come off the back of that. Flash burn for On. And BLG hold on to a decent gold lead for now.
And Bin with a sizable lead up towards this top lane. Very hard now for Doran to play out this lane. Especially since Bin went for the plated.
Bang, lelenya kriuk gak? Udah warna golden brown itu, Bang.
On could be optimizing the center Tom Kench a little
Iya, kriuk kayak babi kriuk.
on the center in this lane.
Babi guling.
Shun looking down towards this bottom lane is spotted.
Enggak.
Hayes and Delight should know that he peeked his head around the corner, but yeah, you can get about 30 CS at the 10-minute mark, 70 at the 20 mark, and then when you've completed your warding item, you can actually sell it, switch that over to the Tom Kench, and then farm up through the late game. Means you avoid the situation where Senna isn't getting enough gold in the mid game.
And right now, we do see with Bin almost has his Ignite available again with the ultimate. Surely going to be looking to try and punish Doran. Chovy is level 6. Wasn't able to have that big of an impact in the early game last time around. And with Gen.G already in a sizable deficit, might have to do some more heavy lifting early on. Also, take a look at the vision. Again, Peanut is getting tracked. I think his early presence in the last game was really big for Gen.G. This time around, not going to have as much of an impact as Bin. Roaming towards mid here, just to make sure I think that Yigao can shove out.
Kenapa nggak pick Valhen aja tadi, auto menang pasti. Kenapa Valhen Twisted Fate gitu? Twisted Fate gampang terculik. Akhirnya, nah kalau beleguk udah dapat dragon pertama sih udah win sih. Maaf nih fansnya Gen.G ya. Maaf nih. Kalau beleguk udah ngambil dragon di awal, auto win, bos.
Pressure is pretty overwhelming for both these teams. For one, their year will be over. For the other, we'll have an opportunity to go up against Weibo in the semi-finals next week. And then we talked about it in the draft, a player that over the last few games has been a little quiet, but you know that he can, I shouldn't say can, he is the monster of the top lane. Against the best top laners in the world, he's been able to find solo kills. He's a presence that will always be known on the Rift, and on this Rumble with the lead that he already has.
Kelarin ini dulu lah.
To do that in this game, but Chovy gonna look to do the same. We're getting to a point in the matchup where the Orianna will start to be very scared of the Akali. The 100-0 is going to be ever present, but if she ever gets down to about the 60-70% HP margin, there's a real window for Chovy to force her, if not lethal, back to base, and it could open up a window. The Herald spawns, and it's BLG that's first to the objective.
There's still a ward there, but I don't think even with awareness, Gen.G necessarily is going to look to contest that. Pre-first item on Chovy. Plus the fact that Bin is as strong as he is. Really
well, there is a window here where Gen.G's bot lane could move. They have the wave pushed in bot, but looks like they're deciding against it. Peanut choosing to reset, wants to spend some of his money as Shun also makes his way back out to the map.
You can see Delight moving up towards the mid lane, maybe seeing if Yagao overextends. Still only level 5, needs one of these minions to hit level 6, so can just leech away some of the mid lane XP. Shun in the area though makes it a little bit more tricky for Delight to find anything. Delight actually may have just been here to leech the XP so we can get back towards the bottom lane at level 6 before that wave crashes in.
He's able to dodge away, not going to be too scared. They also have, I'm pretty sure, Soul Shun there, so we'll be aware of where he is as Peanut. Now starting this up, we'll see. There is an opportunity here for BLG to try and punish towards the bot side of the map. Don't know if they've read the play yet because they don't have vision on Herald.
Herald di PC juga spawn sekali kah? 2 kali. Kayak di awal WildRift dulu.
There's a possibility, yeah. I agree with you. There's the Rift Tower picked up for Peanut. Neutral objectives traded early on here. Dragon for BLG. And the Herald going over to Gen.G. Sense the tension in the cast, never mind the tension for the players.
I was also just kind of like looking across the minimap, looking for things to talk about, because it's a very like dead state you know, where there aren't a huge amount of opportunities on either side. It's very difficult to gank bot lane, I think, on both sides, because what real threat do you have with a Senatom Kench? But at the same time, what threat does Gen.G have into Senatom Kench? Mid lane, there are possibilities. I think if anywhere, I think Gen.G could look to be more proactive around mid. At the very least, forcing the flash out from Yagao then gives Chovy more kill potential. Whereas BLG, I think if they wanted to play around anywhere, they're looking at top lane, and Shun is hovering around that area of the map, but Delight is there to cover. But this is what I mean by a dead state, is that like every potential play, I was like, oh, maybe they can make a play for top. What's happening? Someone is there to cover. Maybe mid, someone's there to cover. And both teams kind of like,
farming doang bang, ngelakuin sesuatu bang.
on stage, well 4 I should say, into your 5th. You're just ultra aware.
Kuro habis liburan kawai jadi agak gelap, benar.
There's the equalizer, stun coming out, Magnet Storm used as well. Peanut can come in with the cease and desist, but Bin flashes away just in time to avoid that follow-up from the
Big win there with Ignite and Flash gone. Gen.G have the opportunity to maybe set up a play. We'll see if BLG can find anything on the other end of the map. But I do agree with you. That's, I think, the one downside to the Senna Kench. It is very hard to try and make these aggressive plays, really punish on the other end of the map. Also looks like Elk is going for the lethality build. We've seen mostly the, we've seen both Storm Razor and I don't think we've seen any Kraken Slayers yet. Peanut maybe here on the return, but Shun, full health. I don't think there's a lot of opportunity there.
I wonder what they'll do with this Herald. My instinct is that they'll drop it bot, but
it's kind of expiring as
well,
though.
What they've been doing, yeah.
I feel like they don't have enough time to drop it bot when you look at the timer on the eye.
It's just for Doran.
I guess they just want to kill Bin and open up the top tower. He has no flash. Nope, he's based. All right, well, he's got to drop it somewhere. Where you gonna drop?
Oh, it also actually the timer on the eye may be misleading because it's actually the timer on the
Yagu.
Right, okay.
Yagu Hololab.
Our bad.
That one has gotten me a bunch of times. Yeah. That's on me.
But now I have no idea what the timer on the Herald is.
Well, we'll see where he places it. We'll assume that Peanut will know what he wants to do with it.
I would imagine so.
I don't know. You know, knowing Peanut, yeah. I'd say the chance is 50-50. Yeah, absolutely. We've even seen it in this game, right?
TP. Whoa.
Menang ini Gen Senna champion gak guna. Sabar Cid. Sabar Kid. Lihat nih ya. Ini Sennanya scaling nih bro. Nanti Senna bisa attack-nya satu map ini.
Want to have to react instantaneously to it, so instead we'll give it up. Get pushing top lane, still going in. No
Jam 11 ini kelarnya nih.
I love it. This is great.
It's a good sign for the LCK.
Everyone's gonna be so quick. Yeah. It promotes action, which we haven't gotten a whole lot of in this game number 5 thus far.
All right, here it comes. Peanut threatening the dive on top lane.
Delight's in the area as well. Could work his way up here. Do you place the Herald? Looks like they're not doing it yet. Peanut waits around the corner, so he's not spotted by the control ward.
He doesn't like this at all.
Should be suspicious. Delight now spotted on a ward, can jump the wall. Bin retreating, Rift Herald down. It looks like Gen.G will be happy with the sacrifice of Bin not getting any of the CS or XP for the Rift Herald charging it.
It's a big win though. Gen.G should be able to get first turret off of this and make sure that Doran gets back from, or gets out of his deficit that was set up earlier with Bin getting the early kill. And there is no cross map. You saw everyone on BLG decided to recall the moment they saw the play. So it wasn't really an opportunity for them to look on the other end of the map.
So the gold is slightly in favor of Gen.G, but by and large, it's dead even.
Scaling sampai besok ya Korea. Chill bro. Ini udah banyak nih scaling. Senanya nih udah 200 ini.
We talk about tension, and again, it's important to understand how much responsibility is on the way to the shoulders of both these teams. The TP.
They didn't know Shun was here. You do now. Double TP invested. Bin still no flash. Does have the equalizer. Chovy dancing around. Cease and desist available to Peanut. Doesn't use it because Bin is already done for. Chovy takes the kill. Meanwhile, the Magnet Storm onto Elk. He tries to flash away. Pays stepping forward. Has the killer instinct on. Is pushing in the side lane. No TP for him to join the fight. Yagao with the shockwave, but Pays takes him out. The killer instinct finds its mark. Doran locked up with the last embrace, but I don't think
lihat tuh ya. Sedikit demi sedikit.
Nothing happening until the map explodes. Double TP invested by Gen.G. punishing Bin. And on the cross map, there isn't anything available. Yagao gets taken down as well. I think he tried to like flash and then take the Oriana ult with him, but instead just ends up throwing his flash into nothing. The only benefactor for BLG is on.
It's it's a situation where I love Gen.G as the game has gone on. They've kind of realized, hang on a minute, we should just attack Bin. Yeah. No flash, no TP. BLG are pretty good at using Bin to collapse on sides with his TP, and he's used to being left on an island, but now that playstyle is leaving him exposed. Jun is in the area, but the double TP commit along with the collapse from Peanut.
Udah kur settingan tuan rumah ini. Sabar.
He's forced to back away, and it's Chovy that picks up a kill, but Gen.G they're not done yet. Look at this engage from Delight. Pays on the back line, does get disengaged. I thought he was going to ulti in, he chooses not to overextend. Yagao goes for a last-minute play, throws away his flash, and now Chovy's in danger.
Chovy can dash away with perfect execution though, and that's Yagao's TP invested on, and Elk are in the mid lane. Rift Herald available to Shun as well, but Dorman's going to get a bot lane tier 1 for this.
At the very least, BLG are able to make sure that they get the topside turret. Doran will immediately answer back. And we'll see if Gen.G is able to respond or if BLG is going to get another charge. And this, you know, the only goal, obviously, the way that...
Yeah, match up on with the pace, basically.
Yeah. So, yeah. But even then, like, it's still a gold lead for on, but that's not...
Kur tolong terus sebut BLG bakal menang lawan Gen.G. Kenapa tuh? Menang ini BLG cuy. Gak percaya.
But BLG haven't been able to build upon it.
This is also just that shift from Gen.G where they realize, wait, let's just actually keep attacking.
Sekarang mah gue udah gak peduli lagi anjir.
Let's have Peanut constantly shadow, and remember BLG even committed the Oriana.
Oh, ini skin Louis Vuitton ya?
The rumble down, and that was a big window where Doran could get a bunch of plates back as well. So things looking up right now for Gen.G.
And compositionally, Gen.G have a traditional AD carry as well, which Senna is not. Elk sitting on the Umbral, and the completed warding item hasn't been farming. And all that gold sitting on has that locket. He has been the beneficiary of the early trades and of that play, but in all honesty...
Mau disebut lele, tapi postur kayak kodok. Gimana sih tim artnya? Hasil kawin silang. Terus warnanya merah kayak ikan hias.
Actually, BLG that are first to this objective, they make their way into the river and they start to clear out the vision. A bit of hesitation from Gen.G as they have 3 members hovering around that mid-tier 1. Peanut needs to be very careful walking through this fog of war. But keep your eyes on Chovy on the minimap. Look at how he's navigating through the jungle, and he's trying to look for a flank.
When it comes to defensive atomization, Hayes actually has a stopwatch available. Elk does have his Umbral Glaive, so they should be able to deny some vision here. Gen.G looking for a multi-pronged engage. BLG, they know.
They're really worried. They don't know where Akali is. And Chovy is just leveraging the fog of war. Bin is trying to spot him out. The pings are coming down.
Yagao.
Has he found him?
Chovy. Oh, Yagao with the sidestep was going back to the wave, but
still the dragon though.
Gen.G used the time to take the Drake, and BLG will have Prio down the mid lane, but how much can they get out of that? The tower's still standing for now, but not for much longer. It will be full FL. BLG get some small prize at the end.
Good counter punch there. Identifying that Doran's Maganar is almost about to time out, so Gen.G don't really want to look as Chovy.
A tongue lash would stun him here.
Okay,
can't find it. Chovy with a good dash.
I mean, if On got the Devour there, that could have been Chovy's life, so he has to respect it. Flashes away. Peanut also now looking for something. He may just take the Raptors here. Is Yagao going to face check? Surely he has the ball.
Karena cuma 20 CS-nya, karena dia support, dia kayak item support.
We talk about tension. No one yet to pull the trigger. We've only got 3 kills in this game.
This is great. This is my the only downside.
Cloud Soul, 3 kills. Just another day in the office for you.
The only downside from the LCK, you know, that
jaga deh, drag Baron ya. Herald.
of the situation is that
udah tuh Baron.
It's 1 best of 1. One mistake here, one person gets caught, you know, you start the snowball in the other direction, can go very, very quickly. So not even I feel good about this. Because we just have to wait.
Yeah, we don't know what's going to happen, how this game will turn out. Doran moves off to a side lane. Chovy kind of freezing top, slow pushing rather, I should say, because that doesn't look like it's already frozen. Peanut gets spotted out by Yagao's ball. And I just want to mention, okay, very small thing. Chovy is running the DRX Akali skin.
Yeah.
And it's a bit poetic that it was in Game 5 last year in the semi-final that Chovy actually lost to DRX. I don't remember if it was
Persnya kok nggak ada yang ikut. Ada itu Gam tapi udah kalah.
Yeah, I think it was a Silas.
But to channel that
Gam sama Tim Wells ya.
energy to have that carry performance, I kind of respect it from Chovy.
It's also Gen.G, or sorry, Chovy specifically, like DRX 2020, which was Doran, Pioshik, Chovy, Deft, and they still
Doran, Pioshik ya.
to this day, right? They still, I'm not kidding, they still have sleepovers with the whole gang because the team meant that much to them. For Chovy, repping the skin.
Itu benar kalau misalnya habis berubah jadi kecil itu ada cooldownnya dulu ya, nggak dapat stack deh.
Jadi kayak nunggu dulu.
I mean, I've heard the comment, is he the best player to have never won a world championship, right? Like an international title still eludes Chovy. I think it's a pretty interesting discussion. Not that we're going to have it here, but it just goes to show like how high of a pedestal this man is put on. But in any case, the Baron is alive. Dragon now spawning in about 2 minutes' time. BLG, a lot of weight on their shoulders as well. The last time they met Gen.G, they were able to defeat them 3-0, leading this series 2-0. Having a slower game like this, no clear winner just yet, but you feel like the next fight, the next big 5v5 is ultimately what will decide the outcome of this game.
Nanti lanjut main game Nunu nggak tahu juga nih cuy. Kita lihat nanti dulu ya apakah mengantuk, capek atau tidak. Gue sih pengennya tetap hari ini live, pengennya. Ayo dapetin please bang, dapetin bang.
BLG looks like they're second guessing themselves. Doran dashing forward, BLG pull off the Baron.
They just wanted the TP out from Chovy. Gen.G didn't take the bait. They knew that they weren't under any real pressure, and this is giving Chovy a window now to push in this tier 2.
And they're just going to start
yeah, they go back to it, of course.
Oh, balik lagi. Oh, langsung lari. Langsung gitu tuh Vi-nya. Ya lama anjir. Baru datang bayinya aja. Wah anjir. Bagus banget relnya cok. Tapi bisa dibalikin sini.
Wow, what an intense exchange.
Itu realnya mantep banget sih tadi.
That get the kills, but the Baron does not fall.
Oh, and the read from BLG there, right? Peanut just going towards the bot side, sees some juicy jungle camps, but they almost have to pay for it with a Baron.
Nyari timing kan. Lagi rame itu. Gas. Oh, yang narik ke tengah itu ultinya Pit ya? Kayak ulti Diana berarti. Oh, kayak ulti ini, kayak ulti inilah.
Ya, kayak inilah. Cuma bedanya harusnya itu instan. Nggak selama Nila yang diputar-putar dulu. Aduh, lemes coachnya tuh. Coachnya lemes tuh. Aduh,
Dia langsung teleport gitu. Wajir. Berubah nih. Wah nggak sampai berubah. Oh pas lagi stasis tetap nambah anjir stacknya. Udah lihat guys. Gue bilang apa, beleguk win bro. Buru bang, all in bang, gaskan bang, let's go bang. Alah santai ini Vi-nya mah, Vi cooldown smite-nya cuy. Ya dia punya 2 stack ternyata. Oh enggak, santai. Nice.
Look at this, Chovy goes in. A quick TP from Yagao to get involved in the fight as quickly as possible. The TP response from Doran on flashes away. And then keep your eyes on Doran here. He gets engaged with my Shun. And then he can flash away at this point, but then the shockwave comes through. He's isolated.
Tuh pas lagi stasis tetap nambah tuh stack gitu anjir.
Absolutely massive forces Gen.G to retreat and then the knockout.
Rumble-nya nggak berasa damage anjir. Ultinya.
Chovy hits the shuriken onto On. Sees him going forward with the Abyssal Voyage and tries to chase him down. I wonder if he didn't quite track who he'd hit the E on in that fight. Gets knocked up by On and is immediately in the middle of BLG, and now with a Red Bull Baron power play for the next 2 minutes, Gen.G's backs are against the ropes. The gold lead basically even as Chovy looks for a flank position, has the flash, has the perfect execution. No flash for On, nor Bin, nor Shun. But Chovy will be spotted on a control ward. Should be able to dash away from this one.
The arena is full of dread right now. The hometown favorites of Gen.G.
Wih, anjir.
Mati
sih.
Gak
apa-apa, chill, santai.
And it's a sigh of relief in the arena.
Junglernya marah-marah
All of
itu
the
cowok,
fans
anjing lah
feel
mana
like that
temen
the pressure
gua
from
katanya.
BLG just like that has been alleviated. An important pick for Gen.G to slow BLG down.
Biasanya true damage yang ini mantep banget jir efeknya. Oh ini true damage. True damage Louis Vuitton.
The Baron power plays every single time a team tries to push just a little bit too far forward. There have been counter plays. Both teams.
Score loss udah.
Even after the
Gak
Baron, 2
percaya lu.
dragons to 2. Summoners about to be up for everyone as well. BLG, they got the Nash, but it's not enough to break open the game.
Elk now sitting on 100 sacks on this center. A little bit slower than you'd like, but still scaling up to infinity. Delight looking for the flank position here.
Look at the damage.
Flash Magnet Storm. It's a possibility. Decides against it. Peanut pushing mid on his lonesome. Shun trying to answer this top lane. Baron remains for 30 seconds. Delight spotted by Shun. Mid lane tower falls to Gen.G, but BLG will get a tier 2 in the top lane in answer.
Baron's still here.
Oke, sedikit demi sedikit Baronnya sisa 10 detik lagi. Gas aja bang, santai bang, itu teleport pengalihan isu doang bang. Mantap bang, mantap bang. Mamam tuh, mamam tuh Dex. Gimana Gen.G 65%? Gimana Dex? Gue gak peduli sih mana menang, sebenarnya udah telat anjing, belegok goblok sia dari tadi anjing. Wih, kena ulti Ronanya bagus tadi tuh, cuman lu lihat nih meta Senade, tolong jangan diuji di rank WildRift ya. Wih anjir, tipis betul. Pulang dulu gak sih bang? Nice, nice.
It takes everything that they have, but they're able to defend. BLG was so close, but they could not take down.
BLG was so close. Nggak keculik dong, anjir, untung gak.
And it's the ability of BLG to punish these type of mistakes that makes them so lethal. Chovy
Meta Sena Susan di WR masih bagus kah? Udah enggak lagi kayaknya. Sekarang metanya AP cuy. Di WRL gimana cuy? Pada main APC enggak? Tapi buildnya tetap magic juga.
He takes so much damage, he's forced to go back to base, get some health back. Delight gets a great engage here. The shockwave looks terrifying, but Delight buys so much time. And then a good ultimate from Doran. Bin actually gets tower aggro, then gets chain CC'd, giving Pays the opportunity. If he hadn't made that mistake, all 5 members would have stayed alive. But a sigh of relief.
Yep.
Incredible stress on the side of Gen.G. A dragon is likely going to go in the favor of BLG.
Oke, Dragon ketiga nih Dex.
This series has been all about momentum. And right now, BLG are riding that towards the enemy's base.
See the win probability powered by AWS starting to swing in their favor. One Drake away from a Cloud Soul. One Nexus Tower away from a Nexus. 1 moment away from a semi-final matchup with Weibo. For Gen.G, They fought back this series once already. After game 2, they looked done and dusted, buried in the dirt. But game 3, game 4, they gave it their all, and now once more, it is one more moment away.
Gimana adik-adik? Jangan nangis deh adik Gen.G ya. Kita sebagai wibu ini dukungnya harus beli station, B station guys ya.
A single good team fight is all they need. The Baron is alive. And here we go. The tango around the purple worm will begin once more. It's BLG first to the objective. The vision control is good. They're sweeping out what little vision Gen.G have. Delight needs to be careful.
Kena tuh mamam lu Rel. Goodbye lu Rel. Aduh, tapi ada genarnya pas bagus banget anjir. Anjir gak. Jarpannya anjir. Ngacak-ngacak cok. Cok suka dia aja mau kemana anjir. Nangis dulu gak sih adik-adik Gen.G?
And that's going to be the second Baron going over to BLG. And the momentum feels like it's... Oh no, are they not going to try? TPs are available.
Coba dari tadi kalian jir.
He's trying to get the Mega so he can contest the Baron. But without Elk, I guess they're too concerned.
Sekarang mah mau Bleguk yang menang, mau Gen.G yang menang, gue gak peduli lagi, jir.
Doran's gotta be gone. He's gonna be forced to base. There's no smite. Oh my goodness. What a crazy team fight. The moment I saw Elk drop, I thought...
Oh my goodness.
Terima kasih Senpai. Wik baru saja mengirimkan dukungan 10.000. Tenang bang, aku dukung tim China. Soalnya aku cinta Cindo.
Benar.
And we've seen Min being targeted this time around. It's Delight, but then with Doran getting a knock up, feels like there might be an opportunity. They immediately blow up Elk, but look at the damage that Bin's able to do as well. And Shun.
Tuh ulti ke sana mati. Aduh kok nge-freeze. Ini dari mereka nih cuy. Tadi suaranya masih aman lah. Halo, check sound.
For BLG, and the moment the pace goes down, there's just not enough damage for Gen.G. Even with Chovy still alive.
Like ini
the execution damage just not there for Chovy. A lot of summoners burn, and time still available for Gen.G, but you have to feel like that there's not much left. BLG with the Baron. See the game-ending play in their eyes. An incredible journey for this team. The organization's first World Championship, but Bin looking to return to the finals.
And an organization that has
si paling flanking. Kita lihat flankingnya Chovy. Apakah Chovy akan melakukan serangan fantastik kepada Senanya? Mana Senanya cuy? Goodbye. Masih belum anjir. Nah itu dia. Oke, inhib habis. Mamam tuh kena. Cuma satu doang tapi. Anjir. Nice banget si ulti Oriananya. Lah, benar. Makan tuh export ya, export metad. Dan goodbye. Selamat jalan kepada Gen.G. Happy rungkat. Pulang ke rumah jalan kaki. Nangis dia, Cuk.
In the same manner as it did at MSI, but it's BLG that walks away the victors. Nonetheless, they reverse the momentum. They don't let Gen.G get the reverse sweep. They will be facing Weibo.
Gen.G awalnya mulus langsung dihancurin jir.
It has not been clean, it has not been easy, but BLG have consistently found a way.
3-0 kayak dari tadi, bener Cuk. Kan kita bisa langsung up gitu loh ya. Oke. Jadi, sepertinya Jadi cukup sampai di sana adik-adik ya.
As we say goodbye to Gen.G.
Nah, bang, aku duluan juga ke sebelah, dadah.
Oke, thank you Peter.
Thank you.
Ya, Oke, thank you semuanya. Kita bubar dulu. Thank you semuanya yang sudah nonton. Memesan tiket pesawat nggak butuh tiket pesawat, cuy. Orang sama-sama di Korea.
Frustration on the side of the Gen.G fans and the Gen.G players. They wanted to change the narrative.
Oke ya guys ya, sepertinya cukup sampai di situ nobar kita hari ini. Thank you semua yang sudah nonton. Yang di channelnya Moja juga kita udahan guys ya. Thank you yang sudah like, thank you sudah subscribe, thank you yang sudah donate, thank you sudah subrek, thank you yang sudah share, thank you udah give membership, thank you moderator yang sudah bekerja, dan untuk yang di channel Moja udah boleh bubar ya karena kita udahan. Thank you semuanya.
Bracket sisa siapa?
Besok yang main itu ada JDG lawan KT, hari Minggu LNG lawan T1. Besok kita nobar lagi, Minggu juga kita nobar. Oke, adik-adik.